Chapter 1324. Time and air froze. The golden branches and leaves of the Tree of Souls were like a big umbrella in this quiet space. They swayed gently along with the trajectory of the energy surging, and the rustling of the leaves made tinkling sounds like wind chimes. The slender white figure had its back to Yun Nuoshing. It stood quietly in front of the group of tombstones. Its long hair was like the Milky Way, sprinkling on the ground along with the figure. The fluorescent light was a little dazzling. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes slightly after looking for a while. He could not help but rub his eyes. The figure was like the old ghost. Its whole body was as bright as a gemstone. The light in front of him was even brighter. It was like the moon, but more dazzling and gentle. However, the light of the Tree of Souls covered it up, so he did not see its existence for a while. It only caught his attention when he was so close. Just as Yun Nuoshing was thinking about whether he should turn around and pretend that he had never been here, it suddenly turned its head. It was a blurry face covered in a layer of golden light. He could make out the rough outline of the face. He could see the nose and thin lips, but he couldn't see the eyes. Other than that, the body was also covered in a layer of hazy light. He could only see the rough outline of the face and couldn't identify it in detail. This guy is so bright. I can't see clearly. Chu Yingzhen stared until tears flowed down her face, but she still could not see the shiny person clearly. Is it a ghost? I heard from the fool that place should be a destroyed world that existed for a long time. I didn't see any traces of life along the way. Is it a ghost? Or something else? Hallmaster Jean and the others shook their heads. They could only understand that world from an extremely limited perspective. There were many things that they could not identify. Perhaps only Yun Nuoshing in this world knew a little about the reason for the existence of that place. As for the shiny person, other than Little Star, I don't think anyone here can see through the things that are related to the first divine realm. While they were talking calmly, Yun Nuoshing only felt his hair stand on end. He could feel that the shiny figure was looking at him. Its gaze and a weak consciousness fell on him. Those eyes— oh, there were no eyes. That consciousness seemed to have penetrated the endless time, the history of the Deyuan realm, and his countless years of reincarnation. It seemed to know everything. In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuoshing's forehead was sweating. What he felt just now seemed to be an illusion. It was still looking at him quietly and seemed to smile. Under his slightly unnatural gaze, it raised its hand and waved gently. "You want me to go over?" Yun Nuoshing said as he pointed at himself with a face full of sweat. It nodded gently, which made his cheeks twitch even more. He stood where he was, not knowing what to do. After hesitating for a long time, when the other party waved again, he gritted his teeth and calmly walked over with a determined expression. He did not have any vigilance or other preparations. Those things were useless. He just had to walk over obediently. In this abnormal situation, it was unrealistic to run. It watched him walk to its side. When they were about a meter apart, it turned around and looked at the tombstones. After a while, it took 2 steps forward lightly and squatted down in front of the first 3 tombstones. Then it turned its head and looked at Yun Nuoshing, which made him stunned. He pointed at himself in astonishment and asked, "Do I have to go over too?" It nodded lightly, and the expression on Yun Nuoshing's face immediately turned into a pained expression. After hesitating for a while, he reluctantly slipped to its side, slowly squatted down, and looked at the words on it. There were indeed words on the tombstone, but he could not understand them. It was probably the original God's language. It did not look like an epitaph, nor did it look like the words carved on the tombstone. It probably only left behind a name. Yes, it was just a name. Each tomb represented a person, a former heavenly god of origin. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the tombstones. He felt a little uncomfortable and complicated. There were more than 100 identical tombstones in this mausoleum. That was to say, more than 100 heavenly gods of origin were buried here. Are you reminiscing about them? Yun Nuoshing could not help but ask. It nodded gently. Who are you? Are you also a heavenly god of origin? It shook its head, which made Yun Nuoshing stunned. Are you not sure? It nodded again. Yun Nuoshing was so conflicted that his stomach hurt. This white figure was probably in existence like the tomb keeper of the heavenly god of origin's mausoleum. Perhaps it was a simple individual with consciousness. However, it seemed to have a high level of spiritual intelligence, which made Yun Nuoshing unable to determine. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and asked with cold sweat, "Do you know me?" This time, it did not respond immediately. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to continue asking, he saw it nod. A creepy feeling instantly spread through Yun Nuoshing's body. Then it shook its head again, which made Yun Nuoshing stunned again. Scratching his head with a headache, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, squatted a little closer, and asked questions one by one. That sparkling figure did not know how to speak and only nodded or shook his head in response to his questions. But it did not seem to be impatient. After busying himself for more than half an hour, Yun Nuoshing sat on the ground with his face covered in sweat. He tilted his head and saw that it did not respond. Only then did he take out the book of epics and stuff it into his head. He stared at the scene and glanced at it again. Then he began to record some information. This is a destroyed world. It has been nearly 100 eras since the end of the 39th era, when the heavenly god of destruction caused the void to fluctuate. Unimaginable changes have taken place in the heavenly god of origin's mausoleum. If the information obtained before is not wrong, and combined with the one-sided answer given by this white figure, this mausoleum world was once frozen by the void. The heavenly god of destruction came back to repair it and banished it to the deepest part of the void. It is a blank consciousness left behind by the heavenly god of origin's mausoleum world. Perhaps it was left behind by the heavenly god of destruction. It does not know this, nor does it know its creator. Its creator gave it very little spiritual intelligence and information. Its existence seems to have only two meanings. One is to protect this mausoleum world, and the other is to guard the tombstones of the heavenly god of origin, frozen. Isn't it a little inappropriate to say this? Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he recorded this paragraph. He thought of the time when he came in during the Dark Age and the influence this world had on the sea of time. He tacitly agreed with this sentence. Forget it. Let it be frozen. It's more or less the same. There's one more thing that I'm very concerned about. It seems to know me, but it doesn't know who I am. I came here during the Dark Age, but I didn't see it. It should have been born after that. This is also the reason why I think it is the mausoleum keeper left behind by the heavenly god of destruction. Part of its knowledge of me may have come from the heavenly god of destruction, and the latter's knowledge of me may have come from the illusion. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment and turned to look at the shiny figure. My mark of origin was affected by you. It tilted its head and looked at him, as if it didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment, rolled up his sleeves, and put the mark of origin in front of it. This is it. I felt the mark of origin and the keys movement. So I came here to take a look. What are you doing? Halfway through his words, he was stunned. When it saw the origin imprint, it suddenly raised its head and reached out to grab his arm. Its cold hand, with a faint feeling of energy, gently stroked the golden and red imprint on his arm. He actually felt some nostalgia coming from it. Buzz. The light on its body flickered and became brighter. Yun Nuoshing was confused and took it as a sign of happiness and excitement. He saw it nodding again. So, why did you call me here? Yun Nuoshing didn't pull his hand back and looked straight at it. The sparkling figure stood up, its hand still holding onto his arm. He thought for a moment, then stood up as well. It pointed at the mausoleum of origin, then pointed at itself, and finally pointed at him, nodding gently. Yun Nuoshing was confused. Buzz. The light on the shiny figure's body became brighter and brighter. It put down the hand that was holding Yun Nuoshing's arm and slowly reached out to him. Then it paused in midair, expressionless. It didn't have any expression in the first place. It stared at him and didn't move. Seeing this action, Yun Nuoshing was also slightly stunned. After a minute, he mysteriously stretched out his right hand and raised it in the air. His expression slightly flickered, as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. When his hand and the other party's hand touched and almost overlapped, this action was even more similar. In a trance, he even felt that the other party's appearance was very similar to his. It was actually an illusion. Staring at such a blurry light for a long time and making such an action as if he was looking at himself inside and outside a mirror, it was easy to create such an illusion. He had seen it before, and the silhouette of the blurry light was a little different from his own. Even the face was not the same. If it was a will left behind by the heavenly god of destruction, it would probably be similar to his own. It stretched out its hand, and the two hands touched. At that moment, Yun Nuoshing's consciousness trembled violently, and the scene in his vision suddenly changed abruptly. The tranquil cemetery disappeared in an instant, and the golden light that filled the sky melted and disappeared along with the tremors of the space. Violent energy suddenly exploded in the sky, and violent energy tore through the void. Endless violent and crazy energy swept through the void. That cold and violent energy gave him a faint sense of familiarity. He should have seen it somewhere before. The cemetery and the white figure in front of him disappeared, and the whole continent shook crazily. The ground in the distance became a plate surfing on magma, undulating and changing constantly. Every kind of energy that came from the starry sky made him feel a fatal threat. He did not have time to think about what had happened at that moment. He looked at the energy that fell to the ground from the starry sky from time to time on the horizon, bursting with energy that was enough to destroy the 8 elements realm. His face turned a little pale, and just as he was about to turn around and run to a safe place, the entire space changed again with a loud bang. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. Is it an illusion? You scared me. In the open space, there was boundless darkness, and there was a primitive aura. The mighty sound of destruction echoed in the void, and the dull sound seemed to have a substantial energy that made the void tremble. It was as desolate as a lifeless desert, and there was an aura of silence that reverberated in the entire void. He floated alone in the desolate and dead void of nothingness, just like the scene in a dream where everything was destroyed and there was nothing left. Only the dead silence of nothingness surrounded this world. There was a huge rock in the distance. That was the world of the gods. It stood quietly in the void of nothingness where everything was destroyed and there was no life left. It floated alone, pushed forward by the storm in the void, and wandered forward with the world's most sorrowful dream. Suddenly, a huge portal with inexplicable miracles appeared in the void of nothingness, and the world of the gods was now squeezing into the portal bit by bit. Together with the destroyed space-time, it quietly disappeared in the void of nothingness. Yun Nuoshing's heart clenched as he watched the destruction of the world of the gods and the scene of silence. His heart was so heavy that he could not breathe. It was different from what he had seen in the ancient era. He had also seen the destruction of the world of the gods, and the scene of everything being destroyed, but at that time he did not feel much of a ripple in his heart. Perhaps he was a little sad, but it was not like what he was seeing now. A great sadness surged in his heart, and he almost wanted to cry out loud. After a moment, he understood that this was the feelings of the heavenly God, her sadness. The world that they had created together had been destroyed by her own hands. Sadness, helplessness, resentment. These emotions that had been suppressed for countless years without being able to pour out in torrents now slammed into his senses like a tidal wave, making it hard for him to breathe. It was so heavy that it was as if the entire world was pressing down on his face, and he almost suffocated. The brief illusion only lasted for a few minutes, and it was far less shocking than what he had seen here the last time. However, it contained a different kind of emotion and a different kind of scene that combined the two illusions together. It seemed to be narrating the grief and despair in the heavenly God of destruction's heart, as well as the crazy obsession and the obsession for revenge that had sunk into the depths of these two emotions. It was also the main obsession that had pushed her to take that step. But where was she right now? The cycle of reincarnation in this world had repeated itself many times, and the wheel of the world had gone back and forth many times. Countless lives had been tossed and turned in the great origin realm. They had been reborn, destroyed, and repeated many times, and repeated for a very long time. However, in this world of mortals, where had the heavenly God of destruction gone? In the past, he did not know, but now he could understand. She had definitely walked into the path of reincarnation, carrying the monstrous anger and obsession that could burn the entire great origin realm into ashes. At this moment, where was she? Why was it that almost 100 years had passed in this world, but there were only faint traces of her activity around the 60th era? Was she, like him, also immersed in the cycle of reincarnation in the lower realm, and still unable to return to this world? Has she ever come back? Yun Nuoshing looked at the sparkling figure. The illusion had already faded away, and the cemetery reappeared in front of him along with the figure in front of him. It shook its head silently, and the light on its body gradually dimmed. It seemed to be very depressed and helpless. However, after a moment, it pointed at the origin mark on his arm, and the light on its body became slightly brighter. He felt that this was a sign that it was happy. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Silently, he looked at the sparkling figure and said, "Has she never come back? That heavenly God, where has she gone in this endless time?" He was just talking to himself and did not ask for its opinion. However, at this moment, it suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. "Master has always stayed in this place. Millions of years have passed, and the world has changed. Nothing has changed. Until the day she left in a hurry. She will still come back. However, in the end, after countless years have passed, she has never come back. This cemetery has no one to look after it anymore," the sparkling figure said softly. Her voice was clear and gentle, very pleasant to the ears. However, the moment she opened her mouth, the entire Yun Nuo planet froze. Everyone from the divine world also held their breaths, revealing an astonished expression as they looked at each other in dismay. Yun Nuoshing's expression froze, but it did not care about his sudden stiffening expression. It continued to speak. The speed at which time passes is always very fast. It will disappear without a trace. Millions of years, 100 billion years, an era. Until now, there has been no news of Master, and there are no traces of her in this world. Ever since I entered the path of reincarnation that day, I have never felt Master's presence again. The cemetery has also been completely closed. According to Master's will, she has been banished to the chaotic void, and will no longer have any influence on this world. Until today, the sparkling figure suddenly turned around in the vast and boundless great primordial realm. In the 6 primordial realms that still exist, I suddenly felt Master's presence, and her sleeping consciousness slowly woke up. It floated up lightly, circled around the 3 tombstones at the front, and then circled around Yun Nuoshing. I felt that there was another presence entangled in Master's presence, and thought that Master had fallen into a deep sleep and could not wake up, so I could only guide her carefully. Then you appeared in front of me. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Who knew? I found the wrong person. It smiled, and there was a hint of helplessness in its smile. Sorry, I thought it was Master. Even if Master did not wake up from her deep sleep, she could still pass through the storm that protected this broken star region. So I did not pay attention. When I realized that something was wrong and noticed you had already been in the storm for half an hour, so I hurriedly pulled you out. Yun Nuoshing and the people who were separated by the void. Why couldn't you speak just now? Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and changed the topic, not wanting to think about that half an hour, as he felt that he would vomit. My consciousness has been asleep for too long, and I can't move freely for a while. I have waited for countless years, and the waiting time is too long. Most of the time, I am in a deep sleep, and only a part of my instinctive consciousness is still active, still taking care of this mausoleum world. It said softly. Yun Nuoshing sighed to express his understanding, and shook his head helplessly. All right, searching all over the void, waiting, looking for the wrong person. It's not incomprehensible, but then, what are you going to do to me now? Kick me out? The sparkling figure shook its head. You are the inheritor of Master's power, and the bearer of a part of Master's existence in this world. Stop. Yun Nuoshing looked at it, with a face full of cold sweat. Don't tell me that there is a will of the heavens. What destiny? Don't tell me these things. Just tell me, in your mind, what does your Master see me as? A part of the plan, or something else? The sparkling figure shook its head. I don't know either. Master has never mentioned your existence, and there are no detailed records of you in my knowledge. I can only guess that maybe it's all a coincidence. Coincidence, my ass. Do you think I should believe these things? Yun Nuoshing's face darkened, and he could not help but tremble. Ever since I came here from the Dark Age, I was glanced at by her illusion, and was splashed with her divine blood, and I have been paranoid. Every day, the sparkling figure shrugged. Maybe, but I don't know. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing felt helpless, but he quickly pulled himself together. All right, let's not talk about these things for now. Back to the topic, just now that you have found the wrong person. The sparkling figure's eyes stopped on Yun Nuoshing, and it stared at him for a long time. Seeing that he could not help but tremble, it said, There are no plans. Why don't you stay and watch over this world with me? It won't be so boring. The void outside is reaching its limit, and another round of great turbulence is coming. A new world will be born little by little in the wake of the old world. The outside world is also coming to an end in this era, and this place is not affected by the turbulence of the void. It said softly, What do you think? No. There are still a lot of things to take care of in the realm of the gods, and I can't just leave it here. If I stay here, there will be no one to take care of those trivial matters. Yun Nuoshing shook his head so hard that he could see an illusion. Also, there are still some people in the realm of the gods, and I can't just leave them there. The realm of the gods, the world that Master and them created together, has been in turmoil for dozens of eras, and now it is on the verge of collapse, and danger is everywhere. Don't you plan to take care of it? Yun Nuoshing asked. Liang Jingjing shook its head. Master told me that I don't need to care about anything in the realm of the gods, even if it is destroyed. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. But the pillar of creation told him that the realm of the gods must exist for a reason, and now this consciousness body was telling him that it would only look at it even if it was destroyed listening to his nagging Liang Jingjing thought for a moment. Maybe that's your duty. After all, the pillar of creation was left behind by Master and the others when they created that world. There should be a reason for it. This answer caused Yun Nuoshing's expression to change dramatically, but it returned to normal in a second. It was not that he could not understand. It was said that the pillar of creation had existed since the beginning of the world, and it was not surprising that it was left behind by the gods of origin. It was just that he could not let go of the fact that it had caused him to hover between life and death, and after a period of time, it would continue to cause him to hover between life and death, which made him even more resentful hearing his complaints. Liang Jingjing glanced at him, but did not say anything. Sigh. Yun Nuoshing sighed deeply, and the resentment in his heart naturally dissipated. After all, it had been so many years. He had protected the realm of the gods for so many years, and with his personality, it had become a habit, an instinct. No matter how much he complained and complained, he still could not ignore the realm of the gods. It was probably because he was a bit of a bastard. As Yun Nuoshing complained, he felt a cold touch on his hand. He looked down and saw that it was holding his hand with one hand and drawing on his palm with the other. He was stunned. What are you doing? Leave behind a mark. In the future, you'll be able to come here at any time. The heart of the realm will be able to recognize your aura, and the storm outside won't drag you in, it said softly. When it finished speaking, it was done, and put down his hand. Yun Nuoshing looked at the pattern on his palm. The mark was still gold and red, and he could sense that his consciousness could spread to any place in this world through this mark. So after all this time, it's just another place to move. This thought suddenly appeared in Yun Nuoshing's mind, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1325. Yun Nuoshing sat on the grass less than a meter away from it. One of them looked up at the starry sky in a daze, while the other looked at the tombstone in front of him. 10 minutes had passed since the conversation between the two, and they were both in a daze. Everyone in the celestial realm was also in a daze, yawning from time to time. If it wasn't for the fact that they could still see the wind of energy blowing their long hair and grass, and the still sun in the distant starry sky shining brightly, they would have thought that the time in that space had been frozen. A slightly stronger wind blew into the cemetery from the outside, and the golden leaves on the tree began to move, as if a golden river was surging. Leaves after leaves broke free from their bindings and drifted down. They circled around the gods, tree once with the wind, and then slowly fell to the ground. A leaf drifted along with the wind and gently touched Yun Nuoshing's face. Only then did he slowly come back to his senses and took the leaf off his face. The leaves of the gods' tree were a little strange. Like a maple leaf, they had 5 split sides. The 5 sides were narrow at the ends and wide in the middle. Under the golden color, one could faintly see white lines that looked like snowflakes. If one turned it over, it looked like the scales of some kind of life. The whole body was in an arc, and the middle part was protruding. It didn't just look like it, it looked like that. The leaves of the god's tree had 2 kinds of appearances. Each side was different, and one leaf was different from the other. It's been 100,000 years again. Yun Nuoshing turned the stem of the leaf, looking at its rapid changes. When he suddenly heard it say that, he couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and saw it slowly stand up from the ground. He couldn't help but ask, 100,000 years, 139 eras. Now, it's the 110,000th year of this era. This year has just started for 21 seconds. As it spoke softly, it waved its hands in the space, and 2 brooms appeared out of nowhere. It placed one of them beside Yun Nuoshing and walked forward with the other broom, gently sweeping the ground in front of it. Yun Nuoshing was just about to complain that there was grass all around, and the tombstones were also covered in the grass, so why did it need to sweep? But then he saw it sweep down, and the green grass left the ground and disappeared in a circle in the air. Under the dense grass, a stone ground was revealed. The stone ground surrounded a piece of land that was 1 foot wide and half a meter long, and the tombstones just happened to stand on this piece of land. The grass on the tombstones is 3 meters tall. He looked at the other tombstones, and the grass covered half of the tombstones. He almost blurted out this sentence, but in the end, his face turned red, and he swallowed it back down. He was also afraid of being struck by lightning. If he said this sentence, he was afraid that he would offend all the heavenly gods of origin in the cemetery. After holding back for a moment, he saw Liang Nuoshing looking at him with a puzzled expression. He hurriedly grabbed the broom and quickly ran to the other side of the cemetery, weeding and sweeping. When he looked up, he saw the grass covering the tombstones. Sure enough, he still wanted to say that sentence. "Pardon my presumptuous question." Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and seriously swept, weeded. He couldn't help but glance at the tombstones. The people on these tombstones are, cough, cough, what kind of heavenly gods? Who are they? He raised his head, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then he shook his head. "Master didn't leave this information for me. I only know that I have to guard this place, but I don't know why I have to guard this place." Yun Nuoshing made an "oh" sound. He was just about to ask something else when he saw Liang Nuoshing's calm and solemn expression. He couldn't even see the face of a glowing object clearly. Naturally, he couldn't see anything from its face. He could only feel it. Speaking of which, he felt that it was a little strange that a broom could be used to weed. He caught a glimpse of a glowing object from the corner of his eye, and he curiously turned his head. However, that place was submerged in a patch of grass. He swept his broom down and picked up the glowing green object. When he caught it in his hand, he discovered that it was a crystal that looked like 2 diamond-shaped crystals fused together in the middle. He waved his hand at Liang Nuoshing curiously. "I found something here. I don't know what it is." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Nuoshing floated down beside him and took the green crystal from his hand. The energy source they left behind here leaked out. After leaving the tombstone space, this energy crystal condensed here. It was formed after 100,000 years of precipitation. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood. It was indeed the smell of origin energy, but it felt a little silent. It was as if the energy had settled down along with the death of its master. There wasn't much movement, and it wasn't as active as the origin energy hidden in the bottom layer of the realm of the gods. Every tomb has one. Let's collect them first and deal with them together later, Liang Nuoshing said, as it turned around and floated forward. When it turned around, Yun Nuoshing saw that its long hair was trailing on the ground. There were bits of grass and golden leaves stuck in its hair as it walked. He was a little speechless. He didn't know if he should remind Liang Nuoshing or not. Precipitated energy crystals. "Ha!" Yun Nuoshing murmured in his heart and sighed softly. He felt a little complicated in his heart. He touched the black tombstones gently with his hand and felt a cold touch. There was indeed a special aura within them. He wasn't unfamiliar with that aura. It seemed to be the aura left behind after being soaked in origin energy for a long time. However, there was nothing under the tombstones. The inside of the tomb was actually a small space. There was only a ball of silent and cold energy in it. It was a huge amount of energy, but it was lifeless. He crouched down and searched around the tombstone for a while. He dug a hole in the ground next to it and found a green energy crystal. It looked different from the one just now. Its aura and smell were also different. The green shell seemed to be filled with the aura of life, but everything was silent. Obsession? Yun Nuashing faintly sensed some kind of remnant will in the aura. It was very weak. She also had it in her power, and it was much stronger than the remnant in the tombstones here. It was very strong. In the strong obsession, there was an unforgettable pain and resentment. That's right. She was very similar to him. She couldn't let go of the past. She couldn't disperse everything like a passing cloud. She couldn't forgive. She couldn't forgive the world. And she couldn't let go of herself. She used her obsession, hatred, and hatred to restrain herself and bind her soul. This is the evidence of the world's atrocities against me. My evidence, it's evidence. I can't forget it. I can't forget everything. I can't forgive. I can't let go. I can't forgive them. I can't let go of myself. That unforgettable pain, resentment, even if I have to sacrifice everything in this world, I will let you have a taste of it. Yun Nuashing clenched the hand that was holding the broom tightly. Her eyes were filled with the flame of not hesitating to burn everything in this world. You are very similar to Master. The voice that came from beside Yun Nuashing stunned her for a moment. She quickly came back to her senses and put the broom aside. She leaned forward and sniffed him a few times. Then she nodded. You have the same obsession as Master. Revenge, destruction, no matter the cost, no hesitation. You are very similar, very similar. You are trapped in an eternal obsession, but you won't lose yourself because of that crazy obsession. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly when she heard this. Then she sighed and shook her head. What are you like? She can make her enemies disappear from the world with her even in death. I am just a pitiful worm. He sighed and swept the broom on the ground. A pitiful worm who can't even destroy everything. Unable to protect the realm of the gods. Unable to protect the people that she treasures. Unable to protect her own world. Like a bastard. You think, it's enough to give everything you have. Try your best. No, that's just a joke. Laughable, laughable. Just like an ant crawling on the ground, dreaming of dying together with a giant dragon. Ha ha, I can't do anything. I can't protect anything. I haven't given enough. I haven't sacrificed enough. And my soul, all of this and reincarnation, Liang Jingjing looked at the depressed and crazy Yun Nuashing and shook her head. There's always a limit to a person's strength, even Master, and the others have things that they can't do even if they try their best. Who in this world would have expected such an ending? No one would have thought that Master also has things that she can't finish. She also has things that she has to do. Like you, she also has a target for revenge. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Her teary expression immediately disappeared. She was stunned for a few seconds. Then she wiped her eyes and suddenly raised her head to look at Liang Jingjing. Her lips trembled slightly. She, like you, Master also has a target to deal with. There are some extremely ancient existences that are hibernating in this world. They are immortal, indestructible, and exist forever with the great origin realm. Goosebumps appeared all over Yun Nuashing's body. He was so frightened that even his breathing became slightly hurried. What are those things? What are her enemies? Liang Jingjing shook its head. I don't know. I only know this, but I don't know anything more specific. Yun Nuashing's entire body turned cold. Only now did she realize that she had more or less overlooked some things. She had always thought that everything should have been destroyed after the heavenly destruction god had caused the void to tremble. However, if everything had really been destroyed and she didn't have any enemies and she didn't have a target for revenge, Then why did she have such a look of desperation? Why did she have such a deep obsession? He had always overlooked these things. Speaking of which, the great heavenly god of origin had been destroyed by that something and a thing that looked like a human, or at least a thing that looked like a human. The heavenly god of origin also had enemies in this world. This was something unimaginable. I think that this world should be destroyed. Yun Nuoshing's face was ashen. He leaned against a tombstone with a gloomy expression on his face. This was the only time that everyone felt that his thoughts were completely correct. After hearing this shocking news, Palace Master Jean and the other onlookers felt as if their worldview was collapsing again and again. Let's just destroy this world and start all over again. Nightmare couldn't help but say this. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was nodding desperately. They had never felt so hopeless about this world as they did today. By the time Yun Nuoshing recovered from his mental breakdown, Shiny Crystal had already cleaned up all the tombstones. A large pile of crystals floated beside her as she gently floated toward the Tree of Souls. He glanced at it, sighed deeply, and slowly followed her. Twinkle Crystal poured all the crystals that had leaked from the tombstones onto the roots of the god spirit tree. The crystals collided with each other as they fell, making a series of clinking sounds. When they fell on the roots, they melted like a puddle of liquid and disappeared into the roots. They seemed to have turned into energy nutrients. Yun Nuoshing raised his head. There was no movement from the Tree of Souls. He originally thought that he would see some movement, such as the blooming of a divine light or something, but it turned out that he had thought too much. Do you plan to stay? Shiny Crystal tilted her head to look at him and asked. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Although I feel very hopeless about this world, there are still things that I need to do, whether it's to comfort myself or for the current goal. I still have to go back and deal with those trivial matters. But I can stay for a day or two. Shiny Crystal nodded. When she heard that, she pointed at the small house at the bottom of the hill and said, "You can rest there. Don't worry about touching the things inside." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a few seconds. He pointed at the house below and said, "That's the place where your master lives, right? It hasn't been used for dozens of eras." It nodded. A house that no one lives in is just an empty shell. A world without life is just an ornament. That's what my master said. Yun Nuoshing looked at the house curiously. He thought for a while and walked towards it. If he wanted to rest, he had just rested not long ago. He was just curious about that place. He was curious about the place where the legendary class person lived. Oh, he remembered that he had seen it once. It seemed like he had seen it dozens of eras ago. It was an empty house. Although there were a few rooms, they were all empty. Only the house with the window facing the cemetery had a bed, a table, and an open book on the table. It was the diary of her travels in the lower realm. "I don't need to rest. Can I go over and take a look?" Yun Nuoshing laughed awkwardly. Liang Jingjing nodded, and a tacit response came from his nose. Yun Nuoshing quickly slipped away. From the outside, it doesn't look any different from other houses. Yun Nuoshing muttered. He carefully pushed the door open and poked his head in. As if he had passed through some kind of membrane, he heard a buzzing sound that sounded like light brushing past his ears. When his ears passed through that layer, the sound quietly dissipated. He stared blankly for a few seconds before he carefully walked in and closed the door behind him. What he saw was only walls. It was empty. There was no furniture. However, he saw some lines drawn with energy on the ground. It seemed to be used to divide the area. She intended to put something in these places. However, the day did not come. There were a total of 4 rooms. 3 of them were empty as he thought. When he pushed open the door to the last room, a faint sense of familiarity immediately came into his eyes. "It's here!" Yun Nuoshing and Xian shouted at the same time. The room was filled with a faint white light. There was a bed against the wall covered with a light blue blanket. A slight breeze blew in from the open window, causing the light purple and white curtains to sway slightly. Outside the window was the cemetery. Under the window was a light white table. 1 or 2 drops of ink had fallen on the table, but they did not spread. Next to the ink droplets was a book wrapped in parchment. On the open page was a pure white feather dyed with ink. Next to the book was a bottle of ink. In front of the table was a high-back chair. The back of the chair was facing the door. The people in the room seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly jumped up from the table. They did not even arrange the chairs properly. When they saw this place that they had seen once before appear in front of them again, and this time they were really here, they could not help but sigh. Oh, Xian did not go. She was still in the god realm. Yun Nuoshing looked around and slowly walked to the table. He adjusted the chair and sat down. He flipped through the pages of the book. However, this time he could not understand the words in the book. What I saw before was written in the language of the gods. However, in the real world, what was written in the diary was the original language of the gods. Yun Nuoshing flipped through a few pages and felt a headache coming on. He could not understand the original language of the gods. This book was not written with energy or soul power. It was just ordinary. It was written by the god of origin himself. Thus, he could not directly read the information inside. He casually flipped through the book and found that he could not understand it at all. Even when he flipped to the page that he seemed to have seen before, he could not understand the information inside. Yun Nuoshing gloomily closed the book and rested his chin on his hands. He looked outside the window and saw Twinkle Jingjing in a daze in the cemetery. As he stared blankly, he felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have seen something in the corner of his right eye. It was a faint light. The light was gold and red. He was stunned for a moment and hurriedly looked down. He saw that the mark of origin was emitting a faint light. It was as if the light of lava was blooming on his arm. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The light suddenly flashed intensely. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly tilted his head and closed his eyes. The gold and red light filled the entire room. A moment later, Yun Nuoshing felt the light weaken. He hurriedly opened his eyes and looked around the room. However, he did not see anything. He let out a small sigh of relief. "Looks like I was too nervous. I scared myself." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook his head. The mark of origin on his body also dimmed and became an ordinary tattoo. He raised his head and looked outside the window. He did not see Twinkle Jingjing's figure. He could not help but be stunned. At this moment, he heard some movement behind him. He lowered his head and continued flipping through the diary. He did not turn his head and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened just now. The mark flashed for a moment, but it's fine now." After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued flipping through the book. However, Palace Master Jean, Xian, and the others who saw the whole thing from the realm of the gods covered their mouths in shock. They wanted to shout and remind Yun Nuoshing, but there was no way to affect him. After a minute or two, Yun Nuoshing flipped through the diary again. He felt that someone was standing behind him. Moreover, the aura seemed to be a little different from Twinkle Jingjing's. His hair stood on end. He trembled and opened his eyes wide to look behind him. However, he could not see anything behind him. Cold sweat was pouring down his face at a visible speed. Gulp, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was the first time he had heard such a loud noise. He even held his breath. However, he did not dare to turn around. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Finally, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was a pair of white hands. They were slender and long. They gently slid over his shoulder and touched his hand. This action felt as if an era had passed. Yun Nuoxing's heartbeat was about to explode. "You're here." The pleasant sound of nature was exactly the same as what he had heard in the illusion. All of the coldness and killing intent had been removed. The faint voice contained a trace of joy, but it almost made him faint. Chapter 1326. "You're here." The pleasant voice had a hint of joy in it, as if it had been released for more than 1,000 years. Yun Nuoxing and the people watching from the realm of the gods were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The figure was still shrouded in a dim light, and its facial features couldn't be seen clearly. It was just a shiny figure. But at this time, another consciousness had taken over this consciousness. Yun Nuoxing was panting, and his body was trembling. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone looked at him and saw that he didn't dare to turn his head, but he also tried his best to look behind him. His face was covered in cold sweat, just like what he saw in the Dark Age. That person's long hair fell on his shoulders, and there was a whisper in his ear. This time, it wasn't that he couldn't understand it. He clearly heard it say those 3 words, and then he froze on the spot, unable to move. He didn't know why he was so afraid of that figure. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had too much karma with her. Perhaps it was because he had taken too many things from her, and he wasn't ready to face her. Perhaps it was because he was afraid that he was a part of her plan. After all, when people at their level fought, it was like a fight between gods. As a mortal, he had to escape before it affected him. He carefully took a few breaths, and cold sweat seeped into his eyes. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He let out a low roar in his heart and stood up. Then his vision suddenly turned black and his mind became blurry. His tensed body suddenly relaxed, and his consciousness gradually faded. He fell back into the chair. "Oh, it's over." Boss met the heavenly god of origin, who hasn't passed away. This isn't right. Nightmare's cold sweat fell like a waterfall. The people around him were also anxious. They didn't think that something like this would happen. Moreover, they were so far away in the void. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't do it in time. "Don't panic. Look, she looks like..." Xian noticed something and quickly called out to the panicking crowd. Everyone quickly calmed down and turned their gazes. Then they saw that Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the table, was lifted up by the shoulders by the bright figure and placed on the bed. Then the figure took a step back and looked up at the ceiling. Actually, it wasn't looking there, but no one knew where it was looking. After a while, it lowered its head and looked at Yun Nuoxing again and murmured, "It's too early. It's still too early." However, time has already come to this point. "It's already not far away," she muttered to herself. After a while, she let out a long sigh. The light around her body flickered slightly, and her head drooped down. When she raised her head again, she was slightly stunned. She looked around the room and saw Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping on the bed. Puzzled, she asked, "How did I come in?" "Just now, I think." "Forget it. It doesn't seem to be a big deal." She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the bed. Then, like a magic trick, she took out a thin, silk-like blanket and covered him with it. Then she quietly left the room. Phew! When everyone saw that the origin heavenly god had left, they all let out a sigh of relief. After that, they all looked at each other with unnatural expressions. Nightmare knew what everyone was thinking and couldn't help but say, "Boss's secret is like the star in the dark night." You can see it, but you can't touch it. If you rush over, you'll find the wrong person. According to what the first generation great deities said, could it be that little star is a part of their plan? The golden queen furrowed her brows and scratched her long blonde hair. She couldn't understand and was very anxious. But little star has never seen such a big shot before. Why would the great heavenly God, who has been dead for so many years, include someone who hasn't even appeared in their plan? Palace Master Jean thought for a moment. There are only two reasons. The first reason is that perhaps little Xingxing's origin is, as he speculated, and it can be traced all the way back to the mythological era. The second reason, he looked at the consciousness of the barrier. Let's get someone more professional to explain it. I don't think I can explain it clearly. The barrier's consciousness glanced at him and said in a flat and hollow voice, I went to the place where he is now during the Dark Age. I touched the divine blood of the heavenly god of destruction and saw an illusion. The origin mark on my body is the divine blood of the heavenly god of destruction that was spilled on my body when he was injured. That illusion affected my body. The origin heavenly god also saw my body through time and saw the illusion of my body. Maybe it was then that the origin heavenly god took him as a part of some plan. In short, he is someone who is favored by the origin heavenly god. Chu Yingzhen couldn't help but say, this idiot's development is getting weirder and weirder. Feng thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. Little Star's path has never been normal. Everyone nodded fiercely in agreement. Since the day they met him, they felt that his path was too extreme and too twisted. Now, he had finally twisted it to a point where he had touched all the secrets in the world. I just don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for him to come into contact with that person from the mythological era. Palace Master Jean crossed his arms and sighed deeply with a touch of worry on his face. His sigh resonated with everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but feel worried, being targeted by the origin heavenly god of creation, and their intentions were unclear. They really couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. They didn't want to care about the big things that transcended the world, the people of the world, the survival of the void, the formation of order. They didn't want to care about those big things. They just wanted the guy who kept pushing him to his death to live safely. This was just a thought. That guy didn't think that way. No, it was better to say that this was actually his original intention. However, the more time passed, the more chaotic his original heart became. At this moment, his goal had already unknowingly involved all those things. Perhaps he himself was also involuntarily involved. It's a cliché topic. Palace Master Lei scratched the back of his head. When a life form is powerful to a certain extent, it can cause a great impact on the world and the present world with just a wave of its hand. The so-called mastermind behind the scenes is like this little star, and the others are already at a level that we can't understand. However, they still can't jump out of the bigger circle he's in now. The game between people of that level, no matter what kind of impact it causes, it's a kind of fate for everyone below. For Little Star, that's also a fate that he can't escape. Palace Master Shui hugged the energy ball tightly. It's a fate that he can't resist, but can't escape. Looking at the image of Yun, Nuoxing lying on his side on the bed, looking at his brows that were still tightly knitted even in his sleep, they all fell silent. Go to hell, all of you are so annoying. In the image, Yun Nuoxing suddenly roared violently. Then he gritted his teeth and turned over with a conflicted expression on his face. At the same time, he pulled the blanket over his head and covered it with it. Everyone. This guy really can't sleep peacefully. They didn't know what he was thinking of that made him so resistant and irritable. Even his dream talk was so clear. Yun Nuoshing slept for a whole day in the origin world, the name he later gave himself, and Palace Master Jean and Princess Jean still had things to do, so they didn't stay on the top of the fire god temple. They still had to watch over the world of the gods. A day passed, and the fourth round of the rain of stars fell from the last wave. This round's momentum was gone. They couldn't tear down the world of the gods in the beginning, and the remaining group of swimmers couldn't tear it down either. However, they still needed to be vigilant. Palace Master Shui went to activate the energy ball. As the area divided by the energy ball was extremely limited, it could only cover half the area of the fire god temple. It could be said that it was a very small area. Considering that Xian and the group of children were all watching over that guy in the fire god temple, she opened up the rule space in the space above Palace Master Hua. Other than a completely sealed large space that was completely controlled by that rule, the space that spread out just happened to wrap up the entire upper level, Palace Master Jean, Palace Master Guang, and the others simply stayed in the fire god temple and didn't leave. Yun Nuoshing slept for a whole day in that world. When he woke up, he was in a daze. He scratched his head in confusion and had a splitting headache. What happened just now? It was only when Liang Jingjing reminded him that he realized that a whole day had passed. Thinking about the time he slipped out, Yun Nuoshing said goodbye and planned to return to the world of the gods. In any case, he could come to this place anytime, so it didn't matter if he stayed a little longer or a little less. Wait a minute, this is for you. Before he left, Twinkle Jingjing placed a golden seed in his hand. Maybe it will help. Maybe. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and looked. After thinking for a moment, he recognized that it was the seed of the Tree of Souls. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This thing came a little late, and there was no time for him to sleep. It was useless to keep the Tree of Souls. However, this idea collapsed in front of Liang Jingjing's next sentence. It's the seed of this tree. It's special. It's different from the Tree of Souls, you know. Go back and plant it. Maybe it will help you imperceptibly. Yun Nuoshing was silent. In short, it might be able to help him behind, but it definitely couldn't help him. Now, he didn't have so much time to wait imperceptibly. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and opened a portal. He waved goodbye to it, then turned and walked into the portal. I'll be back here in 20 seconds, at the top of the fire god shrine, when everyone saw that he was about to return, and there was even a sentence from the barrier's consciousness, they instantly became a little flustered. Palace Master Jean and the others, who had finished arranging things, immediately turned around and ran. The barrier's consciousness put away the few silver rings with a schwa sound. Mo Yen pulled Yuan Shi and Chu Chun and jumped down from the top of the shrine. Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment, then pulled Chu Xianling and slipped away. Immediately, only Ziyan, Feng Er, Ming Ming, and a few other girls were left on the platform. Just as the group of people was in a mess, a portal appeared out of thin air on the top platform. Yun Nuoshing's figure slowly emerged from it. Seeing Xian and the others looking at him in shock, Mei Mao blushed and looked like she was about to cry. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and scratch his head. I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a fragrant wind blowing in his face. A soft body bumped into his arms. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile bitterly and hug Xian tightly. It's okay. I'm back. Xian nodded in a low voice. His face was pressed against her pretty face. The dark purple, Mei Mao looked at Feng Er and Ming. She hugged Yun Nuoshing's back and gave him a thumbs up. She even stuck out her tongue. Feng Er and Ming applauded silently. Life was like a play, and it all depended on one's acting skills. With this act, Yun Nuoshing definitely didn't know that they had been watching him all this time. Feng Er thought for a moment, and felt that she also needed to express her gratitude. So, she slowly walked up to Yun, Nuashing with a pretty face full of resentment. Her bright pink, Mei Mao made Yun Nuashing break out in a cold sweat. She said bitterly, "You still know to come back." Then, she didn't say anything else. She couldn't think of anything else to say. Seeing him come back, the joy in her heart was 1,000,000 times more than any other emotion. That's right, as long as he was alive. And well, this was what everyone thought. She couldn't ask for more. Yun Nuashing let go of Xian, stepped forward, and pinched Feng Er's pretty face. He sighed and said, "I'm sorry. After all, it's something like this. I don't want to take you guys into danger. Forget about the fights in the realm of the gods. I know." Feng Er lowered her head and complained in a low voice, "I know. It's just that every time I see you, like that." She really couldn't say anything else. Ming was much more direct. She gently floated to Yun Nuashing's side, opened her 2 little canine teeth, and bit down on his shoulder. The crunch caused Yun Nuashing to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to use his energy to resist, for fear of hurting her. He felt that his bones had shifted by a few tenths of a centimeter, and he might even break. Oh, the bones of energy life forms were fake, so it was fine if it shifted. Bing Er and Little Qing looked on from the side and warmly watched this scene. They didn't go up to disturb them. "Did you discover anything this time?" After they finished speaking, Little Qing moved forward and gently flicked his forehead with her slender finger. She was acting along with her words, but in reality, they had already seen everything. "Oh, I found a new place to move." Xian and the others looked confused and surprised at the right time. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and roughly explained what had happened in the origin world. However, he left out the part about how he had trembled in fear when he saw the origin heavenly god. Speaking of which, that place is exactly the same as when we first saw it. It hasn't changed at all. Yun Nuashing looked at Xian and said, at this time, he discovered that there was a slight difference in this space. It was the complete law of the immemorial era that encompassed this space. He revealed a thoughtful expression and walked to the stone platform and moved it away. Then he threw the mutated seed of the god's soul tree on the ground and irrigated it with a large amount of energy to make it grow. In just 2 minutes, it sprouted and quickly grew into a small tree that was 3 meters tall. The branches and leaves were still hugging each other and did not stretch out. The leaves on the branches were only the size of a thumb. As for its roots, it had already merged with the ground. In fact, it was rooted in the void and had a connection with the law of this place. At this moment, it was absorbing the heaven and earth energy of the immemorial era and the law of the immemorial era as it slowly grew. It also emitted the absorbed energy from the branches and leaves, turning into a golden mist that filled this space. It seemed to be spreading to this entire space. However, it was still too small and could only push the golden mist 10 meters away from the fire god temple, encompassing the entire platform. It is indeed different from the god's soul tree that I know. It is a bit like a god's rune tree that was woven from the god's runes. Yun Nuashing said as he pointed at the platform. This place has the god's soul tree and the law of the immemorial era as the foundation. If you want to cultivate, you can cultivate here. There will be a lot of benefits. Xian and the others nodded. Xian sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly grabbed his hand and asked, "Where are you going again?" Yun Nuashing was startled, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. This girl was still so smart. Yes, but not now. Maybe there is still a period of time, about 2 or 3 days. Just like how I felt when I came back, I have a faint feeling that it is about time to go to the other side. 2 or 3 days. Xian gritted her teeth. Once I leave, I don't know how long it will be. Don't worry. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. No matter how long I spend on the other side, it will only be 10 or so days here. I will be back soon. Maybe. He did not know how he felt this time. He did not know how long he would stay in the Dark Age. He blushed and turned his head. Ahaha. To be honest, you guys were not by my side in the Dark Age. I am not used to it. It was a wonderful and dangerous world. It was a grand world that we had never imagined. I wanted you guys to see it, but you guys were not there, he abruptly reacted, and saw that the girls were looking at him with ambiguous expressions. His charming face blushed, and his cheeks couldn't help but tremble. He forced a smile and said, all right, this matter can't be blamed on me. It's all your fault. You casually settled down in my heart and made me leave for a period of time to think a little, Let's not talk about it anymore. I am going to become strange if I continue. Seeing him, who had always been calm and collected, say such straightforward words, Ziyan and the others also felt sweet in their hearts. Both the speaker and the listener blushed slightly. Ziyan turned her head and saw Little Purple Soul. She suddenly remembered something. By the way, Little Star, something happened here. Something strange. We did not go and deal with it because it is related to you. We have been waiting for you to come back. Me? Yun Nuoxing pointed at himself. When did I? Okay, tell me what happened first. When you were in hibernation and heading back to the Dark Age, a planet was swept up in the rain of stars. Xian pointed at a location in the sky. That planet was captured by the realm of gods and stopped in the southern ice realm. We saw your statue there. Statue? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Yes, that world is said to be called the Suya continent. As soon as Xian finished speaking, everyone saw Yun Nuoxing's expression change. He was shocked and his eyes widened. After a few seconds, his expression became deep and heavy. Suya, Yun Nuoxing murmured. That world in the lower plane, a planet next to the black hole of the abyss, was thrown into the void by him. But that was not the point. The point was that it was a world from the Dark Age, and it had survived until now. Chapter 1327. The exaggerated and wonderful changes in their expressions told them that there must be a long story to be told. They were all ears as they stared at Yun Nuoxing curiously. The Suja continent is related to me, indeed, but why did you mention this world? I've been there during the Dark Age, a planet from outer space. Could it be that it hasn't died out until today? Yun Nuoxing had a complicated look on his face as he spoke. He had crossed 3 eras and 70 to 80 eras to appear in this place. Apart from the 8 elements realm and the other 3 great worlds, there were actually other worlds that could reach this level. They had not only escaped the encirclement of the underworld, but also withstood the erosion of time. After pondering for a moment, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Well, let's not talk about that world. You said it's related to me. What happened to that world? Xian and Yishi sorted out their words and told him what happened in Suja, the divided world, the war and chaos that could not disappear, and had lasted for countless years, the wave of destruction, the holy god who guarded the realm and the realm of war, the inheritor. Yun Nuoxing frowned as he listened. From the overall situation, everything could be divided into 2 parts, the will to destroy the world and the mortals to save themselves. Whether it was the war, the saint god, or the inheritors, they all belonged to the latter, while the waves of destruction and the inexplicable will that filled the world belonged to the former. He understood, but felt a little confused. When I left back then, I didn't do anything. That's not right. Let me think. He did do something. Yes, he left a world core in the core of the Suja continent to monitor the abyssal death mist. If it was triggered, the world core would immediately seal the entire world. In short, it would form an isolation zone, isolating the inside from the outside. Without the support of energy from the outside, the abyssal death mist would not revive and could be easily destroyed. When the time came, the barrier would be retracted. Hearing this, Yishi shook her head. Brother Nuwa, this might not have anything to do with the will of destruction. It's useless to talk about it here. Brother Nuwa, do you want to take a look together? Yun Nuwashing thought for a while and nodded. He was also interested in the strange things that had reappeared in that world. New prison and what not. I can more or less figure it out, but I need to go to the scene to see it for myself. Little Star, you know what happened? Xian looked at him in surprise. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and opened a portal. When Xian and the others came over, she said, I have a rough guess. There's only one disaster in the void in that era. But I'm very curious. Well, let's take a look first. They soon arrived in the starry sky outside the southern ice realm. In front of them was the planet captured by the god realm. It was slowly rotating on its own in the sky above the southern ice realm. From this angle, if you only saw the planet, you would feel a sense of majesty and grandeur. But if you looked down and saw the giant ice mountain that was about the same size, you would suddenly feel that the planet was a little small. The realm core barrier I left behind all those years ago has definitely been triggered. And that's right, it's been triggered for almost 90 eras. Yun Nuashing shuddered at the sight of the transparent energy barrier, goosebumps appearing all over her skin. Little Star, you went to the Suja continent in the 51st era. Little Qing did some calculations. That means the barrier was already activated when you left, and perhaps there was only a difference of 2 or 3 days. Could it be that the abyssal death mist in Suja wasn't completely cleared? The descent of the two gods broke the eternal darkness that sealed the world, but when the two gods left, they took the key to this world with them. Xian muttered, and the others couldn't help shuddering. It was exactly the same as that line in history, but they didn't know that there was such a degree of meaning behind it. The abyssal death mist. Yun Nuashing frowned and touched the barrier again. It didn't take long for her to reconnect with it, and then carefully sensed the interior of the Suja continent. Her expression immediately became extremely interesting. Xian and the others were surprised and hurriedly asked, How is it? What's going on? There's no trace of the abyssal death mist inside. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. My divine soul instantly penetrated the entire world and scanned back and forth hundreds of times. I'm an old enemy of the abyssal death mist, and if there really was a trace of them, I would have found it easily, but the barrier is still activated. Yishi looked up at Yun Nuashing, her little face full of confusion. Could it be that after so many years, there's a problem with the barrier? Let me see, there's no problem. And what's amazing is that the realm core still thinks that it's following orders. That means it thinks that the abyssal death mist exists in that world. Yun Nuashing frowned hard. Anyway, I'll deactivate it first. Wait, I'd better not deactivate it. It's better to be safe than sorry. The void mist of this era was the abyssal death mist of the Dark Age. Between the two, the void mist was much more powerful, and they were not at the same level at all. The abyssal death mist directly had a special connection that he couldn't see through. It ignored the barrier of time, and could only seal the abyssal death mist in an area completely so that it wouldn't be connected to the main forces outside. The sealed abyssal death mist would no longer have unlimited energy. Also, in the altar world, if the abyssal death mist condensed by the abyssal death mist spread its information to the outside world, perhaps thousands of peak-level derivations of the origin would rush out of the void mist in the next second. Similarly, if the abyssal death mist of the Dark Age remained, and he opened the barrier at this moment and let the void mist receive the message, it was possible that the void mist at this moment would not turn into the abyssal death mist, which would be a great disaster for the entire 8 elements sector. The problems left behind by history are everywhere, back in the Dark Age. Sigh, let's not talk about that for now. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and waved her hand. Dark red energy wrapped them into a sphere, and then they disappeared into the starry sky. Suja continent, in the core of the earth. The world core should have lived in a hidden layer of the conceptual layer of this world's laws. However, in the 51st era, the world core that Yun Nuoxing casually created was a fake world core. Moreover, it was something that existed in the present world and could be used as a special array. As for its function, it had been mentioned before, and it had worked for dozens of eras. After dozens of eras, the planet's core was close to cooling down. The outer layer had turned into a layer of cold hard rock that was gray and black. It was also thousands of meters wide. Outside this giant sphere, there was a translucent azure energy ball surrounded by 3 energy rings that was slowly rotating around the giant sphere. 4 or 5 energy lines extended from its body and connected to the giant sphere. As it moved, it constantly changed the position of those energy lines, as if it was using those energy lines to slowly move around the giant sphere. After dozens of eras, I didn't expect that the fake world core that I hastily created would become one with the core of planet Suja. Yun Nuoxing, and the others appeared in this large underground cavern. This cavern that should have been filled with magma only had a core that was close to cooling down. It was dim and lightless. Yishi looked at the sphere that was slowly running around the cooling core and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is it running with legs? Can this thing also become a spirit? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. That is because it is in contact with the outside world. As you said, it has become a spirit. Those energy lines are its sensory organs. Well, what is it doing? It is circling around the core. It seems to be gradually replacing the core that is about to cool down. At the same time, it is also carrying this world through this long period of time. Without this thing, this world would have melted in the void long ago. Xian and the others looked at each other. They were a little stunned when they thought of Hallmaster Lei's words. Perhaps this was the fate of planet Suja. It was just a measure that Yun Nuoxing casually used to protect this world, but it had inadvertently extended the lifespan of this world by who knows how many years. When Ming carefully brought up this topic, Yun Nuoxing was very calm. Oh, I am used to it. It is normal. You guys might not feel it yet since you haven't reached such heights, but I've already gotten used to it during the Dark Age. The Empyrean gods and heavenly god-level beings flew all over the world, and any plan or action they made with us could cause the entire world to spin rapidly, even if our original intention was just to pass by in a high-profile manner. Cough, cough. That was the chaotic age, wasn't it? Everything we did was no different from war expeditions. Yun Nuoxing coughed a few times. She waved her hand and took the pseudo-world core. After looking at it for a while, she let it return to the 1,000-foot sphere with a troubled look. She then said to Xian and the others with a strange look, "It has indeed activated its energy shield because it sensed the presence of the abyssal death shroud. But there is no way to find where the abyssal death shroud is. Unfortunately, I can't find it either. An old rival from the Dark Age is hidden in some corner of this world." Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment. It was a very subtle feeling. He knew that it was hidden in some corner of this world. His eyes could see through this world in an instant, but he could not find where it was hidden. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment. She then turned to Yishi. "Where is the holy god of battle that you were talking about? I will go and meet him first." "Okay." Yishi nodded. She turned and flew up. Then she was stunned. Everyone was also stunned. She could not help but smile bitterly. "Brother Nuo, you have to send us back to the surface first." Yun Nuoshing. When they returned to the sky of Suja continent, they had just stabilized themselves when they felt a violent energy shockwave exploding in the sky about 100 miles away. The range of the shockwave almost affected them. This place is still as chaotic as ever. Even the God realm is not as chaotic as this. Yishi looked at the battle in the distance and shook her head. She then pointed in a direction and quickly flew away. Yun Nuoshing followed behind her with his people. Violet Knight could not help but say, "That's right. Once the God realm becomes chaotic, hey, is the meteor shower chaotic enough? If it isn't, there will be an even more chaotic event in 2 or 3 months." Normally, the myriad God realm only had small conflicts. If it really got chaotic, then it would really be to the extent of turning the world upside down. As Yun Nuoshing flew across the sky, he would occasionally sniffle and call out to Yi-Shi to stop. It was not a long journey, but it took more than 10 minutes. However, looking at his thoughtful expression, Yi-Shi knew that he was probably using some special method to see what was happening in this world, so she did not disturb him. "Brother Nuo, we're almost there. The Holy God has probably seen us." Yishi looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was lost in thought, and asked curiously, "How is it? Did you see anything?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Let's go see the Holy God first." Yishi had left a trace of her soul energy on the floating island, so it was easy to find the location. The guards were stunned when they saw the large group of people coming in aggressively. However, when they saw that 2 or 3 of them were people they had seen before, and that the Holy God had personally said that they were honored guests, the guards looked at each other and silently took a step to the side. They lowered their heads and opened the door while they were at it. Yishi led Yun Nuoshing and the others into the temple and closed the door. Only then did the guards look up and look at each other. Among that group of people just now, there was someone very familiar. "That's right, he looked like our war god. I probably saw wrongly. After all, he is a legendary figure from countless years ago." Stop talking. They are the Holy God's guests. You must not speak carelessly." "Oh, quickly shut up, quickly shut up." After entering the temple, Yun Nuoshing still heard the voices of the guards at the door. He was a little dazed and scratched his head. Could it be that the Suya continent really made a statue for me? It's hanging above the temple on the floating island. Didn't Big Brother Nuo see it when you came in? Yishi pointed at the ceiling and said, "No, part of my consciousness and senses are not here. They have spread to every part of the continent." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Xian and the others thought for a while and decided not to think about it. Who knew how he had divided his consciousness? If they thought too much about his strange senses, they would go crazy first. They didn't see anyone on the way, as if the Holy God had already expected guests and dismissed all the guards on the way. The group quickly arrived at the hall and pushed the door open. The hall was currently filled with a faint purple light, which came from the huge crystal at the innermost part of the hall. The last time Yi-Shi and the others came, there was no such movement. The saint god stood under the huge crystal, just like the first time they met. He was wearing a grand black robe, as if he was attending an important meeting. His young face was filled with calmness and solemnity, but his pair of dark circles made everyone feel a little sleepy. Yun Nuoshing even yawned. She felt that the part of her soul that belonged to Fengling was getting restless, and now she wanted to sleep again. Yun Nuoshing and Xian were also stunned when they saw him for the first time. It wasn't because the holy god was young, but because he could see through the holy god's soul at a glance. He could sense that there were many strange things about his soul. This soul, which was like a candle in the wind, originated from a god. This was what made him stunned. "Nice to meet you, Lord Ancient God." The holy god took 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee before Yun Nuoshing. He solemnly bowed, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to be stunned. "The whispers of all souls have disappeared. They have foreseen your arrival. We have been waiting here." "Waiting here?" Yun Nuoshing bent down to help him up. She was stunned when she heard this. Xian and the others also looked at each other. Could it be that this guy actually knew something and had been waiting for countless years? From this morning until now, the holy god replied, honestly, everyone. Bullshit, waiting for countless years? This was a very realistic answer. All right, why were you waiting for me? Is there something special you want to tell me? The holy god shook his head. We were waiting for your decree. As you can see, this world is like a dying star struggling at death's door. This breath has not stopped since 10,000 years ago. We were waiting, hoping that someone could pull us out of this sea of suffering. We were not sitting here and daydreaming. Even if you can't do anything in the end, we were prepared to accompany this world to its end. You are quite aware. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. This world. Oh, I just took a serious look. It is indeed very dangerous. It has been swaying in the wind and rain for countless years, but it has persisted until now. If you want my evaluation, the holy god nervously clenched his hands and held his breath. Xian and the others also curiously turned to look at him with his eyes closed. They were very curious as to what evaluation he would give. He could see the entire planet clearly under the cover of his consciousness. The ground was drowned in waves of energy, and it was gray and dim. Almost half of the planet had been destroyed, and the sea was also strangely brown. He seemed to have sensed that weak will of destruction and the presence of his old rival. It was hard to imagine that the strongest people in this world were only a few saint-ranked gods, and yet they had persisted for countless years. After about 2 minutes, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and chuckled. Just as I have lamented before, weak mortals will change themselves for various reasons. They are weak and untrustworthy, yet they are stubborn and tenacious. It must have been hard for you all to survive from the Dark Age until now under the ravaging of the death mist in the abyss. It can be said that it is a miracle. Although he did not directly say whether it was good or bad, this answer should be a good evaluation after some thought. For him to say the word miracle was already a miracle in itself. Well, seeing that you all have worked so hard and stubbornly refused to stop, and also to clean up the mess that I couldn't clean up dozens of years ago, I will lend you a hand. Yun Nuoshing stretched his back. It won't take much time anyway. But before that, are you carrying something on your body? I feel a familiar presence. The holy god thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing to hide, so he took out 3 items. When they were put together, it looked like a scepter that only had half of it left. Yun Nuoshing felt that it was very familiar. This is the divine artifact that you and another god left behind in the Suja continent. As time passed, it was left all over the world. We have always wanted to collect it again, but only recently did we have some results, the holy god said. Ah, me? Yun Nuoshing pointed at himself and waved his hand. No, this wasn't left behind by me, or we. The only thing we left behind was the fake world core that was buried in the Earth's core and propped up the barrier of this world. This thing, everyone was also stunned. The holy god was even more stunned and couldn't shut his mouth. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment, then gestured to Phil in the other half. Suddenly, he realized, I remember now, this is the scepter that belonged to the most exalted of Suja. Back in the Suja continent, the will of the scepter appeared and solved the death mist of the abyss in the Suja continent. Yun Nuoshing and Huey's idols also appeared because he borrowed the scepter's power. Unexpectedly, after so many years, this world still existed, but it had already shattered. Chapter 1328. It was not a long time ago, and only two things happened. The first was the awakening of Sua, the Most High, and fighting his way to the middle plane. The second was when Yun Nuoshing and Hui awakened the consciousness of the scepter and escaped with the Most High. The scepter then used the energy they left in the land of hope to cleanse the abyssal death shroud that had taken root in the Sua continent. Well, after that, when we left, we only did a cursory inspection. Because of the lack of time, we didn't check it seriously. We just put up a fake world core that automatically detects and shields it. At that time, Sua was accidentally thrown into the void by me, far away from the place where the abyssal death mist exploded and gathered, so I thought that there shouldn't be any problems. You can probably guess what happened after that. Yun Nuoshing briefly explained what happened back then, and everyone let out a long, oh. So in the end, it was actually the consciousness of the scepter that did not cleanse the abyssal death shroud from the Sua continent. Yishi directly stated the reason. Well, that is still Sua's own fate. The sacred deity only shook her head and sighed, and did not show any other expression. In the end, it is just our Sua continent's bad luck. The Most High in Sua was a heavenly god of the fifth sky of origins, and the scepter he left still had a lot of energy. That was why we were a little relieved. After all, the abyssal death shroud of Sua was not very powerful at the time, and under the combined efforts of 4 or 5 heavenly gods and 1 heavenly god of origins, it was reasonable to say that all of the abyssal death shroud in this world should have been completely cleansed. But why is there still a part of it left? Well, I don't understand at the moment. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. It is all in the past, and it is useless for me to go back and change it now. He floated to the sacred god's side and picked up the fragments. It's already lost all its energy, but I can still feel the other fragments scattered in the corners of Sua. However, there's no point in collecting them. At this moment, these fragments are much harder than ordinary materials. Yun Nuoshing held the shards in his left hand and waved his right hand at the space before him. Suddenly, the dust on the Sua continent exploded, and the energy wave rushed thousands of feet into the sky. The huge protruding top suddenly spewed out a wave of dust, and a shard the size of a palm swept out and disappeared into the horizon. The dust pillar that was lifted up slowly sank to the ground and reverberated. As he waved his hand, the Sua continent seemed to revolve according to his will, and astonishing earthquakes occurred everywhere. Fortunately, the remaining life on the Sua continent was already floating in the sky. Otherwise, who knew how many lives would be affected by his action? The fragments that flew from all corners of Sua arrived in the hall almost simultaneously. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the fragments emerged from the space and slowly stopped. It felt like a long time had passed, but from the moment Ziyen and the others saw him waving his hand to the moment the fragments burst out of the space, only a dozen seconds had passed. The sudden appearance of the fragments even startled Ziyen and the others. These are all the remains of the sacred weapon. The sacred deity's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yun Nuoshing to be able to collect all the shards of the scepter so easily. Every corner of this world is in my sight. Finding these things is as easy as finding 2 scars on my body. Yun Nuoshing said casually as he looked at the shards. Under the guidance of his energy, The 11 shards had begun to quickly reassemble. 10 seconds later, the shards were arranged in order, but they had not yet been pieced together. It looked as if they had just shattered in front of him. Well, there really isn't any energy left. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. With a squeeze of his hand, the 11 shards were pieced together from top to bottom. Dark red energy surged from the cracks, completely mending them. The scepter that he had seen before appeared in front of him again. Dozens of eras have passed. It feels like it happened yesterday, but it's not a very distant time to me. When I first saw it, the scepter was almost half destroyed, but at least its consciousness still existed. It could tell me things that I couldn't see. After so many years, even its consciousness has completely shattered. Yun Nuoxing received the scepter with both hands and studied it for a while. After confirming that there was no trace of energy left, he shook his head with a sigh and handed it to the sacred deity. Keep it well. This is the scepter of your ancestor. Although you don't know him and history doesn't remember him, he is one of the few people in this void who I respect and feel pity for. At least there are people in this void who remember his existence. This is what I want to tell you. The sacred deity's hands trembled as he received the scepter from Yun Nuoxing. He had once fantasized about using this saint weapon to end everything, but now it seemed that it was just a carrier of countless eras. It had already fought for many years and no longer had any energy left. All that was left was a perhaps unforgettable history that needed to be recorded by future generations. I will try to find that lost history. The sacred deity solemnly said. That's your problem. Yun Nuoxing turned around and waved his hand. He raised his head to look at the crystal that was emitting a faint purple light and narrowed his eyes. Now, it's time to deal with the trouble of this era. The sacred deity abruptly recovered from his excitement and joy and solemnly looked at Yun Nuoxing. You found the anomaly on the Suja continent. Rather than saying that I found it, it's better to say that my guess has been confirmed. After all, I already had that guess when I first came to this world. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the color of the crystal inadvertently deepened a lot. It exists in this world, but it is not in any corner of the space of this world. Then it can only be in the concept layer of rules. It was as if something was spying on the void, just like how he could see the entire world at a glance. Something was also monitoring all the movements in this world. When he said this, the huge crystal that was emitting a gradually deepening purple light suddenly turned red, and an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout the floating island. As if a beacon fire was being transmitted, when the floating island at the center of the battlefield sounded an alarm, the floating island only 10 miles away hesitated for a dozen seconds before a sharp whistle sounded as well. A blood-red beam of light shot straight into the sky. This is the highest level of alarm. The divine stone of all souls has sensed an extremely powerful will of destruction. The sacred deity looked at the crystal, and his eyes widened until his pupils almost disappeared. In the inherited memories, only the decisive battle from 1,000 years ago had such a reaction. Hey, do you know the truth? Yun Nuoxing did not seem to see the blood-red beam of light across the entire Suya continent. All the floating islands had the same red beam of light, and the blood-red light dyed the sky into a sunset scene. If I have to say, the Suya continent may have already become a thing of the past during the Dark Age. Yun Nuoxing looked at the crystal as his shadow tidied up his robe, and looked straight at the delicate face with an expressionless face. The destruction had already appeared. In the abyssal death mist, on the day the underworld saw this world, the destruction of this world was already an established fact. The Supreme of Suya had sacrificed everything to delay the fact of destruction by one step. That's right, He also did not have the ability to get rid of those, because when he killed his way into the underworld, he had already ended. Hui and I's arrival had awakened the backup defense he left in the land of hope, activating the scepter and delaying the second destruction once again. Yun Nuoshing grabbed a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her and threw it behind her back. Your resistance over countless years had delayed and weakened the destruction step by step. The decisive battle 1,000 years ago was nothing more than a measure to release a flood. Whenever this world had reached its limit, it would need to be released. Before the will of destruction engulfed this world, your resistance would forcefully delay it, stubbornly refusing to let go, perhaps according to the original script. There would be a day of success. Unfortunately, even if this world was sealed by my barrier, it would still change along with the changes in the rules of the void, slowly weakening. I don't know how you had lived through the thousands and thousands of eras before, but that should be another tragic history. A tragic history. Even if your world had regressed along with the void, from the origin god to the heavenly god, and then to the post-divine, say perhaps until there were only 1 or 2 mortal lives left, the resistance would not end. Time had caused this world to forget too many things that no one cared about, too many things that could not be touched. Perhaps when you could not touch the concept plane of order, the defeat of the order plane had already been decided. It was just that all of you had been delaying that moment of defeat. Just like right now, all of you do not know what is happening in the depths of this world. Yun Nuoshing's narrowed eyes turned from black to dark red, a dark red energy pillar that resembled a stream of air erupted from his body and pierced through the sky. Within the dark red energy, there was a trace of silver-black energy. The two seemed to have fused into one in his body, and an inexplicable change occurred once again. Don't come over. This is a battle between those at the pinnacle of the origin realm. I will do my best not to affect this world. It will be very dangerous for all of you to come over, Yun Nuoshing said without turning his head. His figure began to float along the dark red energy pillar into the sky. Zai narrowed his eyes and stared at the giant blood-red crystal. The darkness that slumbered in time has slowly awakened because of his arrival. This is a battle that transcends countless eras. The gods have their own battlefields to deal with, and the mortals also have their own calamities to deal with. Zai murmured. Suddenly, he roared at the Sheng deity. Stop daydreaming and get ready. No, there is no need for any preparations. Do whatever you need to do, right now. The Sheng deity's mind was muddled by the shock that came at the same time today. At this moment, she was at a loss. What should we do? The gods have their own battles, and the reality space naturally has its own battlefields, just like that battle 1,000 years ago. You inheritors should have already been prepared to give your all, right? Zai said in a low voice. The Sheng deity immediately reacted and nodded. If that's the case, I understand. The end of the era is today. The eternally unchanging darkness of the concept level of the rules began to distort. Dark red energy was stirring wildly in this place. Strange energy phenomena appeared from the gap between this level and the real world. Fragmented images appeared on both sides of the space at the same time. And in this darkness, a shadow was gradually emerging. The huge shadow was like a clump of mud that was attached to the world itself. It was slowly crawling out from the shattering. A large area was illuminated by the light of the energy phenomenon. Like a viscous liquid, it fused into a clump and gathered from all directions, just like what he saw in the world of the altar. So that's how it is. It is evenly spread throughout the concept layer of the Suja continent. No wonder it could not be found. Even back then, the barrier that was left behind seems to have sealed it together with Suja. The corner of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched when she came to the concept layer of laws and saw the scene. The world that existed beside the core was indeed not as normal as it appeared on the surface. This huge abyssal death mist spawn, the remnant spawn, was just an energy that had not been completely wiped out in the beginning. The weak energy that it left behind turned into a destructive echo. That was the will of destruction that continued to affect this world, growing continuously until today. He saw a lot of images from the big guy that was gradually fusing into a ball. The distant world, the starry sky, the still void, the broken stars in the galaxy, and all kinds of scenes of destruction. Those seemed to be the records of the Suja continent drifting in the void for dozens of eras. Just like the malice and evil thoughts they conveyed, they were deeply engraved in the big guy's memory. Such a large number, and such a familiar presence. I can't let the underworld of this era sense your presence. Otherwise, the eightfold realm will be in trouble again. Yun Nuashing covered his head and chuckled a few times. The red light in his eyes skyrocketed. Hundreds of billions of magic circles appeared in the space beside him, swallowing and spitting extremely terrifying energy from the beginning. I can only ask you to go back to those eras. The violent energy tore through the concept layer of laws and poured a long river of energy into the black quagmire. He had suffered a loss last time, and this time he did not intend to wait until the other party had completely gathered. The seemingly endless energy poured into the concept layer of laws. The laws of the Suja continent had been repelled by him to other places. Now, the space that he had circled was just an empty battlefield, and it seemed that he was not the only one with such a defense. The monster that had not yet gathered together was also using his energy to protect the concept layer of laws. But he did not think that it was because it had stayed in this world for too long that it had developed feelings for it. Perhaps it still needed the energy of this world, so it did such a thing. The wriggling black sludge that was constantly gathering in the conceptual layer of the rules was riddled with holes by the countless energy pokes. It looked a little disgusting. Yun Nuashing felt that it was actually not damaged at all. The black mist that was gathering from the surroundings was still increasing, which made him feel a little strange. In the past, it was not that he had not dealt with the abyssal death mist derivative that had not yet formed, but why did this guy give him a feeling that he could not kill it? With a wave of his hand, the endless magic circles gathered energy that was enough to shatter the land of nothingness. Yun Nuashing looked at the huge body that was constantly emerging. He narrowed his eyes and watched the injuries that he had just caused to it slowly disappear. He hesitated for a moment, waved his hand, and the magic circles disappeared into the void. He then grabbed the Netherworld Ruins sword. Then I'd like to see what you want to do. Deity, there is an abnormal distortion in this space, and it seems to be spreading into the distance. Yun Nuashing was just about to gather energy when he heard the words of the barrier's consciousness. He could not help but be stunned. Looking at the distance of the concept layer of laws, he did see something that was not quite right emerging. There is a suspected phantom derivative appearing. Those are the energies of the derivatives that have appeared in various dimensions of the Suya continent. They have a heavy aura of time, and the aura of the Suyans themselves. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly, and he looked up. Where is the heart of the world of Suya? Right in front. The specific location is inside that big guy's body. Yun Nuashing could not help but express his shock. He did not expect that the remaining death mist of the abyss could eat the heart of the world of Sua after dozens of eras of growth. It was not easy to say that it ate it, but it should be said that it assimilated it. In other words, this body was Sua. Every time the world needed to release the flood to carry out the final battle, the destruction caused by the final battle, if there was no accident, should all be borne by that phantom. At the edge of the law and concept layer of chaos, the darkness was already in a state of distortion and chaos. Large expanses of energy phenomena were blooming and illuminating the true appearance of this space. There were countless crisscrossing auras of black clouds that seemed to have condensed into a canopy that shrouded the space above, and strange black stars were faintly visible in the distance. This space had become a grotesque hodgepodge, and the presence of SUA could no longer be felt. Chaotic shadows were emerging from the nothingness, the colossal abyssal death mist spawn, the human life tainted with a black aura, and the shadows of the lives of SUA, who had died in the destruction of the past. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoshing's sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. The shadows that emerged from the nothingness all opened a pair of gray and empty eyes after a few seconds of pause. The chaotic aura condensed into one. At this moment, there seemed to be hundreds of heavenly gods of origin and countless heavenly god-tier life forms staring at Yun Nuoshing. It made his cheeks twitch slightly, and with a roar from the abyssal death mist derivatives, those distorted and grotesque things swarmed out like soulless ghosts and rushed towards the most obvious person in the concept layer of the concept layer. Large-scale energy fluctuations confirmed. The amount is unknown. The stability of the void is continuing to decline. This space may be banished into the depths of the void. Then help me stabilize this void. Yun Nuoshing let go of the nether void sword in his hand, and the celestial sword, abyssal sword, time sand sword, and crimson star sword all appeared around him. The endless formations that had been hidden in the void once again entered the battlefield with violent energy. The aura that felt like it could split the heavens and earth apart caused the trembling space to collapse. Just the shock waves of the energy alone reduced the abyssal death mist to dust. Come, let's end this battle that has lasted for dozens of eras in this prison. Chapter 1329. Enormous torrents of energy streaked across the sky with dazzling light, landing in places where the naked eye could not reach. The energy flashes seemed to fall into an abyss and did not move at all. All that could be seen were strange black and scarlet dots of light. The entire sky was filled with this inexplicable strangeness and boundless darkness. Moreover, it was not as simple as it seemed. Just 2 minutes ago, a battleship had left the fleet and flown less than a kilometer before suddenly disappearing. Although the life signs of the people on the ship could still be felt, and they knew that they were still alive, they had already disappeared from this world. To be more specific, everyone had disappeared. The originally imposing battleship was now left alone in the sky, flying alone under the dark and scarlet sky. The giant bird-like spaceship automatically opened an energy barrier, but as far as the eyes could see, there was nothing that could be considered an enemy. The only thing that could be felt was that this world seemed to be enveloped by a layer of faint hostility. What the hell is going on in this world? Old Wu stood on the deck of the spaceship and watched this scene. He could feel the inexplicable malice in the wind blowing against him and could not help but shiver. What the hell is going on in this world? I've never seen anything like this before. Old man, I'm sorry to tell you that I don't know what's going on either. The sacred deity stood beside him and patted him on the shoulder to calm him down. Then he said to the others, "Pay attention to all the strange phenomena in this space. There's a strong malice here, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any real malice that will attack us. Maintain contact with the other spaceships. From the looks of it, space has been isolated and the connection between souls has been slightly disrupted. However, there will always be a gap. Try to connect with your own people first. As for the Protectorate, no, I suspect that the entire world has fallen into this strange phenomenon." The sacred deity frowned and turned to look at Sai and the others. "Do any of you know anything?" The group of girls all shook their heads. Ming pointed upwards. Big Brother might know something, but he's in the conceptual layer of laws. This layer of space can't be torn apart by energy. We seem to have fallen into multiple layers of space and are trapped in this place. However, this space is open to us. Zai stood on the edge of the spaceship and muttered, "If there's no other way, let's move forward. There will always be a way. Wait, something's coming out." As she cried out, everyone turned their gazes. Under the cover of the dark curtain of chaos, the space before them was violently churning like a pot of boiling oil. Bubbles rose from below, and countless strangely shaped black clouds floated below, like shadows condensing into physical entities in this space. They were just black balls, but moments later they transformed into disgusting monsters that could make anyone vomit their New Year's Eve dinner just by looking at them. They had wings, but no wings. No, there were some with faces, some without heads, some with rotting flesh, and some like deep-sea monsters. However, without exception, they were all shrouded in black clouds that were so black that they could probably dye the sea black in 3 seconds if thrown into the sea. Xian's face twitched slightly. "I've dealt with them, once in Mount Fengyan." Little Star said that it was a derivative of the void mist, but no matter how many times I see it, it's disgusting. "The void mist?" Zai shook her head and sighed. "That's not what it's called in the last few dozen eras. It should be the abyssal death mist that's even more powerful than the void mist, although the two are essentially the same. They leave a trail of ink behind them wherever they go, just like an octopus." While they were discussing, the saint deity had already given the order to attack with all their might. Instantly, a powerful energy burst out from the giant bird. The energy barrier rippled like water, and after a moment's delay, millions of energy torrents tore through space and swept towards the strange derivative that had emerged from the bottom of the world. Although this was the first time the people of this generation of Suya had seen such a strange thing, they could tell at a glance that it was definitely not something good. Moreover, it was emitting overflowing malice towards them, so there was nothing to say. Just fight. This was the second time Xian and the others had seen the way the Suyans fought, but the last time they were watching from afar, they were in a hurry and did not get a good look. Now, they truly saw the difference between the way this world fought and the way the gods fought. She could not think of a good description, but it was probably like riding on a strange bird-like fortress and charging towards the enemy. The way the Suyans fought was completely different from the individual battles and formations of the gods. The Suyans also fought one-on-one, but they would not directly rush forward with their blades before truly engaging in close combat. The abyssal death mist manifestation was as powerful as it had been dozens of eras ago. Back then, it was said that a single abyssal death mist manifestation could take down a world, and even these shining cannon fodders that had split off were not so easy to deal with. When the hundreds of thousands of energy torrents converged into one and were about to touch the abyssal death mist manifestation, a layer of black energy that swayed like flames suddenly rose and blocked most of the energy torrents. Less than 3/10 of the abyssal death mist manifestation rushed into it and exploded into a powerful energy storm, destroying swathes of cannon fodders. To the abyssal death mist manifestation that had drowned the world, that was only a small portion. The energy contained within is probably enough to push the entire battlefield back and forth dozens of times. The saint deity stared at the dark region and looked into its depths. There are actually several existences with auras similar to mine. Is this the abyssal death mist that Lord Heavenly God spoke of? That's only a small portion. A dark red flame surged in Zai's eyes. She saw the true appearance of this world. The spaceships that had been forcibly separated from the battlefield seemed to be facing such a huge army. The real number is dozens, hundreds of times more than what you see. Old Wu, the saint deity, and the others heard this, and their expressions were unusually solemn. Is this SUA's greatest danger? Since this day has come, there is nothing to worry about. Xian looked at them and silently walked to one side, shouting in his soul, "Little star, can you see the situation here? We roar, bang, crash." Xian was stunned for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a strange sound. Zai and the others also heard it and were stunned for a moment, looking at each other. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of energy torrents slicing through the sky, which sounded like lightning, thunder, and surging sword energy, rang out in his mind. It was also mixed with Yun Nuoxing's overly excited and crazy laughter. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Do you think you can fight against me with mere numbers? Billions of energy circles flickered violently at the same time, with all energy radiance converging from the edge into the 6 unimaginably massive circles. In no time at all, there were boundless thunderbolts, surging starlight, endless pillars of flame, and many other energies pouring down, stirring a wild and chaotic energy storm in the conceptual layer of rules. With each flash of energy, innumerable abyssal death mist spawns would be reduced to dust, and with each of them falling, more would appear from the void. But at this rate, the Dark Army would not hold out for long before it was completely wiped out by Yun Nuoxing. Rumble, the urgent situation here, seemed to affect the situation in the real world. Thunderous booms reverberated between heaven and earth, and under that monstrous malice, Xian and the others also felt a similar degree of urgency. The Dark Army in the distance seemed to be affected by this urgency as they roared and charged toward the battlefield's spaceship. "Little star, over here." Xian gritted her teeth and continued to call out, "All right, I heard you. There's nothing to do. Just do whatever you want. I'm busy over here." A somewhat distracted and impatient voice came from Yun Nuoxing's side, and then he turned off the soul communication. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other blankly. It seemed a little different from the him they were familiar with. Xian didn't quite understand either. In her impression, Yun Nuoxing would never say something like this unless there was some change that they didn't understand. Just as she was puzzled, a rustling sound came from their souls again. This time, it seemed that Yun Nuoxing had turned on the soul communication. Xian and the others hurriedly focused and heard a series of ghostly cries in their souls. It seemed to be the screams of those ghosts and monsters, as well as the loud sounds of various energy explosions. Xian? Is it Xian?" Yun Nuoxing's weak voice came from the other side. These incoherent words made Xian's heart palpitate. She hurriedly said, "Little star, what's going on over there? You just, it's nothing." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. The countless arrays around him were still roaring. He glanced at the big guy behind him that was about to take shape and smiled awkwardly. "I thought it was the Dark Age. I thought someone was calling me, so I didn't react for a moment. How can you be so distracted when fighting a battle?" Zai's face darkened. Yun Nuoxing said helplessly, "Because I was at the peak of reciprocity. In the future, I stood at the peak of heavenly God, and then I became weaker bit by bit. But at least I still remember what it felt like to be a post-God. But the difference between heavenly God and reciprocity is too great. I only have the memory of being at reciprocity in the Dark Age, and I just happened to run into the endless abyss death mist of that era, so my memory was distorted." Xian and the others looked at each other and sighed softly. They felt heartache and helplessness. That guy, Zai, he was just that kind of guy. "All right, I forgive you. Where now?" Zai waved her hand and quickly explained what had happened. During their delay, the Dark Army had approached the ship. The dark clouds and fog showed signs of separating and surrounding the ship, which made Zai's tone a little hurried. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment and looked in the direction of the present world. I did see some kind of energy trace. It seems to only be used to separate space. Oh, but even if you tear down the space barrier, it seems like the trouble will only become bigger because there's also a large dark army in the other layers of space that have been separated. Xian quickly shook her head. The enemy is not stupid. They wouldn't do something that would weaken their own forces. There must be a reason for isolating the people of the war zone and the forces stationed in this world. It's just that we can't think of it now. Yun Nuoshing agreed with the idea as soon as the thought crossed her mind. Girl, I agree with the latter part of your sentence, but I don't agree with the first part. Xian, Abyssal death mist spawns. They don't have any intelligence. They only have combat and destruction instincts. Their brains are a mess. If they're not stupid, what are they? Xian, Zai, and the others, ahem. All right, I'll stop joking. I'll help you break the barrier. Oh, it's almost time for the final battle here. As the abyssal death mist in the concept layer of rules is collapsing faster, they will definitely accelerate in the present world as well. You must be careful. Xian nodded as she listened to his solemn warning. You're the one. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Yun Nuoshing casually replied. Just as she was about to smile, she saw a black thing rushing in front of her. Her face that had just pulled up a faint smile instantly turned cold. The dark red thing that was hanging behind her flashed rapidly before her eyes and split into thousands of pieces in an instant before dispersing into dust. Seriously, disturbing my sleep. It's rare for me to return to this era for a few days of peace, but you lot just had to come out and put on a show. He took a deep breath and stretched his right hand forward lazily. His palm that was facing downwards slowly turned. His eyes flashed as his right hand abruptly lifted up. Boom! The energy shockwaves that were scattered in the concept layer of rules all gathered into a single spot, turning into a gigantic beam of chaotic energy that was millions of miles wide. It shot straight towards the barrier that sealed the concept layer of rules and poured into the void. The abyssal death mist spawns that were drowned by the energy beam all rapidly melted and disintegrated into ashes within seconds. After the energy beam disappeared, streaks of black mist swept towards the huge block behind her like sand in the wind. It was as if the latter had devoured the energy of those weaker spawns, but that was its energy in the first place. I really hope that you lot could be quieter. Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh and leaned on the space behind her with her arms crossed. Every second is fine. I more or less hope that returning here would make me feel a little more at ease. You guys who ruin other people's holidays. Be it the Dark Age or this era, you've always been like this. You're just adding to my troubles. You're really annoying. Yun Nuoshing's eyes turned dark red. Then she slowly closed them. Under the dark and scarlet sky, the giant bird flying in the sky extended its own energy barrier. Streaks of surging energy attached themselves to the energy barrier, forming a continuous sea of energy that poured into the black mist in front of them. It was as if they were looking at a sparkling waterfall that was coming towards them. Old Wu stood on the top of the giant bird. His urgent roar was accompanied by a series of orders, causing the war machine to operate at full speed. The battle between the power of order and the power of chaos was sealed in this space. The protection of order with all its might, and the irrational and crazy dark army. Everything that he saw was very similar to the scenes that he had seen in the Dark Age. They fought against the order of chaos, and that power. However, the stage back then was the entire Eight Elements realm and the entire Deyuan realm. Now, dozens of eras later, the stage was only on one planet, one world. It was as if even they were suppressed by the rules of the void. He saw many scenes. The ship that Xian and the others were on was one of them. There were also other people in this space, people from other battlefields, and even more Dark Army. The former seemed to have never changed their direction and purpose. They were always heading towards one place, and the Dark Army also appeared at the right time to stop them. It was as if they were trying to protect something and were stopping them. Boom! A loud bang suddenly rang out in the sky. Countless people looked up in astonishment. A huge crack seemed to have appeared in the sky. Then, a pair of huge dark red eyes appeared in the crack. Distorted light and scenes filled the surroundings of the crack. In the gap of the crack, they could vaguely see a dark and endless space where inexplicable objects were slowly condensing. The pair of eyes casually swept across the world and lingered for a few seconds. Then they slowly closed, and the crack disappeared. Then there was another chaotic roar, and this time everyone saw that the space was full of cracks. Even the dark tide was filled with cracks like something in a mirror. After a moment of delay, a dazzling light burst out from the crack. A series of cracking sounds swept across the sky, and the whole sky became extremely dazzling. What's going on? Old Wu covered his eyes and hurriedly issued an order to calm everyone in his panic. When the light faded, he abruptly opened his eyes and was stunned. Several dozen giant bird-like spaceships had appeared in the sky. They were spaceships from the battle arena, but some of them were already damaged from the fierce battle. Whether they could continue to fight was another question. Speaking of the battle, he was about to remind everyone to be vigilant when he saw the sacred god standing beside him and letting out a long sigh of relief. Those creatures of darkness are gone. The sacred god pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that the creatures of darkness that had been fighting with them for some time had all disappeared. Nightmares are born from the heart. This is probably a feint from the abyssal death mist. Yi stepped forward and softly said. She raised her head and looked at the sky. I can feel that the power of darkness in this world is surging towards Little Star. That is the final battlefield. Is the battle over? The sacred god pondered, but shook her head fiercely. No, it's not over. It's just that we can't touch that battle. But yes, perhaps it's not too late. We may still be able to help Lord God a little. Old man, let's continue our journey to the land of the beginning. The sacred god roared. Old Wu nodded and ordered the fleet to adjust. Then, all of them rushed towards the same direction. They also had things that they could do. In the concept plane, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes. He also felt that the energy from all over the Suja continent was madly converging towards this place. That was probably all the energy it had left. Everything that it had done before seemed to be just to buy time, whether it was the tide of darkness released in the concept plane or the concept plane. What surprised him was that after absorbing all the energy that had accumulated for dozens of eras, the big thing did not become extremely large. Instead, its physical body began to slowly shrink from the size of a sun to a black entity the size of a human. Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he saw the entity and felt that something was wrong. His eyes widened. What the hell? Chapter 1330. Standing in the conceptual layer of the rules was a huge figure with black smoke all over its body. It was enlarged according to the proportion of the human race. It might be 2 or 3 meters tall. Its body and eyes were flashing with scarlet lightning. It was completely different from the strong ancestors of Suya, who emerged from the long river of time. It didn't emerge from the conceptual layer of the rules or the long river of time. It was directly manifested. It was engraved with the power of Suya's world core. It was a real person who once existed in Suya. 2/3 of its gigantic body was covered with traces of magma and blood-red lightning. The abnormally negative and dark energy made Yun Nuoxing feel an aura comparable to that of the sins of the world. Even from such a distance, he could feel the energy that was enough to pollute and distort the entire void from its body, as if it had just crawled out of magma. Its entire body was smoking, and at some of its joints, black energy condensed into solid crystals, with a red dot showing endless madness. It was completely impossible to see the shape of a normal person, but it was the shape of a human. There was also the sound of a heartbeat, and the conceptual layer of the rules trembled because of the beating of its heart. Of course, this was not the main reason why Yun Nuoxing cursed. He had seen all kinds of strange abyssal death, mist-spawns, in the Dark Age. He cursed because he recognized who this person was, but it was definitely not him. He had walked into the divine destruction storm under his and Huey's gaze and was completely annihilated. Because his soul was destroyed by the people of the underworld, there was no possibility of reincarnation. What appeared here was only a mark of him that was engraved in the world of Suya. The abyssal death mist spawn occupied Suya's world core, so it was not strange that it could duplicate a supreme Suya. On its chest, the consciousness of the barrier, and Yun Nuoxing looked at the black giant from the same perspective. Near the right side of its chest, there was a palm-sized azure ball, just like an ordinary energy ball, but it contained all the information of this world since its birth. It was indeed all the information when it was intact. Looking at its dim appearance now, it might have lost most of the information, but the remaining part might have information about the Supreme Suya, so the abyssal death mist spawn could duplicate it. Now, let's combine the items: 5 heavens of origin, abyssal death mist, and world core. A 5th firmament origin strengthened by the death shroud of the abyss, and carrying the world core of Suya. When these 3 things were put together, its power would be close to the pinnacle of origin, or even a little stronger. If there were no accidents, it could even use all the energy of Suya. Oh, that last condition could be ignored. To be honest, it was not that he had never fought against thousands of worlds, but this was only one world and a small planet in a world, so it was still child's play. He was only worried that the void would not be able to withstand the 2 of them. It would still take some effort for him to kill that black dust ball. Now that the realm of the gods had no backup and no way to open the door, he could only fight it head-on. Conservatively speaking, he would not be able to kill it in an instant. Roar! In the distance, the black dust ball that had almost fused with the concept layer of rules strode forward. The space around it wriggled wildly as black balls fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into abyssal death mist spawns that were dozens of meters tall and hundreds of meters tall. There were also spawns that were similar to humans. After those spawns were formed, they roared and followed the dust ball's footsteps. In just a moment, it was as if a wall was pushed from afar. It had arrived with thousands of soldiers, and the tide of darkness behind it showed an unprecedented level of discipline. It raised its right hand, and the abyssal death mist surged. A blade that was larger than a human appeared in its hand. It roared at the sea of rules, shaking the barrier that he had sealed this place. The Supreme of Suya, who was now engraved by the abyssal death mist, once again appeared here and stood in front of him with incomparable bravery. The number of abyssal death mist spawns is constantly being generated out of thin air at a rate of tens of thousands per second. The tide of destruction on the Suya continent is fading. The voice of the barrier's consciousness sounded directly in his mind. Yun Nuoxing heard it. That guy has fused with Suya's heart of the world, so he has nothing to fear. Before Suya's energy is exhausted, the spawns will probably not stop sending out troops. The problem is, he turned his head and glanced at the tide of darkness that had formed into a wall. The corner of his eyes twitched. There were too many of them. Although they were the cannon fodder of the cannon fodder to him, It was still strenuous to fight them. Monsters did not know fatigue, but he would get tired. Roar, roar, roar. The atmosphere was silent for more than 10 seconds. The Black Supreme, one pointed the giant blade in his hand forward, and the abyssal death mist spawns that were like a tide let out a boiling and angry roar. They charged violently towards the most eye-catching person in this dark world. The momentum of the entire dark army was like thousands of gods charging head-on. The monstrous black fog lingered like a raging flame, and the entire concept layer of the rules shook because of it. The 5 divine, swords beside, Yun Nuashing rotated slowly. With a thought, the magic formations that were hidden in the void appeared one after another. The scale was even larger and more terrifying than the one that had just appeared. The magic formations that were millions of miles wide were almost connected into a great wall of stars. Behind him, a huge and mysterious divine character was outlined. The remaining small magic formations that were thousands of feet long filled the character like energy patterns within the magic formations. Together, they formed a boundless array in this dark world. Several dark red and silver energy threads appeared behind him, connecting to the center of the compound magic formation. Suddenly, the entire huge magic formation flashed past one after another, as if it had come alive. There was no need for any confrontation or words. The opposition between order and chaos had existed since the creation of the Deyuan realm. This battle was just a small wave in that eternal confrontation. Countless magic formations surged with the light of energy. A moment later, a continuous torrent of energy swept past him like a river of energy charging straight ahead. Meanwhile, in the camp of the abyssal death mist, a monstrous explosion of energy suddenly erupted. The energy storm that swept out tore apart the formation of the spawns. However, the spawns did not use any tactics. They only followed orders and charged fearlessly at Yun Nuashing. They used their bodies to directly withstand the energy storm and the violent energy that swept over them, charging forward with their broken bodies and remaining energy. The large army that could not even be considered as shiny cannon fodder was not Yun Nuashing's target at all. From the beginning to the end, his gaze had never moved away from the little giant. He did not care about the loss of those cannon fodder at all. No matter how many died, new soldiers would immediately appear beside him. They kept appearing at a speed that was like the expansion of hell, only to be torn apart at an even more brutal speed. Even if they appeared at a speed that was several times faster, they would still be suppressed by Yun Nuashing's army that was close to limitless energy. Clack! Yun Nuashing gently snapped his fingers. The numerous magic formations that stood beside him flickered. 12 energy pillars that were 10,000 kilometers wide instantly shot out, sweeping through the dark army as if they were plowing the ground. Only then did they charge towards the Most High One with the rumbling of the Sea of Laws. Boom! The monstrous energy pillars arrived before him in an instant. The Most High One slowly took a step forward, and the 12 energy pillars exploded with a loud bang. Countless amounts of energy suddenly froze. It was not surprising that Yun Nuashing was destroyed with a single strike. He casually waved his hand, and the energy that had just been released in the conceptual layer of laws suddenly rose from the ground, including the remaining energy from the 12 energy pillars that had just been destroyed. All of it gathered towards the Most High One. It was as if thousands of stars were flickering and thousands of starlight were gathering. Roar! The Most High One let out a furious roar. The thousands of starlight that was rushing over did not even have the time to gather around him before they collapsed again, turning into a rain of energy that exploded. The energy that exploded blew away more than half of the abyss death mist manifestation. However, the former was stunned very quickly because there were still 12 palm-sized light pillars that landed on his body. 12 star carvings, divine luck. The 12 light pillars that had not been destroyed turned into 12 vast star domains. In the instant the aurora flashed, an unparalleled pressure brought along the energy of the 12 star domains to collapse toward the Most High, as if it was the center of the starry sky. Following a loud rumble, the 12 star fields shrunk into a huge sphere. One could see a dazzling river of stars flashing inside and outside. Every speck of starlight was releasing an endless amount of suppressive energy towards the inside. However, Yun Nuoshing did not stop there. Right after he stopped his previous action, he made a new action. The huge formation formed by the characters of the gods behind him lit up with a bright dark red color in an instant. His hand seals changed, and several formations that were hundreds of meters in size appeared in front of him. Under his control, they quickly formed a huge hollow cylinder. At the top of the cylinder, there was a formation that shrunk from 10,000 to 1,000 miles in size. The last formation that was at the very front was only about 10 meters in size. Unlike the solidified formations behind him, the formations at the very front were constantly changing, regardless of whether it was the energy lines or the patterns drawn on the formation lines. Bang! The sealed area formed by the 12 star fields suddenly suffered a heavy blow. One and swelled up high, like a blowfish with a spike. A faint black aura erupted from its tip. Immediately after, there was a second heavy blow, and a third. A humanoid monster was trapped in that star field's starry sky cage. At this moment, it was roaring and fighting as it tried to charge out. Moreover, the Dark Army seemed to have sensed something. They actually gave up on charging towards Yun Nuoshing. One by one, they blocked the front of the starry sky cage. Layer after layer of black barriers bloomed one after another, and the visibility of that area instantly decreased. Even Yun Nuoshing could not completely see through it. It's that strange discipline again. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. His hands did not stop moving. The netherworld ruins, sword that revolved around him shone with a purplish black light. He looked at the area that was blocked by the hundreds of thousands of manifestations and narrowed his eyes. He could still sense that the starry sky cage had not been broken through yet. However, it seemed like he did not have much time to gather energy. Tisk, that's why I hate skills with such a long channeling time. Yun Nuoshing snorted softly. He raised his hand and slammed it down. The light of all the magic circles flickered at the same time. Finally, all of them gathered on that long pipe, and the pyramid-like magic circle, the light of the netherworld ruins, sword, also flashed and disappeared. 12 star carvings, heaven splitter. The extreme flash that surpassed all life force senses and direct observation lasted only a short instant. The concept layer of laws was blown away in that instant, turning into a vast expanse of white. That boundless black sea collapsed without leaving a trace behind. A cone-shaped radiation tore through the region of nothingness from the front of the magic circle all the way to the Dark Army. Even the smallest region at the end of it was hundreds of millions of miles wide. The concept layer of laws and the sealing circle that Yun Nuoshing had cast had a shocking gash. The energy shockwave came into contact with the primordial law power of the concept layer from a distance, causing a strange, explosive reaction. That energy flash lasted for only an instant. It took 10 to 20 seconds from blinding to regaining vision. By the time everything reacted, everything before their eyes had already become that ghastly sight. The energy barrier that millions of abyssal death mist manifestations had built with their lives was extremely fragile. It was now slowly dissipating as it was penetrated, turning into a cloud of black dust and particles that gradually disappeared. From that huge hole that was gradually disappearing, one could see that half of the prison formed by the 12 planetary regions had been wiped away and was slowly crumbling as well. Kaboom! In the main world, Ziyen and the others, who were frantically rushing, suddenly raised their heads when they heard an earth-shattering explosion. They saw that the sky had turned white, and a huge crack had opened up in the sky like an irregular all blocking the sunlight that was falling from the sky. It was as if a gate to the abyss had suddenly opened up in the sky, and there they also saw Yun Nuoxing standing there, and behind her was an endless magic circle. This scene could be seen by all of SUA. That was the battle in the concept layer of laws, ignoring the barriers of space and appearing all over the world. Most of the people who saw this scene were stunned. Old Wu and the others were also stunned for a moment, forgetting to organize themselves, and almost let the youngsters crash the ship into the floating island. Is that the battle in the depths of the world? The Sheng deity looked up, trembling slightly. Is it over? Should not be. Feng thought for a moment and shook her head. If it was over, the stars would have blocked the rift. Now it seems that it is not over yet. Yun Nuoxing waved at the void, and the magic circle with the words of the gods slowly floated over and lay across him. In the process, he did not relax his suppression of firepower. His opponent was the Most High who had suddenly opened up its domain. This time, he was caught in the divine domain of someone else, so he had to be more focused. Swoosh! A shadow flew in front of him, but Yun Nuoxing turned his head abruptly to look elsewhere. When the shadow was about 10 feet away from him, it suddenly became blurry. The magic circle that was pouring out energy indiscriminately poured out energy in all directions. It was not that they were attacking randomly, but when they were attacking, the target suddenly disappeared. Another shadow flashed by beside him. Yun Nuoxing did not swing his sword and was still on guard. He stood in the middle of the field and kept changing directions. His spiritual power and soul power were open to the maximum extent to capture the erratic shadow. It flashed past 10 feet away from him dozens of times, and even brought the energy blasted by the magic circle to his side. But it still did not attack and flashed in the entire space. Roar, roar. Roars came from all directions, startling Yun Nuoxing. There was a sudden flash of light in front of his eyes, and there was a change in his domain. Suddenly, a gigantic abyss incarnation rose from the ground. It was so huge that one could pluck the stars with one hand. There were also endless demonic shadows erupting around it like a volcano. After that gigantic figure appeared, its gigantic palm pressed down directly, bringing the endless demonic shadows with it as it descended. The palm that was even bigger than the stars came in front of him. Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to defend, he suddenly let go of his huge sword. A mysterious word appeared in his palm, and he turned around and slapped it out. The space suddenly flickered, and the solid figure of the Most High appeared in front of him. He extended his 5 fingers that were as sharp as daggers at Yun Nuoxing. They brushed past Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, and then he was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the palm with the words of the gods. The divine swords separated in an instant and surrounded him from 5 corners. Boom! Boundless divine light blossomed behind him. It was the giant palm that had collided head-on with the formation. The energy shockwaves from the explosion had killed all of the small demonic shadows. The giant palm was also gradually crumbling under the impact of the excessive energy. Yun Nuoxing put his hands together. The divine swords worked together, and the energy barrier formed by the words of the gods suppressed the Most High in the center. The energy formed by the endless sword energy and the power of destruction slashed his body, causing him to roar in pain. Under the situation of being suppressed, he was still able to struggle and reach out his hand. He forcibly reached out his hand through the barrier formed by the divine swords and the dark red energy. When his hand passed through the barrier, it was sliced into a hideous skeleton. It was as if he wanted to grab Yun Nuoshing from hundreds of miles away. 10,000 mammoths guide the void, chaos, crack. The crisp sound of something shattering made Yun Nuoshing raise his head in shock. A huge crack appeared in the energy barrier formed by the 5 divine swords. The figure in the prison suddenly disappeared. Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed. He dispersed all the energy in his hands, and a divine rune appeared between his eyebrows. Then, he also struck out with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the empty space in front of him exploded. However, he did not send the Most High flying. Instead, he was pinned against the formation behind him. Oh ho! Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly in his heart. This was going to be fun. Chapter 1331. You dare to touch me? Yun Nuoshing had a half-smile on his face. He did not feel uncomfortable at all because of the big black hand that was strangling his neck. His body emitted a silver-black light, and the sins of the world mixed with the dark red energy quickly ran through his body. In an instant, it emerged from the depths of his body and wrapped around the black hand. The manifestation that did not have much intelligence would naturally not be devoured by the darkness of the sins of the world. He just wanted it to be assimilated by the sins of the world. Roar! He soon realized that his hand was covered by a thin layer of unknown silver-black substance. A low roar of doubt came from his throat, and his scarlet eyes flashed wildly. Yun Nuoshing kept staring at his eyes. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. He gritted his teeth, and a large amount of sins of the world gushed out from his body. Like a lump of mud, the sins of the world accurately covered more than half of the Most High's black body. He was shocked. You're not dodging. Boom. The violent explosion of energy coming from behind made Yun Nuoshing a little irritated. He snorted coldly. So noisy. Get out of my way. The magic circle that was engraved with the characters of the kamikaze era bloomed with the colors of a galaxy. Countless fine energy burst out from the side, facing the big guy, tearing the huge hand into pieces. The dense energy beams merged into a huge energy torrent when they were halfway out. In an instant, the endless demonic shadows and the big guy were blasted into powder. The energy that had not been exhausted suddenly split into thousands of energy beams. They forcefully drew a curve in space like a meteor, and then rushed toward Yun Nuoshing, and the Most High in front of him. Tens of thousands of energy lights accurately enveloped the 2 people. The violent energy explosion illuminated the concept layer. Yun Nuoshing suddenly burst out with a huge amount of energy in the energy flames that drowned out his line of sight. His palm slashed down like a sharp blade, cutting off the black arm that was strangling his neck. Even the energy flames were split in half by his one hand. After breaking free from the grip of the Most High, Yun Nuoshing took the magic circle and retreated a distance. Looking at the area that was covered by the energy flames and was still erupting in 4 or 5 sections, he could not help but frown. That guy had finally caught him. Although he could not kill him in one blow, he should at least hit him twice to vent his anger or something. But why was he stunned like a fool? Oh, he forgot. Those guys were all fools to begin with. It was just that he did not expect this guy to be so stupid that even his instincts were suppressed. Stretching out his right hand, a dark red energy appeared. All the energy in his body and the void gathered in his palm. After a while, the condensed energy ball stirred up a strong energy wind in this dark space. He did not intend to think too deeply about what had just happened. In a situation like this, if he did not push the Most High into the void and pull out its tendons and skin it, it would push him into the concept layer and give him a good beating. The moment the energy flames dissipated, Yun Nuashing was about to slap the energy in his hand on the Most High's face, but he was slightly stunned. The Most High was still in the same pose as before. His severed right hand had already recovered. At this moment, the Most High was still pressing him against the wall. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Yun Nuashing could not help but be stunned. In this 2 or 3 seconds of being stunned, the Most High actually spoke slowly. "You are also chaos. You are the same as us." Xian and the others who were watching the live broadcast in the Suja continent, as well as the Golden Queen, and the others who were watching the live broadcast in the Celestial Realm were all stunned. Yun Nuashing frowned. The same as us referred to the energy attribute. Was it referring to the sins of the world or the chaos? No, the power of divine destruction in him. I was careless. Yun Nuashing said to himself with a faint smile, "The sins of the world carry all the darkness and negativity in this world. The abyssal death mist and the chaos element are very similar. They are all distorted products born from the errors in the rules of this world. That's right. If you really want to count, I am also not in the Order faction. He he." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing's figure flashed. The Most High suddenly came back to his senses. He raised his head and roared angrily. The space in front of him suddenly flashed. A dark red energy ball suddenly appeared from the space. Yun Nuashing pushed the Most High into the energy ball. Then he slammed the Most High deep into the concept layer of the rules. All things in the void, chaos falling stars. Yun Nuashing's hand seal changed abruptly. The dark red energy ball that carried a huge energy flame into the concept layer of the rules expanded wildly in a few breaths. A powerful suction force burst out from the energy ball, and the concept layer of the rules, separated by the barrier, the sea of time, the void, and the space of the present world, all the energy that could be touched was crazily sucked into it. From a glance, it was as if the space had suddenly caved in and turned into a hole. All the energy was pouring into the hole like a waterfall. After absorbing the energy ball kept expanding and finally became 1,000,000 miles wide. It turned into a colorful color. The concept layer of the rules around it was once again distorted into a white color. The resulting spatial distortion waves almost shook the space into the void. A few seconds later, a huge dark red starlight suddenly flashed out of nowhere and penetrated the expanding energy ball from top to bottom. The colorful energy ball that condensed the infinite energy of the world produced a turbulent energy reaction inside. Whether it was the energy that Yun Nuashing recognized or not, all the energy in the energy ball was now distorted by that energy. All the energy in the energy ball was crazily squeezing and collapsing toward the inside. He could even hear the sound of the space roaring and wailing. Go to hell. Wait, why didn't anyone remind me that this is inside the concept layer of the rules? Yun Nuashing had a crazy look on his face. Half a second later, he suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and was awakened by cold sweat on his face. The collapsed space had set off an irresistible storm of matter and energy. The originally round energy ball was now slightly deformed. Seeing this scene, he knew that there was no way to stop this attack. I've gone too far. I've gone too far. In these 3 to 4 seconds, Yun Nuashing, who was so anxious that he felt like he was trying to stop the end of the world, was sweating profusely. He looked at the energy ball that had already become somewhat fragmented and screamed again. It was suppressing all its destructive energy under his extreme control, but this suppression could not last for long. No one could stop a star that was in the midst of destruction. Void Seal. Hundreds of millions of formations connected to form a huge spherical energy barrier. Layers upon layers of energy barriers were released inside and outside the formations, completely sealing off the space. The moment he completed the sealing, the spherical crystal layer had just finished spreading, and an unprecedented flash of light suddenly erupted in that space. It was the condensation of most of the energy of a peak heavenly god, as well as an energy nova caused by the boundless energy of the void of this world, and it had exploded while trapped in a limited space. The energy explosion and the sealed energy came from the same source, but no matter how much they came from the same source, it was impossible to completely seal off the energy explosion of a star. After the crystal layer was hit by the energy impact, it began to rapidly spread outwards. Before the energy crystal layer could spread to the newly expanded area, energy pillars that exceeded the speed limit erupted from those areas and tore through the concept layer of laws. The cracks that led to the void were blocked by Yun Nuoshing as soon as they appeared. At this time, he looked at the dazzling light erupting from the area where the energy shone. He was both annoyed and annoyed. This time, he was too excited and forgot that the battlefield they were fighting on was actually in the concept layer of laws. If that energy really erupted without any scruples, Suja Continent would really be hopeless. He didn't know how long the energy explosion raged for, but it lasted long enough to blind everyone who saw it. Yun Nuoshing felt that a white light spot appeared in his eyes after looking at it for a long time. When he was busy repairing the cracks in the void, he secretly wiped his eyes. Fortunately, the energy explosion and the sealed energy came from the same source, so it was not so difficult to seal it. Moreover, Yun Nuoshing poured a considerable part of the energy into the void of nothingness and finally managed to guard the energy explosion. At this moment, the sealed energy circle of the void seal that was about to explode was gradually shrinking as the energy inside subsided. Main body, when we were in close contact earlier, I felt a faint but clear sentience coming from the body of the manifestation. There were also some emotions in it. The voice of the barrier's consciousness suddenly sounded at this moment. After all, it is the pinnacle of origin. You see, the big guy in the altar world I fought last time also had sentience. But this may also be a special model. After all, it has evolved for dozens of eras and actually has the ability to command other manifestations of the abyssal death mist. Yun Nuoshing also whispered in a low voice. The situation of the void seal is still fine. We must not let it leak out. It would be bad if the void mist changes abnormally. The barrier's consciousness shook its head. The individual has independent sentience. It seems to be affected by some kind of mind. Some kind of mind? Yun Nuoshing was really stunned this time. Just now, he was in high spirits and did not notice those things for a while. What kind of mind? Wait, I have a bad guess. That Most High used the appearance of the Most High, SUA, now that some kind of mind was mentioned, and the world core was still hanging on it. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. It can't be that unlucky, right? Could that thing be affected by the Most High's sentience? That Most High, SUA, had died in the hands of the underworld. He was a fifth celestial of origin and had died in battle for his own world. In less than a day after his resurrection, he was still fighting outside, tearing apart the abyssal death mist, and in the end, crashing into the world of origins. Yun Nuoshing would not believe that such a person did not have any regrets and sentiments left behind when he died. Now, he was only worried that that thing really had a sliver of sentience left behind, and then through the world core, he was coincidentally caught by the Most High. That would be really fun. This could also explain why that thing would appear in the appearance of the Most High. Roar, roar. In the sealed area, the remaining energy had yet to completely dissipate. While Yun Nuwa planet was still in deep thought, they heard a crazy roar that contained the power of the natural order coming from the crystallized sealed area. It was no longer as rational and intelligent as before. It was just a crazy monster. However, if one listened carefully, they could indeed hear something from the roar that contained the power of the natural order. The emotions of sadness and pain came from the Supreme who had fallen dozens of eras ago. It really is, Yun Nuashing murmured, and looked at the sealed area. The Most High rushed out of the remaining energy flames with his broken body and smashed his fist into the energy crystal, causing the entire sealed area to flicker. The sentience of the Empyrean god of origin. If it was the original version, it would be easy to deal with. The original abyssal death, mist, would also be easy to deal with. However, these two together are abnormal. The former, with the distortion of the abyssal death mist, has become a monster through and through. It's really difficult to get rid of it. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. What a troublesome theorem. Yun Nuashing clenched her teeth and smacked her lips. At this time, the consciousness of the barrier appeared again. The energy of the world of SUA has been reduced to less than 1/10 after the battle just now. I'm afraid that most of the energy has been used by her. If the energy of the world of SUA is depleted, that world will most likely collapse. Even so, Yun Nuashing looked at the Most High, who was like a mad dog. Seeing that it had lost its mind and did not even heal its wounds, she could not help but frown. I can't think of any other way to purify it. Sealing it is not a good idea either. The abyssal death mist is least afraid of seals and prisons. After a long time, when all of us who left the seal are dead, it will still be alive. Not only that, but it will also kill the warden, break out of prison, and escape. It will definitely be a level stronger than when it was first sealed. The consciousness of the barrier was silent. There was indeed no good way to deal with it. It was unrealistic to leave it here. If they continued to fight, the World Core would definitely affect the SUA continent. Destroying it by force was actually not a problem. After all, there was still a World Core in the core of the planet. However, even the new energy star just now only took away half of the life of the Most High, and the World Core was still well protected. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Lord Kami, I think we should be able to lend you a hand. When Yun Nuashing was hesitating and began to accumulate power, a voice came from Xian's soul seed. It was the voice of the sacred god. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. What way? The scepter that you have pieced together has a reaction in the starting ground. We just heard that the monster was affected by the undying obsession of the Most High in SUA. If so, with this scepter, maybe the starting ground. While Yun Nuashing was suppressing and accumulating power, he took the time to glance at the space in the main world. Then he was stunned, and his eyes widened. Yen and the others were standing in a huge pit. There was nothing within 100 miles of it. The dark ground was like a ghost, but in the center of the dark pit, there was a trace of gold-like energy remaining in the space. He immediately recognized that place as the land of hope. There were still traces of the piece he had dug out, but he didn't expect that after so many years, that place still hadn't changed. Well, the abyss death fog in this world hadn't really been cleaned up, so it was reasonable that the land of hope hadn't been purified. Yun Nuashing looked at both sides hesitantly. After a moment, he waved his hand and dispersed the dark red energy condensed in his hand. Then he waved his hand, and the consciousness of the barrier appeared. He patted it. I'll be back soon. Help me take a look. Logically speaking, it should not be broken through in a day, but Who knows if this guy who messes around with the world core will cause any big news? As soon as the consciousness of the barrier nodded, Yun Nuoshing suddenly disappeared and headed toward the space in the real world. As soon as Xian felt his soul calm down, he saw a dark red energy suddenly appear in the space. He hurriedly waved his hand and had everyone retreat a little. Then Yun Nuoshing, who had just experienced a battle and was in a slightly sorry state, appeared from the dark red energy. This is the land of hope. It was created by the Supreme Sua back then to fight against the forces of the Abyss Death Fog. I didn't expect it to still be here after dozens of eras. Yun Nuoshing said this as soon as he appeared. He looked around and found that other than the girls and the Shang deity of the battlefield, there were a few other unfamiliar faces here. Heavenly deity. The Shang deity cupped her hands. She knew that time was of the essence, so she did not say anything and directly handed the scepter to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing took the scepter, but before he could examine it carefully, he felt a weak energy fluctuation. He thought for a moment, then grabbed the scepter and flew toward the center of the land of hope. The others hurriedly followed behind him. There's only a little bit of energy left in the land of hope. This is the place where the Supreme was buried back then. Yun Nuoshing grabbed the scepter and put it down on the ground. He took 2 steps back and patiently waited for a while. At the same time, he began to gather energy on his body. After a few minutes of waiting, it was as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of life and the process of turning everything into dust. Everyone was sweating. Yun Nuoshing stared at the silent scepter until a certain moment. Suddenly, a golden light appeared from the space and poured into the scepter. Roar. In the concept layer of the rules, the madly roaring figure was suddenly stunned, as if it was frozen in place. In its scarlet eyes, the madness gradually faded. The breath of the abyssal death mist was still there, but it slowly faded, as if a volatile breath was peeled off from its body. Its figure was also constantly blurring and becoming transparent. It's dissipating? No, the obsession of the Empyrean god of origin won't disappear so easily. Through the eyes of the barrier's consciousness, Yun Nuoshing saw the scene in the prison. He narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Maybe it touched something that caused such a change. There should be a more powerful appearance later. Not long after he sat down, the blurry figure that was almost annihilated suddenly became solid. A slender and majestic figure emerged from the prison. There was no longer any trace of the abyss death mist on his body. That pair of clear eyes opened again after dozens of eras. The roaring aura of the Empyrean god of origin made the prison glow faintly. The hostility contained in the prison dissipated completely. Yun Nuoshing confirmed that there was indeed no abyss death fog left. Only then did he feel relieved and open the prison. He inadvertently looked up at the sky and saw a huge, all-shaped scar. He froze for a moment, then lowered his head with a smile. That was caused by him. As expected, it's the incarnation of an obsession. It should have been left in the Suya continent to protect this world. I never thought that it would be corroded by the abyss death fog and become like this. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no need to fight. He was really afraid that he would accidentally destroy this world if he used too much strength. The sudden attack of the underworld destroyed everything I had. There was no more hope. I thought that I would die in the final battle, but the regret in my heart exceeded my own imagination, leaving behind an obsession. A faint sigh came from beside him, and the sigh made the entire sky tremble. I never thought that the obsession would not be able to protect the Suya continent. Instead, it would become their accomplice many years later. In this life, there are enough failures. In the end, I couldn't protect anything. Yun Nuashing stretched and looked at the illusory figure that suddenly appeared beside him. He shrugged and looked at the supreme figure of the Suya continent. He smiled slightly and said, "Long time no see, celestial god of the realm of gods. After almost 90 eras, I still feel creeped out." Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. Chapter 1332. More than 80 eras had passed. The two of them had only met once and had never truly spoken to each other. Yet when they met again in the 139th era, nothing seemed to have changed. At the same time, it also seemed to be completely different from that day. Both of them were loners whose time had frozen in that era. Fengling was still the same Fengling, but he was no longer the lazy young man from the beginning. The Most High was not the real Most High. It was just an undying obsession that he had left behind in the Suya continent. He had also been imprisoned by the death fog of the abyss for countless years. Now that he had awakened, he could only sigh at how fate made fools of him. He no longer recognized anyone here. The Most High turned to look at Yun Nuashing, who was looking at the sky in a daze. The presence of time and era did not leave any trace on him, and he looked the same as when he first met him. The Most High could not help but laugh. "I have to thank you again this time, Heavenly God of the Divine Realm. Suja has been reborn several times because of you. Well, I'm tired of beating you up, so I won't push it around with you. I'll just take your thanks first." Yun Nuashing let out a long yawn. "After that, let's talk about something more practical. What do you plan to do with the Suja continent? It's now at the southernmost tip of the divine realm, where not many have reached, hanging over the horizon. Don't look at me like that. It floated here from the void. Ahem. So, do you plan to let it hang over there, or do you want me to push it back and continue to wander the void?" Yun Nuashing looked at the Most High's pensive look and said seriously, "Now that the divine realm is facing a great calamity, I can't guarantee that it won't be harmed if it hangs there." The divine realm is facing a great calamity after almost 90 eras. Even the greatest major world of the 8 elements realm has declined. The Most High perked up his ears, a little interested. The entire void has declined, but the realm of the gods is still the number 1 major world in the 8 elemental realms. However, the gap between it and the other worlds has shrunk a lot. Oh, that's not the main point. The main point is that calamity, well, after all, they've been ravaging SUA for countless years. Now, after a few dozen epochs, they're stirring up trouble in the realm of the gods again. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly when she saw the Most High's eyes widening. "I'm not trying to scare you. Void mist. Oh, that's the name given to it by the first person who discovered the abyssal death mist in this era. It's different from what we know in the Dark Age. All you need to know is that it has already destroyed 10,000 worlds, and there's also a brick with extremely dense void mist that's heading towards the divine realm. I've taken a look at the brick's barrier, and it's very difficult to break through it. Furthermore, there aren't many original life forms in this era. Since the structure of the void has declined, the underworld must be experiencing the same thing. I'm not sure how much it has declined. With the realm of the god's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to pull out 100 Empyrean gods of origin, right?" Yun Nuashing looked at him and sighed faintly. "Including me, there's only 3. 2 are local, 1 is foreign, and the other is half dead. With the current laws of the realm of the gods, there are less than 20 Empyrean gods who can fight. The Most High? That's a little bad. No, it's very bad." But that's your problem. This lingering will of mine won't last long. SUA will stay in the realm of the gods. Just let it roam around the realm of the gods. Because of me it has encountered so many things, and it hasn't been able to settle down. I'm sorry. Then I'll take my leave first, the utmost being waved his hand as his figure gradually dimmed. Yun Nuashing also waved his hand at him. Just as he was about to send him off, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly pulled that fellow who was about to dissipate. Hey, wait a moment. I still have something to ask you. Back then, when you left that scepter behind, you asked that fellow to tell us something, but that fellow forgot it himself. What were you going to say back then? Scepter? The Most High was stunned for a moment, and his figure that was about to disappear stabilized again. He seriously thought about it for a moment, and a look of realization appeared on his face. That. Actually, I can't say. To be specific, it's something I saw when I fought my way into the underworld. Back then, in the underworld that dominated the war, I spied on some kind of dark and profound energy aura in their territory. It was even more twisted and terrifying than the death mist in the abyss. Perhaps it was even more intense than the sin of the world on your body. It even felt a little conflicting with the aura of the underworld. It was obviously not an energy that originally belonged to them. I don't know what that aura was, and the rest is just my guess. Personally, I think that those guys in the underworld might have tinkered with some kind of power and obtained that kind of energy from somewhere. That's why they had the guts to flatten the entire 8 Elements realm. That's all I know. Yun Nuashing was silent. She just sighed and shook her head. She didn't say anything, and she didn't make any guesses. At the moment, she didn't want to think about these questions. It was too heavy and too tiring. I'm leaving. After this farewell, I'm afraid it will really be the last time. If you have time, please take care of SUA for me. The Most High walked forward with his hands behind his back and chuckled. That stalwart figure slowly dimmed, like a firefly that was slowly extinguished in the summer night. This world, I always feel that something is missing. It's not exciting enough, and it's not gorgeous enough. Fortunately, there's still you watching over it. There will always be hope for everything. His figure blurred and dimmed, turning into a glimmer of light and dissipating. At this moment, all the lives of SUA were stunned. Their bodies stiffened, and they felt a sense of emptiness in their souls, as if something very important was slowly collapsing. That sudden feeling even made them forget everything that they had been thinking about in the past few minutes. Some people even cried, silently, feeling a little sad. Farewell. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and waved at the glimmer of light. He had already left the world during the Age of Darkness. Now that he had awakened, he had truly disappeared. There was no longer any trace of him in this world. He once again let out a long sigh and turned around. He saw that the Shung deity and the others were stunned. Xian and the others weren't SUA's people, so they didn't feel the feeling of losing something important. Instead, they were familiar with the scene of him saying goodbye to his old friend. Xian saw that he was a little emotional, so she walked up and grabbed his hand. She didn't say anything and just quietly looked at him. It wasn't good to talk at this time. The Shung deity of Battlefield was the first to react. He quickly coughed and patted the man next to him. Then he walked up and nodded to Yun Nuashing. His tone was still respectful. So, everything is over if you're talking about the endless calamities that have followed us across eras. That's right, it's over. From now on, SUA doesn't have to engage in any meaningless battles. The destructive waves on the surface will gradually recede. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Although what's left is just a broken shell, at least it's still alive, isn't it? The destructive waves didn't destroy the life on the surface. Those distortions will recover one day. Next, it's time for you to start a new life. There's no abyssal death mist, so you don't have to recklessly fight and kill. The The seal of the barrier will be lifted after a full day of inspection, and you will once again see the stars that you haven't seen for countless years. There's a lot of trouble to face again. Yin Nuashing laughed silently. There's also a lot of trouble in the realm of the gods. However, I can assure you that even if the flames of war there reach the heavens, it won't affect you here. After all, it was that guy's last request. It was only then that the others reacted. The man who had just been slapped by the Shang deity scratched his head and sighed. It's finally over. After so many years of war, I really want to die together with this world. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time. But I don't seem to have much lifespan left. What, old man, you want to retire? The Shang deity smiled at the middle-aged man. They were all the heirs of the Sua continent. Most of them didn't have a long lifespan. Although the middle-aged man looked like he was only 30 years old, he was already past his prime. However, because he still had a mission and a heavy burden on his shoulders, he didn't show it. Now that he felt that everything was finally over, he was already bent over. Ahem. If you want to reunite, then go ahead. However, there are still a lot of troubles in this world, and you'll have to deal with them yourselves. Yin Nuashing coughed softly to remind them. Although the abyssal death mist had completely disappeared this time, there were still a lot of things that happened because of it. Large and small wars had been fought for generations, and the grudges between them couldn't be completely wiped out in a short time. That won't do. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Right now, the most important thing is to get rid of the things in this old man's head. In the future, there will be no need for the heirs to exist, but the things in our heads that have been preserved from generation to generation still have value. After we're done with this, the Shang deity asked, and then I'll retire and return to my hometown. I'll find a place far away from the mortal world, plant some crops, graze some cows, dig a 3-foot lake, and raise some fish. The mountains on my island have been blasted bare by the previous battles. After that, I plan to plant some trees and raise some flowers. Everyone was speechless. It really was a plan to retire and return to one's hometown. There were even stages to it. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. In a sense, you heirs are the ones who are forcefully hanging the lives of this world. In the end, you only plan to be idle. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. The world, saving the world, great heroes, heirs, all of these are much more important than just talking about them. When I was young, I was just a kid in a small village who didn't know anything. After dealing with the mess left behind here, I'll return to that deserted village and quietly live out the rest of my life. I'll just leave the other important matters aside. Yin Nuashing looked at the middle-aged man whose soul had already aged. After a moment, she raised her head. It was indeed too heavy for a god with a lifespan of 100 years to bear those things. The continuous and eternal responsibility of this world had already exhausted them. They were not gods who grew step by step with the footprints of time, but extreme products that were forcefully catalyzed and born in this cruel world. They had to control this world and control and restrain themselves. In the end, they might have lived a muddle-headed life for more than 100 years without a single day for themselves. Fortunately, although the old man had already thought of a retirement plan, the sense of responsibility of being an inheritor for hundreds of years didn't allow him to immediately carry out this plan. They would still be in this position for a while, until the world of Sua returned to normal and all the products of the war were turned into ashes along with this battle. Only then would they truly stop. It's a miracle created by man. Yin Nuashing sighed in her heart. No matter what the outcome was, Sua had already been reborn and was no longer affected by the abyssal death mist. Not only the old man, but the other heirs could also liberate themselves appropriately. For them, returning to their original state might be a good thing. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, indicating that she was too lazy to care. Well, anyway, it's your freedom to do whatever you want. The realm of the gods has a lot of messes to deal with, and we don't have time to— Oh, right. Yun Nuoxing searched her body for a long time and finally took out a teleportation token from her pendant. She shook her hand and threw it to the Sheng deity. This is the teleportation gate to the realm of the gods. When everything is settled and you are interested in that world, you can find a place to fix the teleportation gate and go through it. Someone will be in charge of receiving you. As long as you don't cause trouble, there will be no problem. The Sheng deity took the colorful token with a slightly strange expression. Heavenly deity, according to what you said just now, the Sua continent is hanging next to the realm of the gods. Can't we just leave the sky and fly to the realm of the gods? Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment, then said faintly, You can, but the place you came out from isn't very good. Everyone— Ahem. In short, it's because of certain reasons. During this period of time, if you want to go to the realm of the gods and settle the matter of Sua, use the teleportation gate first. When I have time, I will move your world to another location, and you can slowly study whether or not to go to the sky. The Sheng deity and the others were confused, but they all nodded to show that they understood. Then we will be leaving too. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and smiled at Xian and the group of girls beside her. Let's go back. Farewell, heavenly deity. The Sheng deity and the others respectfully clasped their hands and bowed. The moment they lowered their heads and looked up, the space in front of them was only left with a wave of light particles that spiraled and disappeared. The few of them looked at each other, then looked at the sun in the sky, and couldn't help but smile. For the first time, they felt that the world was still so beautiful. The matter of Sua had caused quite a stir. In that world, the void was more or less affected. After all, two peak heavenly deities of origin were fighting in the concept layer of laws, and the commotion caused was at the level of world destruction. Because the two worlds were close to each other, there were more or less signs of disturbance in the realm of the gods. According to Palace Master Jean and the others, the last sun of the fourth round of the meteor shower was destroyed by an extremely powerful energy that came out of nowhere. At that time, the group of people controlling the combined barrier was shocked because that energy had almost destroyed their barrier. Are you kidding? I remember that I threw all the excess energy into the void. How could it have reached the realm of the gods? Not long after returning to the Nine Deities Temple, Yun Nuoxing saw Princess Jean and the others come over. When they told him about the matter, he immediately refuted. However, he didn't refute for long, because he saw Palace Master Jean pass him a crystal ball. The crystal ball reflected the scene of a certain place in the Prime Origin region. There was a destructive fan-shaped crack that was more than 10 million kilometers wide, and its length, well, one couldn't see the end of it. Currently, there was no one in the realm of the gods who had such great destructive power, and no one would be so free as to run over to that scorched land and attack it. Yun Nuoxing sweated profusely. I think I can explain this. Listen to me. Mate Mao turned around and said, Xingxing was fighting like crazy at that time. You don't have to explain it. Yun Nuoxing's nose twitched. He squatted down and drew circles on the ground with an aggrieved look on his face. After that, he used the observer's eye to take a look at the scene and found that there were still remnants of his energy. There was nothing else to explain. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days had passed since they returned to the realm of the gods. After watching the fireworks and solving the problem left behind by Suya, Yun Nuoxing had been lazing around in the temple. He sat there without moving. If no one came to torment him, He might be able to sit there until the world fragment came crashing down. As for the time when he was being tormented, it was mostly the group of girls who came to torment him. Although he was grumbling, he was in a much better mood. During this period of time, he also began to torment everyone's cultivation. The most chaotic situation was about to arrive. There would be a day when his protection would fail. He was worried that these girls couldn't handle their own affairs well when he was not around. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing took out the divine weapon world. He found a room and stayed there for 2 hours. After that, he threw it to Xian and said in front of everyone that divine weapon is no longer useful to me. I have improved it a little and changed it a little. Now it is also a divine weapon at the peak of the origin level. If you are in the most dangerous situation, you can hide in it. Even the primeval god of the beginning can't find you. The hall was quiet. There were dozens of people, but no one opened their mouth to speak. They just let cold sweat flow down their faces. What if he chases after us and attacks us? Nightmare said in a daze. He felt that he might suffocate to death if he didn't say something. It's fine. The speed of the void travel is calculated according to my speed. It will only take me a minute to run from the left edge of the chaotic void to the right edge. If it really doesn't work, I can cross the boundary in a second. He's asking for death. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand to show that he didn't care at all. Everyone looked at the galaxy in Xian's hand strangely. That's right, it looked like a galaxy. There should be a transparent energy membrane around it. They could see that the galaxy inside was slowly rotating. No aura spread out. Who would have thought that this seemingly decorative thing was actually a powerful divine weapon? Xian didn't care about the thing in his hand. He just stared at Yun Nuoxing with his deep purple eyes. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it disappeared before he saw it. Wasn't the countdown for the arrival of the world fragment a countdown for him as well? Some people also thought of this problem. The Golden Queen slammed her hand on the table and suddenly stood up. Little star, can you move the god's world now? The silent crowd immediately came back to their senses. They had heard that 10 or so powerful gods were needed to move the god's world. Now that he had recovered to the peak of reciprocity, did that mean that he could move the god's world as he pleased? Oh, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have said it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed a strand of his bangs as he leaned against the sofa lazily. We can't move them away. The world barrier and the void have all been sealed. I can bring them away, but the god realm can't. How? You can't take the god's world away with your strength at reciprocity? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. There's nothing strange about it. Yun Nuoxing sighed and struggled to sit up from the sofa. After some effort, he found that lying down was more comfortable, so he simply stopped moving. After all, there are primeval gods in the underworld. I don't believe that the final battle at the end of the Dark Age could kill all of them. If that was really the case, history would have recorded the events of the Dark Age. It wouldn't be like today. If I didn't say anything, almost no one would know what happened during the Dark Age. The Order faction lost miserably in the end. They gathered the energy of more than 10,000 worlds in the timeline. The battle covered the entire De Yuan realm. They used up everything and everything, but they still lost miserably in the end. Yun Nuoxing finally sat up this time. According to my speculation, the person who launched that attack was at least a mid-level primeval god, or a high-level primeval god, or even higher. Even if I know this, I still have to fight for the god's world in that timeline. After all, Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. After a while, he smiled sweetly. After all, I am the observer who is loved by all. That was Feng Ling's reason. It was his reason, but it was not the reason of this era. He knew very well that these differences would not cause psychological conflicts. And I also want to try. What if I can really reverse that ending? What if I can really win? Can I end that dream with no regrets? Can I end everything in the Dark Age? What am I thinking? Yun Nuashing covered his face and forced a smile. The hall was silent for a few minutes. It was another topic that could not be continued. After a while, Yun Nuashing planned to go out and exercise. As soon as he stood up, a feeling surged in his heart. It was the same feeling he had when he came back. He suddenly sighed and looked at Xian and the others. Girls, it's about time for me to go out. Everyone was stunned. After a while, they realized what he was talking about. Their expressions became even more gloomy. When I'm not here, I'll leave the God's world to you. Chapter 1333. Stars twinkled in the night sky. The two moons had not appeared in the sky for a long time. The lavender moonlight shone on the realm of the gods. It was cool and a little charming. However, the scenery in the distance was only a piece of scorched earth. Black lava flowed endlessly on the ground, and no one knew where it would stop flowing. There were tens of millions of cents left on the scorched earth. The air was so hot that not even a trace of water elemental energy was left. Black smoke was still floating in the sky. It was a scene that looked like the end of the world. There was only one moon in the realm of the gods in the Dark Age. It was the same in the Primeval Age. The purple moon in the sky is a scene that only exists in this era. I like it very much. Yun Nuashing sat on the edge of the fire god's temple. He looked up at the two moons that occupied the entire sky, one on the left and one on the right. There was a blank smile on his face. It was pure and without any other emotions. It was as if he had let go of all his worries and worries. There were many people gathered on the platform. It was now time for the Reign of Stars to end. Most people had chosen to recover and cultivate. A small number of people were gathered in the fire god's temple. Some of them ran up to Yun Nuashing and looked at him. Ever since he said that he might be leaving yesterday, the atmosphere in the Nine Gods' temple became a little gloomy. Those who lived in the town could clearly feel the faint sadness in the air. It was unknown how many people were sad at the same time to create such a strong, gloomy atmosphere. Xian, Feng, and Ming sat next to him and looked at him in a daze. They looked at him quietly and did not say anything. Such a quiet time was a little less for the countdown timer. They just wanted the time in this world to stop. Just like this, they wanted this moment to become eternal. This is such a beautiful scene. Yuan Shi and Nightmare sat under the god's tree. They poked the branches and shoots of the tree from time to time. Looking at the four people sitting on the edge of the temple, Yuan Shi could not help but sigh. He looked up at Little Purple Soul, who was riding on his shoulder, and asked, "Little Purple Soul, did your brother say anything special?" Little Purple Soul, who was humming softly, tilted her head and asked, "Something special?" "Yeah, I feel like none of us here know Little Star as well as you do, so I wanted to ask if you know anything special." The little girl bit her index finger and shook her head as she thought for a long time. Then she waved her hands and said, "I don't know." Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. This mysterious little girl also had a time when she lost her usefulness. Shi Chun and Shi Yun, who were sitting beside Yuan Shi, were also looking at the four people in a daze. The mischievous Shi Yun wanted to go over, but she was stopped by her sister. "Give Big Brother and the others some time alone. Don't go and cause trouble." If Shi Yun was 100% obedient, she wouldn't be Shi Yun. If she wasn't afraid of her sister's hand chop and the big bump on her head, she would have really leaned over right now. Nightmare was unusually calm. He looked at the two little girls and suddenly grinned. "Shi Chun, Shi Yun, do you two have some special feelings for the boss?" The two little girls looked at him in unison, their little faces full of doubt. Special feelings? Before Nightmare could explain, Little Purple Soul kicked her feet a few times. Since Sister Shixian has that kind of feeling for Big Brother, Sister Shichun and Sister Shiyun should have it too. The four of them looked at the little girl in a daze. Nightmare couldn't help but ask, you little girl, do you know about feelings? Little Purple Soul lowered her head and stuck her tongue out at him. You don't understand. Big Brother and Big Brother Yuanshi both have partners. You're still single. The world is drunk, and I'm the only one who's awake. I'm the only one who's free to roam the world, leaving no clouds or wind behind me. Mocking the single dog was useless to Nightmare. He waved his hand and said, Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. He was quite forthright. His voice was quite loud. Everyone on the platform heard him. They all looked at him strangely. Nightmare had goosebumps all over his body. He smiled and sat down. Let's talk about this in tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years later. There's no rush. There's no rush. All right, at this point, the gloomy atmosphere suddenly disappeared. The four of them also calmed down. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. I said the same thing tens of years ago. After that, for some reason, there was something wrong with the memory of the chain of heart that I put on myself in the ancient age. There was another part after that memory, but it didn't work. It failed. Hallmaster Shui walked closer curiously. But isn't there a layer of chain of heart on you? That's right. Yun Nuashing nodded. That was probably something from the Dark Age. It's just that we haven't reached that time yet. I don't know what the specific situation is, but we will see it sooner or later. There are records in some ancient books. It is said that in those ancient times, there were indeed some heartless people with great perseverance. They used the chain of heart to seal their emotions. Those people later became eccentric lunatics. Hallmaster Jean said, Oh, you mean those people? Those seals are definitely not the chain of heart. Yun Nuashing hugged his knees and said, The chains of the heart are used to suppress and control one emotion. The maximum effect is to completely seal off one emotion. However, the relative suppression of the other emotions will be much smaller. Moreover, once the seal is completed, it will basically not be released. The ones recorded in the ancient books are either incomplete chains of the heart or fake. Those who are completely emotionless seem to have sealed off all 7 emotions. They are no different from the living dead in terms of spirit. Everyone listened and let out a long sigh. Chu Yingzhan noticed a detail. The seal will not be unsealed. Then how did you unseal it? This. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Her face was full of distress. How did I unseal it? Feeling more than 20 eyes with different emotions looking at her, Yun Nuashing could only shrug. I don't know. It was unsealed for no reason. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have the chance to sneak in. After saying that, she flicked Xian and Feng's forehead in annoyance. She subconsciously reached out to touch Ming. But before she could do that, she realized it and stopped in time. She coughed softly and pretended that nothing had happened. If you don't want to, you can erase it and seal it again. Arrogant deity. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her eyes were full of disdain. Yun Nuashing held the left side of her face and stared blankly for a few seconds. Although it makes sense, Xian and Feng looked at each other. They stuck out their tongues and didn't say anything. Then, Yun Nuashing's voice rang in their ears. But it seems a little. Why are you all looking at me like that? Dozens of pairs of burning eyes stared at Yun Nuashing. She was so shocked that she almost jumped off the top of the temple. Seeing that she was a little flustered, They waved their hands and said, "Don't mind us. Hurry up and tell us." "You're all staring at me like that. How can I not mind?" Okay, I'm a little. It's just that." She put her hands together and twirled her 2 index fingers together for a long time. Her beautiful face blushed a little. "After I realized it, I'm a little reluctant. Okay, I've said it. You can laugh now." After saying that, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pulled her hair and buried her face in it. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any laughter. She hesitated for a while and quietly opened her hair to look outside. Everyone looked at her with gratified and warm expressions. Only then did she realize that the situation in front of her was not developing in the direction she had imagined. She was a little embarrassed. "What are you all looking at?" "We're looking at some idiot who finally understood." The Golden Princess scratched her hand on her head. "If you like it, then say it boldly. Don't be shy. I can't stand it anymore." "What's boldness?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a while. "Isn't it bold enough to crush hundreds of world orbs with one slap? Do you want to upgrade the standard a little? Let's see if we can wipe out an entire void region. Next time." The atmosphere was cold to the freezing point. Hallmaster Shui and the other girls couldn't help sweating. This boldness was not the other way around. This brat actually had such a straight face. Speaking of which, violence and boldness shouldn't go together, right? "Brother, you're pretending again." Ming extended her wings and patted Yun Nuoshing's head. "Brother likes to keep a straight face when he's trying to change the topic." Yun Nuoshing's expression froze. Everyone quickly turned around. As expected, they saw Yun Nuoshing's stiff smile and sweating. Only now did they realize that the brat was trying to change the topic. After all, he was a brat who had lived for dozens of eras. Even if he was a blockhead, it was impossible for him not to understand what that sentence meant. He was just trying to change the topic. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at the little angel who suddenly became smart. "Ming, don't expose me. I'll panic." Yun Nuoshing looked at the little angel who looked bright and holy under the moonlight. He turned his eyes thoughtfully. He couldn't find the pair of rings. He didn't know whether the pair of rings on his and the little angel's hands didn't appear in the original history, or he lost it later. After all, he couldn't take it off. Perhaps it was damaged in the battle. Chu Yingzhan looked at the 2 moons in the sky that were about to descend. She couldn't help but yawn. The moon is about to pass the zenith. Is your feeling reliable? Well, I can't say for sure. When I came back, I squeaked 1 day in advance. The next day, it was time for me to go back. I followed the path and came back. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He couldn't tell if it was reliable or not. Feng tilted her head and looked at him. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Xingxing, do you have a way to take us there?" "Ha! What's wrong? You want to go to the Dark Age too?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned at first. Then he shook his head. "I can't. I still haven't figured out the nature of this dream. It's like a dream, but not a dream. There's something that acts as a bridge to pull me back to that era. I can't find this bridge. Also, the Dark Age is too chaotic. I don't know if taking you there will have any special effect on you at this time, so I haven't thought about it yet." "That's true." Feng muttered. She pressed her hand on the back of his hand and squeezed it gently. She pretended to giggle. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Yun Nuoshing looked at her. He could more or less guess what this girl was thinking, but he didn't expose her. He wasn't a male chauvinist. It was just that the things in the Dark Age weren't something that could be dealt with by humans. Sometimes it was better for them not to come in contact with those things. Now that they had come in contact with a lot of things because of him, They needed some time to settle down. It was enough for him to know the ancient history of the past. Yun Nuoshing stood up and stretched. Suddenly, his expression froze. He put his hand on his chest and said, "There's a tremor. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. There's not much time left." Hearing his strange words, Chu Yingzhan's mouth twitched. She threw a shocking sentence at his face. "Are you having a fetal movement?" Everyone and Yun Nuoshing were speechless. "This girl will get into trouble because of her mouth one day." Ahem. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and pretended that he didn't hear that sentence. He opened his arms to Little Purple Soul and said with a smile, "Little Purple Soul, come here." The little girl laughed happily. She jumped down from Yuanxi's shoulder and ran a few steps on the ground. Then she jumped into Yun Nuoshing's arms and acted coquettishly. Yun Nuoshing's face was almost smoking. Yun Nuoshing pressed down on the head of the little fellow in his arms to make her stop. Yun Nuoshing's hands clasped under her arms and lifted the little girl forward. There was a doting and different expression in his eyes. "Little girl, it's almost time for you to grow up." At first, Little Purple Soul didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his words. She just pouted and snorted, but when she saw the unusual look in Yun Nuoshing's eyes, the little girl panicked a little. However, she pretended to be calm. "But after so many years, you still haven't grown up. Forget it. It doesn't matter." Yun Nuoshing dismissed his original idea. He smiled silently and hugged Little Purple Soul. He rubbed her face and said, "Well, as long as you're happy, nothing else matters." Little Purple Soul smiled and nodded. She kissed him on the cheek and rubbed against him for a while before jumping out of his arms and looking for Shilu and Shiyun. Yun Nuoshing looked at the scene with a smile. Xian couldn't help but ask in his soul, "Little Star, do you know Little Purple Soul's origin?" Everyone also glanced at Yun Nuoshing curiously and vaguely. They did not ask openly and were all paying attention in their souls. They were all quite concerned about this little girl who had not grown up yet. After investigating for many years, there were no results. It was not appropriate for them to ask directly when it came to such matters. Now that they knew that Yun Nuoshing finally knew, they could not help but pay attention. "Well, there's a little clue. Since the little girl doesn't want to grow up, just let her be. There's nothing special that we need her help with." Yun Nuoshing nodded. You should finish. Don't just leave things hanging. You're driving me crazy." The Golden Princess glanced at him and whispered in his soul. Actually, the little girl's soul changed a little after we brought her back from the East Sea. Didn't you notice that the little girl has become a lot smarter since then? Everyone thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Moreover, this intelligence wasn't just a little bit. The little girl knew a lot of things, and she even knew things that they didn't. When Yun Nuoshing sneaked out a few days ago, while they were still in a daze, she had already started sharing her consciousness with the fortress's consciousness. It was as if she had known about it for a long time. It's not that simple to be smart. Among this group of people, excluding you idiot, who dares to say that they know more than Little Purple Soul? Chu Yingzhan was very concerned. When she saw that everyone was silent, she said, "It's like the reincarnation of a big shot. Since the idiot mentioned that time in the East Sea, it might have awakened after that time. If it's the awakening of a big shot, I don't feel that kind of aura or unfathomable power. Other than the inexplicable immunity to energy, I can't tell anything else." The Empress said softly, "I've used the lapis lazuli to look at it many times, but I still can't tell anything. The lapis lazuli can identify all things in the world. Well, the method used by the lapis lazuli won't work. After all, the lapis lazuli stopped at the level of an enlightened master. Moreover, the answer can only be found out by oneself. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and said, "The little girl awakened after returning from the East Sea. This should be correct. However, after that quarter moon, who was at the peak of the enlightened master, I still didn't find anything wrong. Until now." The soul was silent for 3 seconds. Everyone widened their eyes in horror. Yun Nuashing, who was at the peak of the enlightened master, also didn't find anything wrong. However, he, who was at the peak of the origin, found something different after returning this time. It was hard to believe that there was no cause and effect connection. So, who on earth is Little Purple Soul? Even Ming couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said, "It's hard to say." Everyone. Huh. I've overturned all my previous guesses. I'm still following that clue. Perhaps it's because I know too much and it's troublesome to rule it out. I still need some time to look at it. However, I can tell you that first, the little girl is not a reincarnated body. Second, he hesitated for a moment and said, "This is very important. You must not say it in front of Little Purple Soul." As soon as he said this, he saw that the little girl, she were playing happily. He paused for a moment and said, "Oh, I don't think it's a big deal. We have more than 1 or 2 non-human beings here. It doesn't matter. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Second, Little Purple Soul is not a human." Everyone was stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. However, Lord Jean and the others quickly calmed down and said, I did speculate this before. After all, I heard from Tsai Xiao that Little Purple Soul was not even afraid of your sins. She must not be a normal person, but I didn't expect you to say that she's not a human." "Wait, boss." Nightmare jumped out in time and said, "Do you mean that Little Purple Soul doesn't treat Little Purple Soul as a human being?" Everyone smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a difference?" "There is a difference. Of course, there is a difference." Yuan, she added. "According to Little Star standards, there are many explanations. She was originally a human, but after becoming a god, she no longer treats herself as a human. The second explanation is that she has nothing to do with humans. Just like she and they are dimensional beings. You can't possibly treat them as humans. Of course, the treatment is a matter of treatment. We are now investigating the root of the problem. Thinking about how they treated the 2-dimensional beings, normally they did not feel awkward. Over time, they also treated them as 2 little girls. It seemed that there was no problem. Demon beast, demon race, or some other special being. Little Qing's green Mei Mao twinkled as she glanced at the little girl from time to time. None of them. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Everyone was shocked. If none of them were, then the problem was huge. The little girl should be something special. I really can't say for sure. I've already eliminated 90% of my guesses, but the remaining 10% still leaves about 100,000 possibilities. You see, my knowledge covers the entire void and the entire Deyuan realm, and no one can guarantee that the Little Purple Soul is a native of the realm of the gods, right? Every era, there are so many living beings that the Eastern Sea can't even fit all of them. It's also possible that she's an alien. Looking at his troubled expression, everyone was troubled as well. Sure enough, knowing too much was not always a good thing. He fiddled with his long hair for a while and said, "I will try my best to look for it in the Dark Age. Anyway, I should have the answer the next time I come back. But if Little Purple Soul doesn't want to, I won't say it out loud." Everyone smiled bitterly and said, "That's true, but you're driving us to our deaths." Speaking halfway was like trying to kill someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Well, Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly. He was about to say something, but his body suddenly went limp. He quickly turned his whole body and fell toward Yen. Yen, who was slightly surprised, quickly caught him. Chu Yingzhan jumped a few steps back and said, "Idiot, don't mess around. There are so many people here watching. If you want to show off your affection, wait until we leave." Woof. Palace Master Jean and the others covered their faces. Could the fragrance in the air be the smell of the legendary dog food? Yun Nuashing could not even turn her head. Her eyelids were about to close. She laughed bitterly, but her voice did not sound sleepy at all. "What are you thinking?" "Time's up." Everyone suddenly came to their senses. Suddenly, they felt their consciousness slipping away from their bodies. They suddenly remembered that today was the day they were going to leave. Xian bent down and carried Yun Nuashing to the middle of the platform, Little Purple Soul, and the other two girls also felt the movement and quickly made way for Xian to place Yun Nuashing under the god's tree. The 3-meter-tall tree suddenly emitted a golden light and cast a soft golden light on the platform. Xian carefully placed Yun Nuashing on the light. Seeing that Yun Nuashing seemed to sink into the sofa and lay down softly, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Nuashing's eyelids were already trembling. She was about to close her eyes, completely due to exhaustion. She was sweating profusely. It was so awkward to be stared at like this, it's like they're worshipping a corpse. Chu Yingzhan could not help but say this sentence. The group was shocked and glared at her. "It seems that I'm not surprised by this kind of thing anymore. It seems like it's happened many times. Well, I'm the one being worshipped. I'm used to it." Yun Nuashing was still talking about this topic calmly. Everyone was stunned. "I have a feeling that this trip will take a long time. Maybe it will last until the end of the Dark Age. Be careful of the underworld and the void. They could turn the entire Yuan realm upside down in the past. This time, they must be plotting something. The celestial realm has no defensive measures and no defensive power. Repair the creation's barrier as soon as possible. That's the last defense of the celestial realm." They didn't attack the celestial realm directly. They must be afraid of something. It shouldn't be me. It should be something else. They're probing or something else. The Supreme of SUA said that there are still secrets about the battle back then. I have to go and understand some of the lost history. Maybe I can, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve no matter what, use the key to touch the origin mark on me. Hide in the origin world. That's the place where the origin great deity fell. There is a consciousness there. That world should be unbreakable in this era. Take care of yourselves. When I'm not around, be careful. Looking at Yun Nuashing, who had fallen into a deep sleep and completely lost consciousness, Xian could not help but sigh. The little fool is gone. Palace Master Shui sighed softly. Looking at the space of the fire god's shrine, he turned to Palace Master Jean and the others and said, "We have to work hard to—" "Well, the time of peace is over. We have to take that step. We've been ready for a long time." Palace Master Jean nodded. Okay. You guys go and break through. We'll guard the shrine." Seeing Xian looking at Yun Nuashing reluctantly, Princess Jean sighed. She could not help but say, "Okay, don't be too sad. Little Star will come back eventually. No one will have any objections if you want to guard here. However, the conditions here are so good. It's a bit of a waste to just guard here. Do you understand what I mean?" Xian nodded. "Yes, I just want to look at her for a while longer." "That's easy." Just as everyone sighed, they heard a giggling voice coming from the platform. They turned around and saw Little Purple Soul climbing up the barrier's clothes. After a while, she sat on the barrier's shoulder. She lowered her head and asked, "Can you find her? Can you find her?" The time and space are too far apart. However, we can occasionally share some fragments. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Everyone. All in all, the sadness of parting had completely vanished into thin air. Come, let's watch the boss brave the dark age. Nightmare sat down as if she was waiting for a good show to start. Everyone was furious. All of you, go and cultivate. Princess Jean roared. Everyone shrunk their necks. Don't look. No, don't keep looking. It's okay to look at her when you have time, but cultivate for the rest of your time. Do you hear me? The group of girls who were staring at her shrunk their necks and whispered, "Oh, okay." Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1334. The flow of his consciousness felt like his body was sinking into the sea, and the seawater was dragging him down bit by bit. The sinking feeling quickly spread from the middle of his body to the rest of his body, but he could not tell whether he was floating or diving. He followed the gentle undercurrent and was drawn into the depths bit by bit until a faint light burst out from the whole world and gradually became brighter. The feeling of sinking into the water gradually faded, and his vision was drowned by the light. This was not the first time Yun Nuoxing had entered this state, the wandering of his consciousness. This time, he clearly felt a strange throbbing coming from the depths of his soul. It was probably the sea of consciousness that had built a bridge between the two dimensions, allowing his consciousness to enter and switch in a certain state. However, he had not mastered the method of actively entering and diving into the sea of consciousness. When he learned that he could move back and forth between the two dimensions, he had tried a few times, but it was difficult to succeed. Firstly, he could not sense where the sea of consciousness was in his soul. Secondly, there was no other way. He could not even touch it, let alone try it. Perhaps this level of switching was still a passive skill. Putting those aside, the current state made him feel inexplicably comfortable and relaxed. Diving into the sea of consciousness was the closest feeling he could think of, but it was difficult to imagine what it was like to describe it in detail. Putting this question aside, he decided to float up first, immersing in the sea of consciousness for a long time. Even if it was quiet and there was no movement, he was afraid that he would drown in this strange place. Splash! Like a big fish leaping out of the water, the sound of water splashing rang in his ears. He could not see the sun and the sky because the dazzling light had occupied his eyes and then slowly dimmed. When his consciousness leaped out of the deep and boundless sea, he felt that he had regained control of something. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of a room in front of him. It was slightly familiar. He seemed to have slept in this place before. The sunlight from the window was blocked by a thin bamboo mat, so it was not glaring. Subconsciously, he used the Book of Epics to check the time, 51 epochs. He came to this time again, but it was a year after he left this place. Had he slept here for a whole year, or had Feng Ling recovered in the past year? He recalled that when he fell, he should have walked into a room with a metal box. Now that he opened his eyes, he realized that something was wrong. Another year had passed. He would not believe that nothing had happened during this time. Creak, there was a hurried sound coming from the door. It seemed that someone outside had sensed his signs of waking up and had rushed in. Their footsteps were a little messy. When the door opened with a sound, Yun Nuoxing turned her head stiffly and saw a beautiful figure walking in under the sunlight. The slanted light shone on her youthful and beautiful face, making her sweat a little. You was stunned for a while. After a moment, she didn't even have time to close the door. She hurriedly walked to Yun Nuoxing's side and placed her lily-white hands directly on his neck and wrist, as if she was taking his pulse and checking his condition. Yun Nuoxing was suspicious, but didn't say anything. It should be said that he didn't dare to say anything. If something really happened in the past year, and he said something wrong, he would be exposed. It was better to observe for now. After a while, Siyu relaxed and sat back on a bamboo chair. Mei Mao was still in shock. You, little star, you really came back to life? It was a familiar address. It seemed that it was indeed a continuation of that dream, but it skipped a year. However, the content made him confused. What do you mean I came back to life? You make it sound like I died. Yun Nuoshing thought that Siyu was joking. A strange smile appeared on his face, but when he saw the little girl nodding seriously, he was stunned. You died. You slept for a year, and your aura and divine soul were completely gone. Master Hui was also awakened once. He said, "What's left here is only an empty shell. If the heavenly god of origin is really dead, he wouldn't leave his body behind if he didn't make deliberate preparations. Feng must have left this shell behind for some purpose. We didn't." Siyu's expression was strange. She turned her head and said, "We didn't bury you. We just left you in this room." There were obvious signs that his clothes had been changed, and he finally remembered that this room was this little girl's room. I think I know what happened. So, you've been taking care of my shell for the past year?" Siyu blushed and turned her head away. "It's big sister, Ming, who has been taking care of it. I come here, occasionally, to help." The last sentence was so soft that even she couldn't hear it, but it drilled into Yun Nuoshing's ears without missing a word. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. "Well, thank you in advance." Yun Nuoshing reached out his hand and pressed on Siyu's head. Then, he turned over and was about to get down. Siyu quickly reached out and held him up. He smiled and waved his hand to show that he could move. "I didn't expect to be taken as dead. I didn't make it clear. After all, I didn't expect this to happen. You've been sleeping for a year." Siyu heard something, but she didn't dare to ask. She stopped talking halfway. "My divine soul went out. It went to a faraway place to see something," Yun Nuoshing said vaguely. He waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this. Where did Hui and that idiot go? Master Hui woke up a month after you fell asleep in Little Star. He stayed here for a month and then went somewhere else. Big sister, Ming, is helping to repair the creation's barrier. Brother I Ching and the others, they're still repairing the creation's barrier?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "I've already taken care of it before I went into hibernation. It should be done in half a year. It's been half a year. Why is it still?" Before he could finish his sentence, a dull, rumbling sound came from the sky. No, the sound originated from this world. The observer's intuition told him that this sound originated from the entire realm of the gods. The entire realm of the gods was emitting this sound, and it was not caused by an earthquake or any other movement. It sounded like a stomachache. Repair. Yun Nuoshing was stunned as he finished his sentence. Then he shook his head fiercely. "What's wrong with that? What happened in the past year that I wasn't around? I don't know the details, but they told me something," Siyu said softly. The reason they told her was probably because they wanted her to tell him something when he came back. Something happened after Master Hui disappeared for a month or two. Big sister Ming and brother I Ching said that the realm of the gods' self-repairability had decreased to different degrees. This is also the reason why the creation's barrier is being repaired so slowly. Brother I Ching said that the progress was almost stagnant and had to be repaired manually, something like that. That's not a small matter. Yun Nuoshing's face was a little gloomy. He thought for a moment, grabbed Siyu's hand, and dragged her to the edge of the sky. "Let's talk as we go. Something that can affect the creation's barrier's repair speed must be related to the realm of the gods itself. After all, we only need to repair the core of the damaged areas. The rest will self-repair." But now we need to repair it until it's fully recovered. Has the realm of the gods' self-repair ability disappeared? See, you blinked and guessed. Maybe that's what happened, but I don't know what caused it. TSK, I didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as I came back. Plus, it's the trouble from last time. It's not good to just sit back and do nothing. This foundation, sigh, it's related to the foundation of the realm of the gods itself. It's better not to use it casually. Yun Nuoshing sighed. It didn't take long for the two to reach the nearest creation's barrier. As soon as they saw someone standing at the edge of the barrier and were about to go there, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Yun Nuoshing pulled Siyu to a stop and stared at the person who appeared in front of them. It was a girl of 14 or 15 years old, wearing a light yellow dress. Well, it was Yuan Kong. The little girl came out of the space with a vigilant and unapproachable expression. When she saw Yun Nuoshing and Siyu, she was stunned. Then, her face turned pale in 2 seconds. She turned and ran, screaming, "Wah! Big sister! That pervert came back to life. I told you that I wanted to buy a coffin, but you didn't believe me." This time, he finally came back to life. Yun Nuoshing and Siyu were speechless. Bang! Before Yun Nuoshing could think of suppressing the little girl with smoke coming out of her mouth, a light flashed in the distance and knocked Yuan Kong away. It also left a golden ring to tie up the little girl. Then it rushed straight toward Yun Nuoshing. Siyu was scared silly when she saw this scene. At this time, when she saw the light coming toward them, or more specifically toward Yun Nuoshing, she quickly let go of Yun Nuoshing's hand and slipped to the side. As soon as she stepped away, she saw the light carrying Yun Nuoshing away. That speed made her sweat. Speaking of which, she just heard a strange collision and screams. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Seeing the light rushing over without reservation, Yun Nuoshing was already prepared. However, when the oppressive feeling came toward her, she couldn't help but feel like a meteorite was flying toward her at the speed of light. She only felt that her hair was being pulled back by the wind, and then she felt pain in her chest. The surrounding scenery was moving backward rapidly in the blue, and red light. She just felt a little pain in her waist, and it seemed like her chest also hurt. "Where have you been all this time?" He grinned and opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He saw a pair of beautiful golden eyes that almost filled his entire vision. A pair of pure, white wings filled up all the gaps in his vision. Feeling a pair of slender arms around his waist, Yun Nuoshing also hugged the little angel in his arms and smiled awkwardly for a while. "I went back for a while." 139th era? Yes, I didn't tell you that day because you were so happy. It was a sudden feeling. I didn't know why I suddenly went back. "You went back for so long? I thought something really happened to you. You were lying there without making a sound." "Well, actually, I only went back for 5 days. I didn't expect it to be a year. Okay, it's my fault for not telling you. At that time, I didn't know what would happen, so I didn't prepare anything." The little angel was silent for a while. She pressed her face against his face and pursed her red lips tightly. Suddenly, she said, "Did you tell her?" "Who? What did I say?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "Okay, it looks like you didn't say anything. What a blockhead." The little angel sighed faintly. It took a long time for Yun Nuoshing to realize what she was talking about. After a long, "Oh," she couldn't help but smile bitterly. "There's nothing I can do. The realm of the gods has things to do there. I don't have the time to talk about it. You can't expect me to talk about it in front of everyone. Like hell, I believe you. I'm 80% sure you don't remember it." Okay, you're right. I didn't care about it because of other things." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Seeing that she seemed to want to say something, she quickly changed the topic. "Stop Stop, stop. If we continue this topic, it feels like it's going to become strange. Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief after she briefly explained what happened back in the realm of the gods and successfully diverted the little angel's attention. The Suja continent, the planet that's very close to my world. I didn't expect them to still be there in the 139th era, and that heavenly god of destruction. You went to that place again, and there were changes. It seems like she did go there once. If memory serves me right, she will return there in 10 eras. She thought for a while. Say, where do you think the heavenly god of origins is now? You've got me there. How would I know where the heavenly god of origins is now? Yun Nuoshing thought. Maybe she's still in the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, why wouldn't she show up when such a big thing happened in this world? Oh, things aren't particularly serious now, so it's not time for her to show up? That makes sense. Hearing this, the little angel shook her head slightly. No. Oh, you don't know yet. Forget it. I'll tell you later. Later? Huh. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Before she could react, she was dragged away again. She watched as the little angel carried her around and went back to find Yuan Kong, who had been knocked away, and Siyu, who was still in a daze. Then she brought the two little girls back to the small mountain. On the way back, Yuan Kong kept staring at Yun Nuoshing and muttered, "The beast who stole my big sister. Pervert. And so intimate. F***CK. Yuan Kong had tried very hard to suppress her voice, but her voice was so soft that even Siyu could hear it clearly. The three of them were speechless. The little angel couldn't take it anymore. She knocked Yuan Kong's head with her knife and said in a gentle voice, "Don't talk nonsense. He's your brother-in-law." Yun Nuoshing's face was sweating even more. He couldn't refute it, but if he didn't refute it, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. Sigh. It was better not to worry about it. After settling the two little girls on the small mountain, the little angel dragged Yun Nuoshing into the god realm. Oh no, it didn't charge. It just stood on the mountain next to it and teleported. Furthermore, Yun Nuoshing could see that they were teleporting to the deeper space of the god realm. It was just like the independent space of his observer, which was located at the bottom of the god realm and used to imprison criminals. Now that those people were all dead, there were no new visitors to that space for the time being. Where are we going? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at it. He could only feel that they were going deeper and deeper, but he didn't know where they were going. The bottom of the god realm. Hui is waiting for you there. It said simply. Then, after thinking for a moment, it said, I wonder if you heard a rumble from the god realm when you just arrived. I heard it. What does that have to do with Hui? Yun Nuoshing suddenly froze and broke out in cold sweat. Don't tell me that bastard went to reactivate the origin heavenly god's protection himself. Yes, it nodded, but he seems to have encountered some problems. First, it affected the rules of the god realm. Secondly, I don't know. He is now trapped in that space to suppress the turbulent origin energy. He needs your help. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the little angel. When the girl was talking about these things, she grabbed his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. The last time he borrowed the origin energy to resonate with the timeline, it stood beside him and watched. At that time, he suddenly touched the origin energy with his hand, and it really scared the hell out of her. He reached out and patted the little angel's hair. Don't worry, it should be fine. This time is different from the last time. This time, my energy is also tainted with the aura of the origin energy. I can't be at ease. It glanced at him and lowered its eyelids slightly. There was a hint of bitterness in its low voice. Every time you say don't worry, but when did you really let others feel relieved? If I didn't know that only you and he can solve this problem, I wouldn't have let you come here. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He finally understood that the little angel was talking about the last time he fiddled with the origin energy and the sudden disappearance this time. Yun Nuashing shook his head and reached out to stroke the little angel's long hair. He did not say anything about these things. In fact, he also knew his own virtue. If it was so easy to change, he would not be Yun Nuashing. The teleportation lasted for 5 minutes and then stopped. Yun Nuashing and the little angel stood firmly on the ground. This place was different from the place where the timeline resonated. Looking around, there was a red mountain range in the distance. The sky was also a strange dark red, and there were colorful energy lines hanging in the sky, circling in an arc, and under their feet was a blue ice field, clean and clear, which could be used as a mirror to reflect the dark red sky. This space, Yun Nuashing frowned. This space actually had the appearance of a real sky. He had thought that it would be a strange space like that independent space. Oh, in that case, this space was strange enough, but he felt that it was even more strange. Yun Nuashing looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He felt as if he had come to a strange space in the depths of a dream. The ice field under his feet, he thought it was an ice field, but in fact, it was like a swamp of ice. He could step on it with a little force, and it would take a little effort to pull it out. However, if he walked on the ice surface lightly, it would be like an ordinary ice surface. The red mountains in the distance would emit a red aura, as if those auras had dyed the sky red. Then, in another direction, a piece of the not fixed dark red sky collapsed. It fell from the sky like magma streaking across space bit by bit, and it quickly piled up a red mountain range on the ground. There was also a river that was mixed with light purple and light blue. There was no other movement for the time being. This place is like a certain space in the depths of a dream. Yun Nuashing could not help but say, the sky did not look like a real sky. The mountains were not mountains, and the ice was not ice. Everything was imagined. The imagined things maintained a fragile balance, just like the world in a child's mind. Everything could be changed at will, but it would not be fixed. It was worth mentioning that when the dark red color in the sky faded, Yun Nuashing could still see a reflection of the land hanging in the sky. It was as ethereal and blurry as a mirage. He could only see a light blue and light purple forest. Those trees were all pointed at the land on this side of the land, like the tip of a knife. It was creepy. Hui! Yun Nuashing shouted into the distance. After waiting for a while, he did not get a response. He could not help but look at the little angel. Strange, there is no response. It also shook its head in confusion. But I know where he is. If he did not notice us, we can only run there ourselves. In this strange space, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He had a feeling that he would encounter some strange things here. Chapter 1335. At the bottom of the realm of the gods, there was a strange space that was completely different from the real world. Common sense was completely lost here. Everything one saw and knew was something they had never seen before. It was as if they had plunged into a world that was entirely made of amorphous materials. It was like the world at the bottom of a child's dream. It was naive and simple, but too abstract. This space is so desolate. Yun Nuashing looked into the distance and could not help but frown. There were many things in this space, but it seemed a little monotonous. Everything repeated its own appearance. One fixed or two strange things that were constantly changing. He subconsciously stepped on the ice field a few times and looked in all directions. Then he used his hands to make a few gestures in the space. If there is any need to make a move in this place, I don't know if it will affect anything. Why don't we try it? As the little angel spoke, she waved her jade-like hand in front of her. An energy storm condensed from divine power bloomed in the distance. It shot up into the sky and engulfed the dark red sky of the mountains, turning it into a golden red storm. When the storm disappeared, the things that had been blown apart regrouped in less than a minute and returned to their original appearance. However, the arrangement of the mountains and the patterns in the sky had been reorganized. The power of the rules. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. He reached out his hand and triggered a weak energy vibration in the distance. After a moment, he nodded and confirmed something. Yes, it is the power of the rules. The energy that can be used in this space seems to be the power of the rules. There is no other energy aura. The strength depends on the power of the rules. Probably, but there is something else. Let me see. Yun Nuoxing looked into the distance. His eyelids drooped slightly, and there was some silver-white light in his eyes. After about 2 minutes, he returned to normal. He looked at the little angel and said, "The space is a little shaky. It seems that it has reached the limit of what it can carry." The little angel heard him and sensed it herself. Her expression was a little strange. "The last time I came here, there was no such situation. And this kind of turbulence seems to be able to affect the realm of the gods. It's probably because I came in this time. Since the energy used in this place is the power of laws, and the energy contained here is also closely related to the power of laws, then the stability of this space might also be related to the power of laws. If that's the case, if a life form with an excessively strong power of laws enters this space, it's very likely that the foundation of this space will be shaken and its stability will decrease." Yun Nuoxing raised her head and gave her analysis. "I've just observed the extent and movement of the shaking. If I don't want to affect the realm of the gods at all, I'll have to leave within 3 days and leave the spatial capacity to Hui. There shouldn't be anything that requires the use of large amounts of energy in this place, right?" Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and looked into the distance. She smacked her lips. "It would be terrible if there was a need to use energy. What will happen?" "Nothing much. The worst-case scenario is that this space will collapse. Then, who knows what kind of effect it will have? It's just like gambling. But this is related to the realm of the gods, so it's best not to gamble casually. It would be better if we could find Hui easily." Yun Nuoxing took out a token and waved it around the space. But, to his disappointment, the token did not respond. It seemed that this little thing that had the aura of the other party in this space would not allow him to find the guy who was playing hide-and-seek. The little angel saw his actions and guessed what he was thinking. Suddenly, she remembered something. She squatted down and rubbed the ice field that looked like ice, but was not ice. "I remember him telling me that if there was a chance, there was a way to find him. I found him. Look." Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and looked at the egg-shaped golden sword that had appeared at her feet. The tip of the sword pointed into the distance, as if it was pointing to a destination. Easy to understand my ass. If it was not for the tacit understanding between the two, Yun Nuoxing would have to spend a lot of time to understand the meaning of this strange pattern. Sure enough, teleportation won't work. If I use the laws of the universe to teleport, the amount of laws used will be too large, and it will disturb the stability of this space. Yun Nuoxing tried to activate all kinds of teleportation methods. Although he found a useful method, he decisively gave up after trying it. After all, this was not the kind of space in the real world where he could casually mess around. In this space where a casual move could affect the real-world space, if he still messed around, it was purely because he felt that he had nothing better to do and wanted to work extra hours for himself. After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing decided to run over with the little angel. Just as they moved forward, the golden, long sword imprinted on the ground like an arrowhead suddenly appeared and pointed straight ahead. It was still spinning around its central axis, as if it was attracting their attention. So, we just have to walk in this straight line. Yun Nuoxing put her hand on her forehead and looked into the distance. She pulled the little angel and jumped a long distance away. A crack appeared in the space behind them because of their fast movement. It was as if the sky had suddenly opened up in a dense forest, revealing the scenery below. The crack lasted for a full minute before gradually dissipating. Yun Nuoxing's laws of the universe were too powerful. A casual movement could cause a huge commotion. The commotion caused by this space was considered small. "Little star, where did you go?" The tremors in the God world are getting stronger and stronger. It seems like the entire God world is having an earthquake. The two of them had just walked for a while when this sentence rang in Yun Nuoxing's mind. She couldn't help but tremble and squint her eyes. It seemed that entering this strange space had affected the stability of the God world's laws. Then, she could also confirm where the self-healing that had mysteriously disappeared in the God world had gone. It was probably because of Huey's entry. Time is of the essence, so I won't say much. This is the commotion caused by our hard work. You don't have to be nervous. It should be resolved soon. Go and inform I Ching and Qing Jun, tell them to guard the God world, and don't let there be any riots in any area. After hearing this, there was no other sound. Siyu was slightly stunned. It seemed like Little Star was right. The situation over there was a little urgent. That's why it's not easy to use this identity sometimes. Yun Nuoxing complained as she walked. My law is too strong. Part of the reason is because of myself, and the other part is because of my identity as the observer of the God world. My karma is too entangled with the God world, and now it's a little difficult to distinguish. Hui is the same. If it's just one of us entering this space, it won't be a problem. But if the two of us enter together with you, girl, this space will explode. If you have any complaints, why don't you just resign? She couldn't help but mutter. I don't have any complaints, but I do complain occasionally. As for resigning, at most, I'll take an indefinite vacation. This priesthood is lifelong. You see, it's already 139 eras, and I'm still the observer. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and smiled bitterly. An indefinite vacation. She smiled bitterly. If it was a vacation, it would be true. Even though he had been reincarnating in the lower realm for so many years, the observer's priesthood had never changed. It was as if it had to be him. Even after reincarnation, he would still be appointed as the observer of the God world. It was inconceivable. This tyrant's contract was too overbearing. A big crack that cut across the ice field appeared in front of them, blocking Yun Nuoxing and the other's path. She couldn't help but be stunned. When she saw the long ravine, she wanted to fly into it. Thinking of the movement she made when she flew up, she tried her best to stop herself. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to take a detour, she heard a rumbling sound. There was a low rumbling sound, as if something was rampaging with the momentum of an army. First, it shook the space, then the ice field, and the sky. Yun Nuoxing quickly looked around, but he didn't see anything that could cause such a movement. He exchanged a glance with the little angel, and then they both felt something at the same time. They raised their heads together and saw a rainbow falling from the sky. No, it wasn't a rainbow, but a huge, flowing waterfall. The sky collapsed, and the waterfall that was condensed from the energy of thousands of rules gathered and fell down. The brilliant light was so colorful that it almost blinded Yun Nuoxing's eyes. However, at this moment, he just wanted to raise his middle finger and curse because the rainbow waterfall was coming for them. To be more specific, the rainbow rushed toward the huge crack in the ice field in front of them and plunged into it. The water on both sides hit the ice wall of the crack with a violent impact, causing the entire ice field to shake. As for Yun Nuoxing and the others, they were dumbfounded at the moment. "Are we going to run?" The little angel, S face was pale as she pulled Yun Nuoxing's arm. Even they, who could only use the power of rules, were swept into the terrifying energy torrent at this moment. They wouldn't die, but the extent of their injuries would depend on their luck. "Girl, open your realm of rules." Yun Nuoxing carried the little angel up without saying a word. His eyes flashed wildly as he looked at the energy waterfall that fell from the sky like a curtain that covered their vision. "Are you going to rush over?" He was shocked and wanted to struggle, but he realized that he was being hugged so tightly that he couldn't move. "Little star, calm down. There are thousands of energy of rules gathered there. Even the heavens don't know what will happen if we rush in rashly. It's not safe at all. Why don't we go around?" "Hey, don't." "Wah." Yun Nuoxing took a few steps forward, then hugged the little angel, who was shrieking in his arms with a pale face, and rushed out of the crack with a trail of white frost. The latter could only subconsciously open her rule domain, then tightly wrapped him with her wings, her mind blank. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and adjusted his body slightly. He retracted his legs and prepared to kick out. In this short moment, they had plunged into the colorful energy torrent. The unparalleled explosive energy swept past them, but was blocked by a thin layer of the realm of rules. When he was about to lose his strength halfway, Yun Nuoxing's retracted legs suddenly kicked out. Using the rainbow-like waterfall wall as a starting point, he rushed out again. He rushed out from the other end of the colorful energy torrent, and then landed steadily on the ice surface at the other end with the little angel. No, it was no longer the ice surface. The place where they landed was a dark red mountain range. Standing at this end of the storm was very close to the ground. Looking at the bottom of the storm, they realized that it was more magnificent and bigger than they imagined. It spread to the left and right, and it was difficult to see the end of it even when they looked at it. Ugh, how did we get here safely? The little angel trembled and opened her eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned when she found that she was completely fine. "You didn't even make such a big commotion when we passed through the God-destroying storm. You just passed through some abandoned realm of rules. Why are you so exaggerated?" Yun Nuoxing looked at her and couldn't help but shake his head. She muttered a meaningless syllable and slowly struggled out of his arms. Looking at the colorful waterfall behind her, she couldn't help but ask, "What did you say that was?" "The power of the precepts that settled in the celestial realm. I just figured it out. If we compare the precepts to a lump of mud, destroying the precepts would either destroy its shape, reduce its mass, or change its nature. However, the part that was changed is only a small part compared to the whole." "Where do you think it went?" Yun Nuoxing asked. "Last time, you said that it all settled at the bottom of the sea of rules, right?" Yun Nuoxing nodded and pointed at the rainbow waterfall. "This seems to be the process. It's just a flood of abandoned rules. It doesn't have much destructive power. It's just that the huge size and scale of the waterfall created a sense of oppression. Most importantly, you're scaring yourself. It's actually not that powerful." The little angel blushed and punched his chest in embarrassment. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. "I only realized it when I was passing by. I was going to force my way through. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to hold up the realm of rules." "So, you were going to take another risk just now?" Habit. Ahem. Let's move on." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Feeling indignant, the little angel stared at the rainbow waterfall behind her without blinking, looking away from its terrifying appearance. It was just like looking at the storm of divine destruction again. But it didn't have the patterns and the sacred oppression of the latter. It was different in many ways, but it was just as beautiful. But when she remembered that it was a fragment of the abandoned rules of the realm of the gods, she had a strange feeling. Does the realm of the gods throw away so many abandoned rules every day? Of course not. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Haven't they been repairing the creation's barrier recently? The repair of the damaged parts have created brand new rules. The old parts will naturally be washed away. Also, it's probably a time lapse. The flood doesn't happen all the time. It should only be opened when the worn-out garbage has accumulated to a certain extent. We can only say that we're lucky to have seen it by chance. Indeed, putting aside all the other strange reasons, we found the rainbow waterfall very spectacular. But time was of the essence, and there were more important things at hand, so he didn't have time to look at it. The two stopped and looked at it for a few minutes. Then, hand in hand, they dashed into the distance. First, they could not teleport, and second, they could not fly. They could only jump and run between the strange mountains and forests, and they could not use any energy. But even so, their speed was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, they had crossed the strange, dark, red mountain range, and then a plain full of frost-colored weeds. Yun Nuashing recognized many things, and gradually he had a more detailed understanding of this space. This space could be seen as an abstract fantasy scene of the rules of the realm of the gods. Everything, even if it was just a faint difference in color, represented a kind of rule power. Take the frost-colored grass, for example. It was full of vitality. He could feel that it was a little similar to the life that existed in the realm of the gods. The rainbow waterfall far away just now had said that it was a flood, and the dark red mountain range and the rising smoke. It was probably some kind of more abstract phenomenon, but without reference he could not understand it for a while. This is an abstraction of the rules of the realm of the gods. When the power of the realm of the gods and the rules themselves become objects, it's easy to perform any special operations. And those operations will most likely affect the realm of the gods, or influence it with the power of the realm of the gods. I think I know what he wants to do. But that guy is really brave. It's a very dangerous move, and he might even lose himself first. Lose himself. It was shocked. Staying in this world of abstract rules for too long, even our bodies will be tainted with part of the aura here. The assimilation here will try to abstract the rules on our bodies. In short, when the assimilation happens, your wings might become a mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Your hair might become a river, your breath would become the air here, and so on. Yun Nuashing said, twirling her fingers. Fortunately, the rules on our bodies are strong and solid. It won't be that easy to be assimilated, and a considerable part of the rules comes from the realm of the gods. It will take a very, very long time for the space here to assimilate the rules on our bodies. There's no need to worry for the time being. You're special too, so there's no need to worry. A flash of energy suddenly swept across the sky like a meteor with a long trail of energy flames. But the difference was that it didn't fall down. Instead, it suddenly made a sharp turn when it fell to a certain extent. Then, it spun in a huge circle on the plane, where it stopped for a whole minute before disappearing. It was like a reckless meteor that couldn't find its landing spot. That meteor got lost. The little angel tilted her head and said blankly, "Well, let's keep going. According to the direction it pointed out, we should be almost there. Look at this." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly for a while. Then she found something on the ground and quickly bent down. There was a huge orange mark on the ground. It looked like the mark left behind by a mole, but it was much bigger. Upon closer inspection, it was very neat. It was a huge thing. The mud and orange were just its lines. It almost looked like the real thing. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at the orange and mud lines. She saw an arched object growing bigger and bigger. It looked like a huge snake that was crawling on the ground. It gradually spread into the distance. When they saw the end of the huge snake, both of them couldn't help but be shocked. Thousands of huge orange and mud snakes descended from all directions, and even the sky. Parts of their bodies slithered in all directions. But when they approached the place where they gathered, they all curled up together like knotted chains. They formed a hollow ball together and locked something inside. And inside the ball, Yun Nuoshing could clearly see a white figure sitting cross-legged in the ball formed by the huge snakes. His body and neck were covered with small orange snakes, as if they were sealed. The figure sitting cross-legged in the ball also felt something and opened his eyes. When he saw the two of them, he smiled brightly. "Yo, Yun Nuoshing, and the little angel, is this the time to say yo?" Chapter 1336. Giant orange snakes stained with mud came from all directions, under the ground and in the sky. It was like a giant snake nest, a giant snake mountain range. Sitting in the center of the mountain range was the guardian, who had disappeared for a long time. Yun Nuoshing and the others ran here, but did not see any movement from him. His current condition, Yun Nuoshing could not tell if his condition was good or not. Just from the surface, it might not be too good. How did you end up like this? Forget it. Let's talk about it after I get you out. Yun Nuoshing was halfway through his sentence when he realized that this was not a good opportunity to reminisce about the past. He immediately condensed his rule force and was about to split the snakes that were entangled in a nest. However, Hui hurriedly said something to stop him. Hey, wait. I made this seal myself. The purpose is to suppress this place. If you slash me, I will be reduced to ashes along with this bottom world. Seeing Yun Nuoshing stop in confusion, Hui heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed at the giant snake sitting below and said, "Below here is the spring of that thing. If I leave it there, at the beginning, there won't be any movement. Just say it." A few months ago, I was a little anxious. I came here to use the origin energy to restart the protection of the heavenly god of origin. I didn't expect their reaction to be so big. They almost buried me. Hui smiled awkwardly. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said, "That is to say, the seal under your asterisk is suppressing the violent origin energy, right?" Hui trembled and nodded with a dry smile. Then he explained to himself unwillingly. "Actually, I almost succeeded. However, I was a little anxious in the end. I didn't do it properly. That's why they wanted to rush out like a swarm of bees." "Huh, don't go. I'm serious. Phone, don't leave me here. I've suppressed myself here, but I still can't handle it. After a while, it will explode. Come back. Sob, sob, sob." Yun Nuoshing's foot slipped, and she almost slipped into the rift next to her. She said to the little angel with a dark expression, "How long has that bastard been suppressed here?" The little angel raised her head slightly and thought for a moment. "I came in less than 2 months after you left. Then he can be suppressed for another year. Let him stay there." Yun Nuoshing looked at the pale Hui with a faint smile. "Ahem. All right, let's stop messing around. I was wrong this time. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I was wrong, okay? In the future, I will never do such a high-risk thing alone." Hui raised his hands to show his submission. Yun Nuoshing had a look of disdain on her face, as if she was looking at a maggot. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he was not in the right and could only accept his fate. "Of all things to learn, I went to risk my life." After I'm done, I'm still trapped here. If you have the ability, go and risk your life. If you have the ability, come back yourself. You tortured yourself like this, and still need others to save you. You are guardian. Yun Nuashing walked forward with her arms crossed, and could not help but lecture him. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. His face was almost buried in the snake's nest. Looking at his sad face, Yun Nuashing felt that it was about time to shut up. She wrinkled her nose and asked, "So what do you want to do?" Hui looked up and saw that Yun Nuashing and the little angel had walked up to him and were looking at him condescendingly. Hui shrank his neck and pointed downwards. "There is a rule formation of order below. I drew it according to the one that I extracted from the sea of rules in my memory. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. If it succeeds, it will spread the energy belonging to the god of origin all the way to the void. Then, with the help of the rules of the void, it will spread to the entire 8 elements realm and then affect the primordial realm below. Theoretically speaking, this should be the case, but I don't know why it went wrong. I tried to save the snake for a long time and almost destroyed this rule-manifested space." Yun Nuashing glanced at the ground below the snake's nest. Under Huey's control, a magic formation slowly emerged on the ground. Just looking at it was dazzling. Just looking at it made Yun Nuashing dizzy. When she finally finished looking around, she only brought back a mess of information. "I'm afraid this is something that only the Yuansha realm can come into contact with." "Ha ha! The Guardian's power can do this. It's just drawing a pattern. It's not difficult. It's also verified that it can be used, but I don't know why it went wrong. I don't know if it's—" Hui grinned, but his face turned sour halfway. Yun Nuashing jumped down from the snake's nest with the little angel. She ignored Huey's nagging and squatted on the ground to examine the never-before-seen magic formation. After a while, she reached out her hand and pressed on it. Suddenly, his expression trembled. The origin mark on his body suddenly emerged, and even the energy in his body became a little restless. The little angel quickly squatted down and put a pair of wings on his body. The origin mark is stirring. It seems that it really has something to do with the origin god. Are you okay? No, I'm fine for now. It's just a reaction when I meet an old friend. Yun Nuashing shook her head and pointed to the ground below. There's a fountain below. It's full of the origin energy. It's because of the origin energy that my energy has changed. Now that I've come into contact with it again, well, I have a feeling that if I come into contact with the origin energy this time, there won't be the same effect as last time. And there was a desire in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that the little angel would slap him into the ground and turn him upside down. Anyway, he knew that he had a special feeling for the origin energy. It was just a thought. He did not dare to touch it casually. After all, it was the origin energy. The last time he touched it, he used it as a transfer station. The remaining origin energy in his body made him forget what his original energy was like. It took him decades to completely clean it up. Who knew if he would feel anything when he touched it again? And then, what do you want to do? Yun Nuashing raised her head and roared at the guy who was nagging. I don't know. Yun Nuashing and the little angel. If you joke again, I'll leave you here, okay? I'm not joking. I don't know what to do either. I've never done this before. I just followed the steps and did it step by step. Who knows? Why don't you try it again? Hui had a troubled look on his face. Who would have the experience of activating the first great deity's protection? It would be the first time for anyone else. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Just as he was about to ask how to do it, a light flashed in his mind. Hui had given him the information on how to activate the first-generation great deity's protection. It was indeed a tutorial that was divided into several steps for idiots. It was likely that anyone with the same level of strength would be able to learn it after reading it. It was not that difficult. After that, we had been trapped here. If it was really not that difficult, the guardians of the realm of the gods would not have sacrificed themselves to seal him here. Speaking of which, haven't you thought about why this thing exists? Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and looked at the magic circle. She planned to follow the steps and do it again. There really is a tutorial for activating the great deity's protection. The existence of this thing is suspicious. Could it be that the gods of origin knew that they would die one day and the protection would disappear? So they left the tutorial for the successor to activate it again when necessary? I don't think that makes sense. No, that's not it. I spent a year organizing the steps. Who would keep that tutorial for no reason? Hui was stunned. He waved his hand and said, "It's just some information recorded in the world core and the sea of laws of the realm of the gods." Yun Nuoshing's finger that was fine-tuning the magic circle trembled. She quickly retracted her finger. Her face was dark. "Can I ask you something? Is there a problem with your reading ability?" No. Hui flashed a bright smile and gave her a thumbs up. "There's definitely no problem. I'd rather joke about myself than about you. There's no problem at all. Don't worry." 2 seconds later, his face turned serious and he laughed dryly. "Probably, did you come here with the intention of perishing together with me?" Cough, cough. "I really didn't. Don't worry about it. I'm still waiting here for a what if." Yun Nuoshing looked at him and then at the magic circle on the ground. She muttered a few words and continued what she was doing just now. She couldn't help but mutter, "Damn you, you're not even a magic circle master. How can you draw a magic circle of this scale? This magic circle is missing a lot of parts. You even dare to activate it. And it's something of this level. Do you really want to perish together with me?" Hui smiled bitterly. "I really don't. Forget it. If we perish together, then so be it. What's the big deal if I go all out with you?" Yun Nuoshing grinned and interrupted him. 6 dark red divine halos appeared behind her. Although she complained a lot, she was not careless at all when she started to act. Hui saw Yun Nuoshing's serious look and couldn't help but sigh. He did want to solve this problem by himself. He knew that the observer's power could not handle certain things well, such as the underlying information and the origin energy. The last time he saw the origin energy left in Yun Nuoshing's body, he was shocked. This time, he wanted to avoid such a situation as much as possible, so he did it by himself. He didn't expect to make a fool of himself. He didn't do it well, and even got himself trapped here. In the end, he even called his old friend over. He was very upset. 2 hours later, Yun Nuoshing wiped the sweat from her palms and looked at the magic circle that she had completed. She then looked up at Hui and said, "Other than the magic circle, I can't understand the other things very well. Are you sure you didn't leave any fatal mistakes in those places?" "Probably not." Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. "Are you reliable or not?" "Of course. I don't know. It's fine if you want me to fight and kill, but how do I know if I can handle this kind of high-tech stuff?" The little angel even had the idea of dragging Yun Nuoshing away. However, the latter's face was dark. He had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Oh, no, it would be better to say that he was a guy who was ready to sacrifice himself for the realm of the gods. Seeing that he had been working here for 2 hours, there was bound to be follow-up actions. "I really can't handle the rest. Whether it works or not, it's up to fate." Yun Nuoshing sighed and stomped her feet on the ground. The dark red energy that was full of the power of the natural order surged out from her body and rushed into the magic circle under her feet with the sound of rolling waves. The whole white magic circle was suddenly dyed dark red at this moment, and a huge burst of energy burst out. At worst, I'll go down and accompany you. We saw that Yun Nuoshing was about to make a move and quickly focused. The origin energy that was originally blocked under their feet started to roll again at this moment, but it was not a riot. Instead, it was a movement that was guided by something special. It was running along a trace. At present, it was still very stable, and there was no intention of turning the world upside down. Feng, it seems that your energy has some affinity with the origin energy after fusing with it. Even when I used the Guardian's power to mobilize it, it didn't run so smoothly. We looked at the traces of the energy flow and could not help but say, the dark red magic circle also moved along with the changes in Yun Nuoshing and the origin energy. Many energy threads emerged from its edge and spread out to the outer circle, condensing into exquisite patterns on the ground. At the same time, he noticed that something in this world where the natural order was materialized was disintegrating. Then it turned into an aura and floated toward them. On the way, all the colors dissipated and turned into pure white that surged into the magic circle. That was the power of the natural order of this world, the power of the natural order of the realm of the gods. They seemed to know what was going to happen and wanted to help him. We knew that Yun Nuoshing only knew a little about that part of the information. When Yun Nuoshing was running the magic circle, Hui was guiding him from above and monitoring the origin energy that was suppressed under his feet. He felt that everything was calm at the moment, and it was the kind that could not be more calm. He was slightly relieved. Boom, there was a faint tremor in this world, but being in this place, it seemed that they could observe the situation outside. The little angel heard a faint rumble in the modern realm, as if the realm of the gods itself was making uneasy noises. Once again, it attracted everyone's attention, but they didn't know where it was coming from. There's movement in the realm of the gods. She whispered in a low voice. She turned her head and saw Yun Nuoshing, who was sweating profusely. She was shocked. Are you okay? Don't worry. I'm fine for the time being. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and nodded. This was the first time he was running such a powerful magic circle. Ha! A magic circle of the primeval realm. Just by using it a little, he felt that his own energy was pouring down like a river of stars. It was only because his energy capacity was thousands of times more than other people of the same realm that he could withstand such a consumption. If it was someone else, they would have been drained dry by now. We stared at the magic circle and the origin energy. He just saw the whole magic circle flicker. The dark red magic circle had just completely come into contact with the origin energy. It was no longer a little touch. This time, it was directly irrigated by the origin energy. It was helping Yun Nuoshing to develop the magic circle and was ready to crash into the void. It reminds me of some unpleasant memories. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself. When she saw the little angel looking at her, she continued, previously, when the origin energy flowed through me, I saw something, but it wasn't very clear. It gave me goosebumps. Now, the little angel understood. All of her attention and half of her consciousness were hanging on the dark red magic circle. Now that the origin energy was completely connected with the magic circle, it was as if she had jumped into the sea of origin energy again. She did not have any good memories the last time. This time, she came into contact with the origin energy again through the magic circle, which made her tremble with fear. In fact, Yun Nuoshing had already come into contact with the origin energy. She had already touched it when she first started to move the magic circle. There was only a thin layer between her and the origin energy. When she sent out most of her consciousness, she had already touched it. But this time, the origin energy was not running around in her body. It slipped under her feet from time to time, just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Every time it touched her, she would break out in cold sweat. Although the little angel noticed that something was wrong with her, she did not know what she had encountered. She could only watch from the side. Her consciousness came into contact with the origin energy through the magic circle. This time, she seemed to be able to see the images clearly. When her consciousness crossed this layer of the magic circle, it was like crossing a dividing line. Everything she perceived in the world was refreshed. She fell from an already magical world into another colorful world. She saw countless colors passing by her and flowing away. Every color was a kind of origin energy. There were 100 or 200 of them mixed together, but they did not look out of place. They were like flowing water, like traces of flowing light. Huey's voice seemed to come from above, but it also seemed to come from the top of her consciousness. Feng, the stability has dropped a little. The magic circle has just been successfully extended. Do you want to take a break first? Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and completely calmed herself down. She no longer trembled because of the origin energy poking her from time to time. If I say I can't stop, would you believe me? What? Hui and the little angel were shocked at the same time. I'm stuck. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth, his face full of sweat. I'm stuck by this thing. Forget it. Let's not worry about it first. I can still hold on for a while. What should we do next? Next? There's no next. The next thing you need to do is to continue guiding. When the accumulated origin energy can rush into the void, it will be considered done. We said in a daze. Are you sure you're okay? The problem, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. It would be strange if there was no problem. When was there ever a time when she handled these things without problems? But now she could not care less about whether there were problems or not. A weak vibration came again. This time, it came from the part of her consciousness that she had separated. The colorful light in front of her suddenly trembled violently. The whole picture shattered and reformed in an instant. The picture turned into a huge colorful energy ball that was constantly beating like a heart. That energy ball was still vibrating violently. The amplitude of the vibrations on the left and the right were different. Her consciousness was like a piece of duckweed in front of that energy ball. Every time it vibrated, it would make her feel a great pressure. However, it was a pressure of deception. That origin energy seemed to be just scaring her and did not really intend to do anything to her. Hui, when you did it last time, did you see the origin energy vibrating? Or rather, did you see the whole space vibrating? Yun Nuoshing felt uneasy. This feeling scared even herself. Every time this feeling of uneasiness appeared, something would happen. Hui was also stunned when he heard this. He thought for a few seconds and scratched his head. What space? What vibrating? What are you talking about? Didn't you see? This is the space where the origin energy is stored. Didn't you see it last time? Yun Nuoshing was sweating more and more. I saw it, but Hui was so anxious that he was sweating. But I didn't see anything. That space at the bottom of the realm of the gods stores the origin energy, but there was nothing there. The space that stores it is a special space built on concepts and laws. You and I can't understand that space for the time being, so we can't see it. Wait a minute, that means… Feng, did you understand something? What did you see in that space? He skipped 3 topics in one sentence. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He only had time to answer the last question. Just as I said, and there was a bit of resistance, and confusion. It was as if I could understand their movements, although they were moving according to the guidance. But now they have returned to their original place in a daze. It was as if they could not understand our actions. You can already see to this extent. Hui had a strange expression on his face. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. This stalemate was not a solution. He could at most last for less than 15 minutes. After that time, if he was still stuck here, he would have to report to the path of reincarnation first. Thinking of this, he looked at the constantly vibrating mass of energy that was as huge as a star. He gritted his teeth, and his consciousness rushed towards it. Chapter 1337. Wind. There was the sensation of wind, as if a gentle breeze was brushing past his face. There was light in front of his eyes, and he could also feel some subtle things like gravity, space, and time. These things naturally existed in the real world, but they also existed in this world. It was unknown what these movements represented in this world where the rules were materialized. No, he was not in that world now. He seemed to have rushed into the gathering of the origin energy. The moment he came into contact with it, he seemed to have been shaken, and his consciousness went into a temporary coma. Now, after a while, he woke up and found that the bright and dazzling space in front of him contained a lot of incomprehensible information that was completely in another realm. Inadvertently, some confusion arose in his mind. What was the difference between the origin energy and other energies? Although he had mastered a kind of origin energy, if he really wanted to understand it, in fact, he still had no way to fully understand what it was. He could not very well summarize the difference between the origin energy and other energies. Yun Nuoxing's consciousness sank into this place, and he was thinking of ways to see if he could try to analyze something through this contact. As a result, before he could think of what to do, the space suddenly rumbled, and then he felt that the whole world was collapsing and extending towards a certain place. The suction pulled him and took him somewhere. What is the trajectory of the origin energy? That's right, that magic circle is still in operation, urging the origin energy to follow a certain trajectory. Thinking clearly about this matter, Yun Nuoxing let down some unnecessary vigilance and followed the flow of this colorful origin energy. It was as if he was in a surging river, following the flow of the river. It was just that being in the energy, the actual feeling was more realistic, and he felt a little dizzy from the spinning. Putting aside the other thoughts in his mind, he merged all his consciousness into this ball of energy, trying his best to cover as many places as possible with his senses. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's that feeling again, that faintly discernible incomprehension and helplessness. It was like a group of divine champions who obeyed the orders of a certain mortal. They knew that doing so would not end well, but they had to do it. The origin energy had some weak consciousness, which surprised him. This weak consciousness would not cause any special changes to it, and there was no movement because of his sudden intrusion. It did not seem to affect anything. It probably made the person or God who used this energy realize that there was a problem in the flow of the energy or something. Generally speaking, it was not a big deal. But this time, he could easily understand the problem between the magic circle and the origin energy. At first, Yun Nuoxing thought that his understanding of the magic circle was not enough. Even if he made some minor adjustments, he could not make the magic circle perfect, and so the origin energy did not know what to do. After all, the origin energy was guided by the primeval magic circle. If the magic circle master controlled the entire process, there would not be such a problem. But he did not know what to do and could only give all control to the magic circle. Under such circumstances, if there was a problem with the magic circle, there would naturally be no way for it to operate properly. However, When he followed the origin energy around and felt that the origin energy was still in a confused state, he realized that the problem was beyond his expectations. Either there was a problem with the entire magic circle, or there was a problem with the magic circle's purpose of activating the origin energy, so there was no way for it to carry out that command. Either way, these two answers were very troublesome. The former meant that there was a problem with the magic circle. He had done all he could to perfect the part he could understand, and there was no other way. The latter meant that there was something wrong with the protection of the primeval god, and perhaps it could not be activated. There's no way to solve either situation. Is this a dead end? Yun Nuoshing felt a headache, and the pain made him feel a little irritated. He was a little restless, and time passed faster and faster in his anxiety. He felt that there was not much time left, and his consciousness was almost sweating from anxiety. But splash! His consciousness heard a splashing sound, like the sound of a waterfall crashing down. But he could not see anything in this pure color space, only a single sound. And in this space, Yun Nuoshing suddenly froze. He felt the origin energy again, and this time there were many emotions in it. There was impatience, indifference, a little impulsiveness, and others. It felt like he had plunged into a nest of sparrows, chattering endlessly. He even had auditory hallucinations, as if he could hear their conversation. What are those idiots up there doing? We've run hundreds of laps here. Are they done yet? I don't know. Anyway, that's the order. Let's run first. I don't know. Who knows how to get rid of them? Those with strong attack power. Hurry up and fight them. I'm going to be mentally exhausted if we keep running. Why are we running aimlessly? I remember that we do have a purpose. Yes, there is indeed a mission. Mission? What is it again? What is it? Anyway, let's go and take a look first. That was purely his imagination. After all, the buzzing sound was endless, as if there were 100 mouths here discussing something noisily. The only thing worth noting was that there were no other living things here except for him. The only thing that was communicating was that big mass of colorful light. He thought that they were probably talking. The crackling energy waves were endless, and there was a lot of weak consciousness that kept changing over and over again. However, he did notice something unusual. The origin energy was flowing again, but this time the direction of the flow seemed to have changed. He did not know where it was going. The high-frequency and high-intensity energy flashed, making him a little dizzy. Along the way, it was as if he was riding on clouds and mist, but also as if he was being rolled in a whirlpool. He felt that he had left the area of the magic circle, and he did not know where he was going. A few seconds later, Yun Nuoshing confirmed that her feeling was not wrong. The dark red magic circle suddenly lost all its energy and dimmed down. It maintained its size and turned into a grayish-white color. The roaring energy and movement all disappeared at once. It was quiet all around. Both the little angel and we were stunned. Huey's constipated expression suddenly changed, and then became gloomy in a few seconds. What's going on? All the energy has disappeared. How is Maple? Look at Maple. The little angel quickly went to help Yun Nuoshing, but before her hand could reach 5 inches away, she was bounced away by a powerful force. She was a little surprised. That force, it was the smell of origin energy, and it was not the energy that he had. I can't check. What should I do? He's running out of energy. Well, don't worry, I'll go and check. Huh? Hui was sweating profusely as he tried to comfort him, but after a moment, he was stunned. This movement, how did the origin energy run to another place? They are flowing towards the distance. I feel Maple's movement. He seems to be following it. Look carefully. The energy loss in Maple's body has stopped. The magic circle has lost the synergistic supply of the two types of energy and lost its effect. Don't worry, let's wait and see. As for Maple, he'll be fine. You see, when that guy mysteriously disappeared, he came back half dead. He's not as embarrassing as me. The little angel thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That guy's ability to take risks and escape after getting into trouble was unquestionable. Anyway, it seemed that there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait. Countless buzzing sounds seemed to be shouting. This time, in addition to many strange emotional fluctuations, there was also excitement without exception. Here, even if one wanted to imagine something from the clues of a lot of noisy sounds, it was impossible to do so. Yun Nuoshing's forehead was sweating instantly. He paid attention to their movements. In short, they were very excited. The energy fluctuations in the excitement seemed to be the same. He didn't know if it could be understood as a large group of people suddenly running to a place together, very excitedly. They seemed to be a little fanatical, and he was an innocent passerby in this fanatical wave. He forced himself to imagine what those guys were doing. A large number of white ducks appeared inexplicably. The buzzing reverberating in his ears turned into a series of quacking sounds that shook the sky. It was so noisy that he felt dizzy, just when he felt that he would die if he couldn't hold on to the destination, and was about to jump out of the car. The whole moving wave suddenly stopped and threw him far away. But for the time being, he was still in this mass of energy. The incessant quacking in his ears turned into a series of frogs that sounded one after another. Found it! Found it! It's here! It's here! What do we have to do? What do we have to do? What do we have to do? I don't know what to do at all. What should we do? Speaking of which, we didn't leave for long. Not much, not much. So what do we have to do? Damn it! Damn it! We don't even remember what we have to do, and just rushed out recklessly. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. First of all, we have to be united. No, that's behind. There's a prerequisite in front. We need something. Something. So what is it? I don't know. Don't we have something hanging behind us? It's conscious. It can move. It's alive. It's the breath of the same race. That's it. Throw it up. 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 Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a chill down his spine because he clearly felt that there was an endless amount of energy that fell on him all at once. He clearly knew that there was a person who wanted to kill him. Well, to be honest, there was some kind of jointly formed will that fell on him. For example, all the humans within a radius of 1,000,000 miles suddenly had the idea of planting trees at the same time and began to carry it out in the next second. Compared to the idea of a thought, the action was a little bit faster. In other words, the thought had turned into a tide of motivation. In short, before he could react, he suddenly saw a blue ball of light coming out of nowhere in this round and colorful world and attacking him head-on. It directly hit his face, and then separated like an octopus to bind his face, neck, shoulders, and entire upper body. Another ball stuck his entire lower body like mud. Then, a large number of balls of light emerged and circled him a few times. One by one, they pressed against his back and lifted him up as if they were lifting something. Yun Nuoshing struggled hard, but he was just a carrier of consciousness. He had strength, but in the face of these spirits, his strength was nothing. I have something to say. Listen to me. We're on the same side. Please let me go. That strange thing is talking la 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 la. Is it talking to us? Can it actually listen to us? What strange words is it saying? I don't understand at all. By the way, the smell of that strange thing is so familiar. Familiar. That's it. Throw it up quickly. Throw it up quickly. United as one. United as an impregnable fortress. "I'll throw it." Yun Nuoxing only had time to scream before he saw himself being pushed up by 4 to 6 balls of light. The large ball of light suddenly separated and turned into more than 100 5-foot-wide balls of energy of different colors that slowly rotated around him. It looked like they were lifting him up to do something and escorting him along the way. Among them, a reddish-black ball of energy that was only a foot in size appeared from the side and landed on his forehead. After a while, it rolled along the track of his body and finally landed on his chest. He suddenly thought of something, and his face turned pale. Wait a minute. The reddish-black ball of energy turned left and right and jumped when it heard his voice, as if it was trying to express something. Then it plunged into his chest. Yun Nuoxing's face turned pale, and he almost fainted. Since he didn't really faint, he immediately looked at his body and saw the ball of dark red energy turn into a faint light and disperse into every corner of his body. He wanted to cry but had no tears. These guys were robbing his body again. No, they were seizing the nest. This was his body, his consciousness. Why did these spirits of origin like to enter his body? Holding back the urge to cry, Yun Nuoxing quickly calmed down. He noticed that after the huge ball of light dissipated, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. He didn't know where they had carried him. The surrounding space was filled with dense light spots that spread to the far end of the horizon. It was like a starry sky, but also like a pure void. Yun Nuoxing struggled again, confirming that he was really kidnapped by these strange origin energy essences. He completely gave up the idea of struggling. If his real body came, he could still resist, but now he could forget about it. Thinking of this, a lot of strange thoughts appeared in his mind. Endless thoughts rose one after another. The wind is bleak. The water is cold. Ah, this is what the devil likes to say. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem too auspicious to think of this now. While he was still struggling with the auspicious and unlucky thoughts, he suddenly noticed that something slowly appeared in front of him and attracted all his attention. It was a green spherical cover covered with a lot of blue, red, yellow, and green stripes. He flew straight towards the cover and took advantage of this short period of time to quickly analyze the thing. But he gave up after trying. This thing was on the same level as the magic circle. As soon as he tried to analyze it, his brain showed signs of burning. "Can you at least tell me what you are going to do to me? Cut me into pieces, or cut me into sashimi? Steamed, braised, fried, and braised." Yun Nuoxing struggled hard for a while, but he couldn't even move a millimeter. At most, he could only move his fingers and toes, and move his lips. Buzz. The reddish-black origin energy essence that had just dissipated in his body flickered slightly in his heart. He still felt that it was talking, but he couldn't understand what it was saying. But judging from the trace of emotion that came out of it, it seemed to be comforting him. While he was on the verge of tears and trying to pull himself together, he had been carried to the center of the green-mottled cover by a group of origin energy essences. At this moment, he noticed something else. The dense light spots that filled his vision just now were now purple, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the light spots were arranged in a circle around his position at the moment, and they were all over the sky. The origin energy essences that were circling around him brought up a wave of crashing sound. A few energy clusters turned into a sea of energy and circled around the green-mottled cover. But more of them were circling around him slowly, watching him with various emotions. Damn it, this scene was like worshipping a corpse. He was familiar with it. Buzz. A buzzing sound once again came from the entire space and smashed towards him. Yun Nuoxing saw that the purple starlight in this space all emitted an inch-long thin thread and landed on his body. In this situation, He felt that his body was going to be pierced into a sieve in the next second. Well, that scary scene didn't happen. What really happened was a scene that made him feel even more uneasy. After those energy beams landed on him, he felt an endless amount of energy rushing into his body in an instant. It was just ordinary energy that filled the void, but the taste was different from all the energy he knew. It had the taste of the great Yuan realm's creation. Ginger, onion, garlic, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar. You must have made a mistake. Are you sure this is the next step? No. There seems to be a problem. No, but the records left behind said this. Records are also wrong, right? Forget it. That's it. Yun Nuoshing's spirit was unusually strong. He sensitively felt that some kind of thought that was destroying his psychological balance emerged. All the hair on his body stood straight as if he had been electrocuted. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Buzz. The reddish-black origin energy essence comforted his frightened soul once again. Then it suddenly released 2 flashes of light outside his body, which made him confused. Receive the signal. Go. Yun Nuoshing reacted abruptly and saw the large pile of origin energy essence rushing towards him with an earth-shattering aura. He let out an earth-shattering cry. No. Before his voice died away, more than 100 balls of origin energy essence with all the purple starlight plunged into his body. Moreover, they were closely divided into different areas. Yun Nuoshing only saw a colorful flash in front of his eyes. Then he couldn't feel anything. After a while, his eyes rolled back and his body became stiff. He didn't have time to see that when he fainted, the reddish-black energy that had first entered his body was emitting light everywhere on his body. As the reddish-black light became brighter, the purple starlight in the distance also became bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it drowned him, and the entire area covered by the green cover